This is it, the one so many of you have been asking for. Can you beat Fallout 4 without taking any damage? As is tradition by this point, I'm not going to manually reload a save if I take damage. I set my max health to 1 so that any damage at all will kill me. As you'll see soon enough, this turned out to be more complicated than I thought. Because I'm as tough as a wet noodle, strength and endurance aren't important, so I distributed the special points into agility, intelligence, and charisma. A bomb fell, Nate got offed, my child was stolen, and I cosplayed as a fudgesicle. Before I can get the 10mm pistol to take them out at range, I must deal with a few rad roaches. For some reason, this was harder than it should have been. It was also annoying, as my health had not yet been set to 1, because I didn't have a Pip-Boy to see what my health actually was. So I reloaded a save if I took any damage. Then I got the Pip-Boy, escaped the vault, and headed to Sanctuary Hills to reunite with Codsworth, get another special point, and crack open a safe. I looted a shotgun off a corpse, met Dogmeat, and entered Concord. Preston Garvey had unfortunately killed most of the raiders outside the Museum of Freedom, robbing me of sweet experience points. But I completed the out-of-time quest, leveled up, and noticed something shitty, but not entirely unexpected. When you level up in Fallout 4, your health increases, so every time I level up, I must enter a command to take my health back down to 1. I entered the museum and made quick work of the raiders inside. I used the power armor to rip the minigun off its bipod, exited the power armor, switched to a pipe rifle, began clearing the town, and, after taking out almost all of them, I parkoured my way off the roof and down to the ground. And then a new problem. I took damage. Strange, that shouldn't have happened. I reloaded a save and discovered the problem. Armor. Armor affects how much damage you can take, something I neglected to think about. The run is still salvageable. The few times I took damage, I reloaded a prior save. This just means that I can't use any armor whatsoever. Not ideal, but whatever. The next task was to deal with the Deathclaw. The first time he hit me with a rock. I wasn't gonna let that happen again, so I used Psycho, Jet, and a minigun to finish him off. I know, Psycho increases damage resistance, but if I took any damage, I would have reloaded a save, so it's a non-issue. On my way to Diamond City, I stopped and bought a suit from Trash Can Carla. It doesn't have any damage resistance, but it boosts charisma by 2, which is useful in getting more caps out of NPCs. And that's exactly what I did. I also killed a drug dealer, because drugs are bad, okay? And then I got distracted by some feral ghouls and helped out Paladin Dance. I say helped out, but really I just threw Molotovs off the top of a bus. Clearing out the ArcJet systems with Dance wasn't as hard as you'd expect. Stay hidden behind a wall and only take pot shots at the synths while Dance does the heavy lifting and you'll be fine. Once I made sure he hadn't been cooked to death, we got the thingy he was after, I got a laser rifle from him, and I was back on the road to Diamond City. Once I was inside, I returned to Sanctuary to drop off a bunch of crap that I didn't need. Back in Diamond City, I talked to Piper to get her as a companion, bought some stuff, sold some stuff, and got Nick Valentine's location from Ellie. I ran into a tricky spot with some raiders just outside of Diamond City. I ended up needing to peek out from behind cover, fire blindly to proceed. Then that situation repeated itself inside a building when I got my skull caved in by a tire iron. Stealth and a few grenades took care of that though. While I was in that downtown area, I went ahead and discovered Good Neighbor and the railroad inside the Old North Church. The primary reason being that I wanted the suppressed 10mm pistol Deacon gives you when you're at the switchboard. It would make eliminating the triggermen in the vault much easier. The switchboard itself wasn't all that difficult, except for the spot where you have to hack the terminal to proceed. There were about 5 synths in the area, and it took me several attempts to get past it. With the deliverer in my possession, I sold what I had to get the Tinker Tom Special, a suppressed sniper rifle. I was finally ready to enter Park Street Station. I dismissed Piper to be even sneakier and took out the triggermen with ease. For some reason, I tried a more aggressive approach deeper inside the vault, which resulted in me getting my ass blasted several times, so I resorted to sneaking around like a little gopher. When it came time to deal with Skinny Malone, I convinced his girl to leave him. Skinny gave me 10 seconds to leave. I went just far enough to be hidden, then killed him and his freak friends. Upon returning to Diamond City, I got through the conversation with Nick in his office as quickly as I could so I could go get Kellogg's key from Mayor McDonough. I ignored Dogmeat, dropped off a few things in Sanctuary, and was headed to Fort Hagen. Once I got inside, I took my sweet time clearing out all the synths and turrets, picking up as much loot as I could carry. Then for some reason, I couldn't proceed. I couldn't take the elevator down to the lower level of the building. I had to go back to Diamond City, talk to Dogmeat, then go back to Fort Hagen, sleep in a nearby building, and tell Dogmeat to piss off before going back inside, where, you guessed it, all the synths were back. And even after telling Dogmeat to take a hike, he followed me inside for some reason. By this point, I had put several points into Gunslinger, Sneak, and Ninja, which made my silenced 10mm pistol incredibly effective. The synths did kill me once, but I'll blame that on them catching me off guard. Kellogg was just up ahead. There were several ways to do this. What I wanted to do was stand right in front of him and take out him and his synths in a fantastic display of power. That didn't happen. I could land a few shots on Kellogg, but the synths would kill me. What I ended up doing was loading myself up with Jet and landing half a dozen shots on Kellogg before he could even react. Then I beautifully dodged a punch and a laser rifle shot and killed both synths with headshots. The Brotherhood of Steel arrived. I went back to relay my findings to Nick, convinced Dr. Amari to send me inside Kellogg's brain, did that memory nonsense, and was off to the glowing sea. You might think that I'd stealth my way through the glowing sea, avoiding all enemy encounters, but that's not what I did. The laser rifle I got from Dance earlier was pretty effective against both rad scorpions and bloatflies. I even took on the Deathclaw that waits just outside of Virgil's cave. And then, of course, got the rundown on what I'd need to do next from Virgil. I also stole his tin cans. And then I was off to Green Tech Genetics to fight against a Courser. Surprisingly, the turrets turned out to be more annoying than the raiders inside. Stealth, once again, proved to be an effective way of traversing a dangerous area, and I was ready to fight the Courser. All it took was a dose of Psycho, a Stealth Boy, and some Jet, and I blew the Courser's head off before he even knew I was there. I also killed the hostages he had taken. This time around, rather than just racing to beat the game as quickly as possible, I wanted to do something different, so I sided with the Brotherhood of Steel. I went back to the police station to take a ride up to the Pridwin. I fired a minigun, listened to Elder Maxon's speech, and was given my next assignment: murder. Well, it's not technically murder, since the super mutants shouldn't exist at all. What you're supposed to do is ride the vertibird to kill them all. That seemed like a really good way of getting shot, so I did the next best thing. I jumped off the Pridwin and hoped I survived the landing. I did. Tinker Tom's Tinker Toy came in handy here. Almost every scum of the Commonwealth in that particular area at the time embraced death after a single shot to the head. The Behemoth was a different story. When you kill the Behemoth in Fallout 3, you're given a fat man to do it. So, naturally, I took out a handgun to kill the Behemoth. It was a shot to the liver that finally took him out of his misery. I was also required to secure the nearby building, which was just more stealth killing. It was time to take the next step. I returned to the railroad to have the Courser chip decoded, then got the signal interceptor plans from Virgil and gave those to Captain Crippled, or whatever her name is. I got the base built, scrapped almost all the junk I had in Sanctuary, and got everything built at the airport. Inside the Institute, I listened to Father ramble on about some boring bullshit, then went to recruit Dr. Madison Lee. While I was down there, I went into the FEV lab to grab Virgil's serum, even though I had no plans of giving it to him. That was a mistake because the legendary Assaultron down there is a giant bitch. Killing it isn't the hard part. The hard part is getting far away enough from the explosion of the goddamn Nagasaki bomb strapped up its ass that was rigged to explode when it dies. Eventually I got lucky enough and survived the blast, and was finally able to leave that underground shithole and go back to the balloon in the sky. The next task involved a lot of going back and forth between the airport and the Pridwin. Up north in some building was a special magnet that the cripple needed to power her vibrator, which seems like a waste since she can't feel anything down there anyway. Then I made some electromagnetic actuators that just kinda sat there on the ground. All that was needed to activate Liberty Prime now was an assortment of nuclear warheads located in a bunker deep in the glowing sea. Gee, what fun. I had plenty of Rad-X and Rad-Away, so going out there and securing the nukes was more of a hassle than a challenge. With Liberty Prime finally activated, it was finally time to take the fight to the Institute. Yeah, no, see, spoilies ahead, Dance is a synth, and he got super spooked when he found that out, so he fled like the giant pussy he is. Maybe he should talk to the cripple, her vibrator might be better off in his hands. Once I got to where Dance had ran off to, I figured something out about Fallout 4 that annoyed the absolute shit out of me. In Fallout 3 or New Vegas, when you load a save file, you go from the loading screen to gameplay. There's no transition, just a cut between screens. In Fallout 4, there's a fade in from black every time you load a save. During that fade in, the game doesn't stop. So you can make a save when an enemy is behind a corner, but during that half second or so it takes to get back to the actual gameplay, the enemy is moving. This isn't a big deal during normal gameplay. You can take a little damage, no big deal. But in this run, any damage kills me. It's stupid, and I have no idea why they added that fade in. It made dealing with the protectrons down there much harder than it needed to be. In time, I was able to get past them. After talking to Dance, I realized the best course of action was to execute him. When I told Maxon what happened, I made the final decision to become enemies with the railroad, who needed to be destroyed. With my sneak skills so high, the battle inside the Old North Church wasn't too rough. A Brotherhood soldier got in my way, resulting in a poorly thrown grenade that killed him. Oh well, casualty of war. Inside the railroad HQ is where things got real. I had to use all of my grenades to kill Desdemona and crew. In the end, though, the railroad was no more. But even in their absence, trains would continue to live on through stories and legends. Only one more quest stands between me and the endgame. And, like a fool, I agreed to take the cripple along with me. This was, by far, the hardest part of the game. You ride a vertibird around the top of the mass fusion building. All the while, a bunch of synths are shooting at you. The minigun on the bird is powerful but inaccurate. Remember that saving problem I mentioned a little while ago? Yeah, that comes into play here too. Any mistake results in failure. I even tried pumping myself full of Psycho and Jet. Those helped, but the Psycho allowed me to take damage, which ruled that out as an option. What finally worked was just sheer willpower. I spent about an hour on this segment, well over 50 attempts. Then I landed and had to fight even more synths. I tried to kill all the synths on that elevator ride down into the building. For once, the cripple came in handy as she took all the damage while I sat crouched in the corner. And then came the beryllium agitator and the anti-theft brigade. I had planned for this by placing a few mines outside the doors. The Assaultron activated its hacks and ran right for me. Somehow, I managed to escape death right there. I blew its head off and ran like hell to escape the explosion that didn't even happen. At long last, it was time to activate Liberty Prime. So big, so beautiful, so patriotic. If you've seen my Fallout 3 videos, you probably know what's coming. Following Liberty Prime across the map was boring as hell. I shit you not, it took 15 minutes to get from the airport to the Institute. The fight towards the reactor was fairly standard. Sit back, pick off the synths from afar, rinse and repeat. I decided against getting Father's help, opting for the more fun route where I put a bullet in his eye socket. I used a stealth boy to take out one of the legendary synths inside the reactor room. He had this awesome triple barrel missile launcher, which was the perfect tool to exterminate all Institute life in the room. With a charge on the reactor, Cripple teleported us away to the teleporter room. I told Robo-Sean to piss off and die. Cripple sent us to safety. I nuked the Institute and beat Fallout 4 without taking any damage.
I got it. I turned it off. Shut up.
Caps are an essential part of Fallout 4. You use them to buy ammo, stim packs, weapons, and you can even bribe people with them. But what if you pretended that caps don't exist? Can you beat Fallout 4 without spending any caps? Up first, as always, is our special setup. Because Charisma in Fallout 4 is pretty much only used to get extra caps from quest givers, it's a useless stat. Maxed out intelligence gives us more experience points for every action, letting us level up faster. Perception isn't all that important, so I spread out the remaining points evenly into strength, endurance, agility, and luck. I could have put more points into luck, but I was only concerned with getting the Scrounger perk to find extra ammo, and it only requires 2 points in luck. I ran to the vault, experienced the deep freeze, watched my wife die, woke up, and tried to ignore the freezer burn. Not a whole lot to do in the vault. Out into the world, and I finally fixed the textures. It looks so beautiful with grass, doesn't it? I went west for a change of pace and killed a few raiders, a dog, a few bloatflies, and upped my arsenal before heading to Sanctuary. There, I leveled up and got the Aqua Boy perk to avoid radiation damage in water, upgraded my 10mm pistol, spoke to Codsworth, put the extra special point into endurance just to make life in the wasteland a little less miserable, found dog meat, and arrived at the Museum of Freedom. I killed the raiders inside, picked a lock, got through the conversation with Preston as quickly as possible, and stepped into my power armor. Finally, I could actually use the power armor as much as I wanted, without having to worry about it changing my size or absorbing too much damage or giving me a Pip-Boy. It was liberating. I returned to Preston, but didn't get through enough of the dialogue for them to move on to Sanctuary. No, they're staying right there in the Museum of Freedom. Then, I decided to do something different. I was curious about something. I had power armor and was finally gonna put it to good use. I headed straight south towards the glowing sea. Along the way, I slapped a raider so hard his arm exploded. I got into a fight with some ghouls, then decided to run the swear word away, leaving Dogmeat to deal with them. I fought even more ghouls, this time a little more successfully. I got into a bit of a scuffle with a few raiders, resulting in both my legs being broken and a lot of my ammo being wasted. I did get a missile launcher though. A short time later, my only fusion core ran out of juice. I ditched the armor, took some Red X, managed to survive the glowing sea, and arrived at Virgil's cave. I was hoping I'd be able to skip a lot of the game like you can in Fallout 3, but Virgil was nowhere to be found. Still, this will save me a lot of time and effort down the line. The search for my son was once again my number 2 priority. On a bridge north of somewhere, I killed a doctor and took her shit. She had 9 stim packs and I didn't. I couldn't let that slide. That leveled me up, and at level 5, I finally put the first point into Scrounger. Don't ask why I waited so long to do it. This was the perk that I really needed because ammo is really my only concern in this run. Weapons and armor don't need to be repaired, and stim packs become stupidly powerful pretty early on. So keeping a solid supply of bullets was all I was really concerned about. I arrived at the Diamond City gate and didn't bother with all the shit between Piper and McDonough. I entered, fought my urge to sell all the junk I picked up, spoke to Ellie, and was off to rescue Nick Valentine. Real quick, is it just me or does Ellie look like she could be in BioShock Infinite? I don't know if it's the lighting, the hair, the character model, or what. None of the other characters in the game look this way to me. I don't know. Anyway, I dropped off most of my stuff in Sanctuary, found some pretty solid new armor off a dead guy, quickly killed everyone at the Charles View Amphitheater, entered Park Street Station, and started chopping away at everyone that moved. The bladed tire iron is a pretty good melee weapon. I even managed to get a picture-perfect decapitation on someone. I had recently reached a level 7, so I put another point into Scrounger, which pretty much did away with any ammo-related worry I'd have throughout the rest of the game. Dogmeat finally decided to show up. I'm not sure where he'd been while I was getting my murder on. I saved Nick, snagged the bobblehead on my way out, exploded Skinny Malone, and took a seat in Nick's office to explain my story so far. The next obstacle on the road to finding my boy was a door, a pesky lock. A robot couldn't pick the lock, and I lacked the firepower to blow the bitch open. The solution was simple. I turn on the charm and bribe the mayor's assistant. And then I remembered that bribing someone counts as spending caps. So I reloaded a save, waited for everyone to leave, and stole the key. That was actually the second time I tried that. The first time I did it in broad daylight, and it didn't go well. I found a clue in Kellogg's apartment, let Valentine tag along for the adventure, shoved a cigar down Dogmeat's snout, and fast-traveled to Fort Hagen. I discovered it on my way down to Virgil's cave a few minutes ago. Dogmeat decided to be a prima donna and not let me talk to him, probably a bug or something. After spending far too long trying to fix it, I just ignored Dogmeat and went inside to find Kellogg. Despite doing this probably a dozen times now, I somehow managed to get lost on the first few floors. I fought through a few waves of synths, and didn't even try to do something cool to defeat Kellogg. I threw 2 grenades and blasted him with a missile launcher. After picking apart his body like a vulture, I went back to Diamond City to talk to Piper. This was the first time I'd ever had Nick with me for the Kellogg fight. Just seemed weird to have to talk to Piper to continue the main quest. In Good Neighbor, I did the thing with Dr. Amari, explored someone's brain, and browsed Reddit while Kellogg talked to the Courser. The next stop was the glowing sea. Luckily for me, I've been there before. Still reeling from the disappointment from the last time I was out this way, I tried to kill Virgil, hoping it would change something. You can't, and it doesn't. Virgil's cave? More like Squaresville. You're supposed to go to the CIT ruins and listen for some radio signal, but that's very boring. Just go to the Green Tech Genetics building and save yourself some time. Kellogg's pistol turned out to be not great. I swapped it for a pipe revolver with half as much damage and proceeded to miss half my shots. Just like with Kellogg, I threw everything I had at the courser to avoid having to do this more than once. I was planning to drop 5 mines and have them all go off at once, but the bitch walked forward too soon. So I chopped his face off with my tire iron, killed the hostages because of course, and returned to Dr. Amari, who then sent me away to figure it out by myself. She suggested that I find the railroad, which is exactly what I did. I found them, and I killed them all, and I analyzed the courser chip myself. Virgil gave me the plans, and I was off to the police station to lend Dance a hand. ArcJet Systems was a breeze, and I could finally take a ride up to the Pridwin. But before that ride, I decided to get proactive. I took all the junk I'd saved, all the weapons I'd hoarded, and dumped them out onto the ground. Then I scrapped them all, except for a biometric scanner and a military-grade circuit board. With all this scrap, I could finally upgrade my armory, mostly just for increased damage. I slapped a powerful receiver and a reflex sight on my combat rifle, a calibrated powerful receiver on my 10mm pistol, and a powerful receiver on my pipe sniper rifle. With my upgraded weapons, I was ready to tackle my second mission from Elder Maxson. Wipe out the super mutants near and within Fort Strong. Easy peasy. I gave Proctor Ingram the plans from Virgil and started assembling the teleporter. With all the junk I scrapped earlier, this was nothing. Now, Elder Maxson gave me a very simple order. Do not kill anyone in the Institute and convince Dr. Madison Lee to join the Brotherhood. I did not do that. I descended upon the Institute like an angel of death, and unlike my Without a Pip-Boy run, I was prepared. After I executed Father, Synths and coursers began swarming the room. The Nerd Rage perk really helped out here, and within a few minutes, they were all dead. I looted all the corpses for ammo and was ready to make my escape. Sort of. There were just a few synths left, like 3 of them. I took out a few with my 10mm pistol and soon realized that it would not cut it. But that's why I brought my big guns. Even at close range, the missile launcher was incredibly effective. I must have killed at least a dozen synths with my first 2 shots. With the third, I killed even more and broke both my arms. I picked off the stragglers with my pistol and began looting. There was just no way I was going to leave all that stuff behind. According to my Pip-Boy, I was now carrying almost 1,500 pounds of items. Judging by the number of armor pieces in my inventory, I had killed at least 45 synths by this point. And then there were those guarding the teleporter, probably another 50 synths. So, just another day in the office. And then came the escape. I had 2,800 pounds of stuff. I couldn't just leave it behind. So, I walked back to Sanctuary, while carrying a literal ton of armor and weapons. It took a very long time. I should have checked beforehand, because all the synth armor pieces, which made up more than 2,500 pounds of what I was carrying, were worth a single piece of plastic each. That's it. All that work for nothing. And Maxson was pissed that I ignored Dr. Madison Lee altogether. Luckily for us both, he had a contingency plan. A professor in Diamond City. Well, she was anyway. On my way to find her, I helped Sully Mathis with his water problem. Then I blew his head off. I found the professor in a bowling alley and convinced her to join the cause. Next came another exciting round of Detective Mitten tracks down something he doesn't understand. This time, a magnet. How exciting. I found it, taunted a super mutant suicider, which didn't go particularly well, crafted the 4 electromagnetic actuators. With power restored, I upgraded my weapons one final time, ventured out to the Sentinel site to secure enough nukes to end the world again, and told Ingram of my successes. We're almost ready to take the fight to the Institute. Unfortunately, Dance ran off and it fell on moi to track him down. There was just one small thing to take care of first. Remember how I left Preston inside the Museum of Freedom? There was a reason for that. My hope was that I could exterminate him like I did the railroad, but that's not the case. Damn you, Bethesda. Why must Mama Murphy be immortal? Full of rage, I found Dance and took him out the only way I knew how, by mistake. The plan was to throw a grenade through the window and blow him up from a distance. What actually happened was that the glass didn't break and the grenade landed on the windowsill and blew up. The result was the same. Dance was dead. It was just not the way I wanted it to go. I returned to Maxon and was told to wipe out the railroad. I already did that, but I had to go to the Old North Church to retrieve Pam. There were a few nameless nobodies there, so I used a tactic that I employed in my backwards New Vegas run. Stand in place, blast enemies to hell. If I'm going, they're coming with me. Once I got the beryllium agitator, it was finally time to walk with Liberty Prime. The more times I play through Fallout 3 and 4, the more I hate these escort Liberty Prime bullshit missions. They're so boring, especially when Liberty Prime gets stuck and spends 10 minutes standing in place. While I waited for Liberty Prime to get his shit together, I killed everyone at Bunker Hill. Inside the Institute, again, my combat rifle was more than enough for the synths, taking 2 to 3 shots each to kill them all, except for the gorillas. In the reactor room, I picked a flamer up off a dead synth and used it to clear the room. I planted the charge, was teleported to safety, tried desperately to burn Sean to death, and when that didn't work, I tried to beat him with a wrench, which also didn't work. Ingram sent us to safety again, I nuked the Institute, and beat Fallout 4 without spending any caps.
I got it. I turned it off. Shut up.
Fallout 4 changed the Fallout franchise in a number of big ways, but arguably the biggest change is in the game's weapon system. Every weapon can be modified to suit your playstyle, but there's a weapon that doesn't really fit in with the missile launchers, fully automatic rifles, and nuclear warheads. Can you beat Fallout 4 with only a commie whacker? I awoke in the bathroom and discovered how truly beautiful I am. The special setup for this run is relatively standard for a melee-only playthrough. Lots of points in strength and endurance, some in luck to get the idiot savant perk later on, and the rest don't matter too much. After the Great War, I found the first problem. Because this is a commie whacker only playthrough, I can't use my fists or any of the weapons available in Vault 111. It wouldn't be so bad if the rad roaches weren't so damn annoying. You can't pick up a Pip-Boy if you're in combat. Put another way, you can't simultaneously pick up the Pip-Boy and be a tasty snack for the roaches. Unfortunate. We could forego the Pip-Boy for a little while and glitch ourselves out of the vault, but that's too easy. Instead, I lured the roaches down the hall, sprinted back through the door and out the other end of the hall, and closed the door behind me. Then I crouched, waited until I was hidden, picked up the Pip-Boy, and left the vault. Now, there's the issue of finding a commie whacker. Sure, I could just spawn one with console commands, but that's boring too. So, I'll have to travel to Nuka World to find one. The first thing I did was return to Sanctuary to get another special point. Then it was off to Nuka World. The recommended level to be at before you enter Nuka World is 30. I'm level 2. The journey to the DLC entrance was long and hard, just like the shaft of the commie whacker. The next issue is actually getting into Nuka World. There are gunners patrolling the area, not a big deal, but the Assaultron is something to be concerned about. I ran inside the train station and got fucked to death by the Assaultron's mouth. Why didn't I just use stim packs and run like hell? Because, my dear boy, I don't have any stim packs. I forgot them. After that shit show, I backtracked to Vault 111 to pick up a few stim packs that were lying around. But I knew that would not be enough. I'd need some sort of powered armor. On the way to said powered armor, I stole a lot of tomatoes from a farm. I let Preston kill the raiders outside the Museum of Freedom, picked up a fusion core, and left Preston to die in the Museum of Freedom as I ran to the roof and stole the power armor. I had armor, I had supplies, I had a pocket full of room temperature tomatoes. I had everything I'd need to get through Nuka World. The Assaultron once again tried to get inside my pants, but the power armor protected me, and hiding in the train station threw her off my trail long enough for me to restore power to the train and be on my way to the greatest amusement park ever devised. After arriving in Nuka World, I had to traverse the gauntlet of extreme pain, mayhem, and misfortune. All things being equal, it wasn't that bad. The wooden floor falling out was annoying, the turrets constantly shooting were a pain, and the gas room pissed me off because a bunch of roaches pinned me against the wall and tried to do things to my fanny. But I got through it all with only a few hundred scratches. Next came the boss battle, in which my only weapon was a squirt gun. And as you can probably imagine, this is where things took a very dark turn. In order to proceed, you must kill Overboss Coulter. Luckily, the squirt gun does no damage, but there is no way around this fight. To answer the titular question, no, you can't beat Fallout 4 with only a commie whacker, because you can't get a commie whacker without killing someone with something that isn't a commie whacker. Well, it's not the end of the world. I've had runs in the past with a single segment that can't be beaten, like the Guilty Spark fight in Halo 3. So, I decided to say F the system and kill Overboss Coulter. I had a switchblade, which could be a suitable replacement, but my thinking was that if it's not a commie whacker, it doesn't really matter what it is. I used an assortment of the weapons I picked up to lay Coulter to rest, became the new overboss, entered the Nuka cade, and finally found my commie whacker. It's as beautiful as I thought it would be. Actually, that was a lie, because the textures on it are shitty. Probably a result of the mods I have installed that up the resolutions of the game files. Oh well, with an inflatable mallet in my hand, I left Nuka World forever and returned to the Commonwealth to bonk some skulls. The first thing I did with my newfound power was enter the Museum of Freedom to kill the raiders, because I'd need the Minutemen later on to enter the Institute. I also learned that the commie whacker sounds just like every other melee weapon. I was hoping for a squeak or something, not the sound of a tire iron slamming on pavement like all the other weapons. Lame. After freeing the trapped settlers, I was off to Diamond City. Along the way, I settled the cats versus dog debate when I killed both a cat and a dog. I also entered ArcJet Systems for some reason and discovered that the Institute hadn't been there yet, so there was nothing in there for me to do. Before I found Diamond City, I passed by Park Street Station, so I saved some time by going down into the subway station to free Nick Valentine. The Triggermen fought valiantly, but none are a match for Mr. Mandelbaum and his mallet. With Nick Valentine free, the only thing standing between me and leaving Park Street Station are Skinny Malone and his gang of hooligan fooligans. I pumped myself full of chems and beat the fuck out of all of them with me mallet. Here's the cool part about rescuing Nick before going to Diamond City. You don't have to listen to Piper argue with security guy. You can just walk right in and ignore Piper on your way to Nick's office. But before entering Nick's office, I sold every weapon and bullet I had to get an ample supply of stim packs and ran away, as well as a chest piece that gave +1 to both agility and perception. And I did keep the squirt gun because I will never part with that. After describing to Nick my situation, I bribed the mayor's assistant to get a key to Kellogg's office. I took Nick as a companion, and after an incredible journey together that lasted maybe 5 seconds, we parted ways when I left to follow Dogmeat as he tracked down Kellogg. Dog Steak led me to Fort Hagen, where, again, Dog Ham followed me inside, despite me telling him to piss off back to where he came from. With the perks and armor I had, the synths weren't much of a challenge, though they were annoying at times, because melee combat in Fallout 4 sucks. I used the same tactic with Kellogg as I did with Skinny Malone, which was chems and me mallet. After thoroughly searching every pocket Kellogg had, and I do mean every pocket, I returned to Diamond City and spoke to Nick and Piper about what to do next. They agreed that going to Good Neighbor was the most okay-ish option available, and when I arrived in Good Neighbor, I introduced Finn to my mallet. The two got to know each other pretty well. Then I entered Kellogg's brain and ate a shitty microwave breakfast sandwich while Sparkles did his thing. Next came the glowing sea. I bought a hazmat suit, stored some stuff in Sanctuary, and was off to Virgil's cave. The children of Adam might have looked at me funny. I don't know because I couldn't see through the hazmat suit, but I assumed that they did and killed them all. Then I got the plans from Virgil and fast-traveled back to CIT Ruins, where I ignored the radio station and ventured towards Green Tech Genetics. The suicidal bitch with a rocket launcher was, as the name suggests, a bitch to deal with, but the rest of the gunners inside were cake manure. I approached the courser with extreme caution and looked on in amazement as a battle took place between two invisible people. I assume it was incredible, I couldn't tell what was going on, but in the end, the courser died, as did the hostages, and I was told by Dr. Amari to find the railroad. I knew what she meant. She pretty much begged me to kill the railroad, which is what I did. Glory was the only one who posed an actual threat. Pam could have been tough, but she ran away when I started bonking her on the head. I then analyzed the courser chip myself, got the plans from Virgil again, and returned to the Museum of Freedom to talk to Sturgis. But I couldn't get Sturgis to look at the plans until they were at Sanctuary, and I couldn't get them to go to Sanctuary until the raiders outside the museum were dead. Luckily, by doing things in the weird order that I did, the Brotherhood were in the area and proved to be great at being bait for both the raiders and the Deathclaw. I only had to pick off a few raiders before I talked to Preston and discovered that a settlement needs my help. I helped them alright. I helped them by ending their worthless lives. I told Preston that they weren't interested in joining the Minutemen. He rambled on about dead people or something, and finally, the topic shifted from being all about him to all about me when he asked me about the plans I mentioned earlier. Sturgis looked at the plans, I built all the science mumbo-jumbo, and emailed myself inside the Institute. As you may have guessed, by my lack of doing stuff for other factions, I decided to side with the Institute this time around. As disappointing as it was to see that my son looks nothing like me, I pushed onward and met with the people in charge of things in the Institute and got my first mission: track down a rogue synth and bring it home. I would have preferred to not do this in a radiation storm, but when do I ever get what I want? The mission was a success, and Father drowned me in his thick, creamy praise. The synth re-getting mission was more like a practice round than anything important, as what came next was the Battle of Bunker Hill. Lots of fighting, lots of death, my kind of party. You're supposed to run around the back side of Bunker Hill, but I didn't want to do that, so I jumped on a bus and hopped the fence, fought my way past a few Brotherhood Knights, and used the 4 reset codes to put the synths in sleep mode. I spoke to Father atop CIT ruins. It was a real bitch to get up there, by the way. And then we spoke again inside the Institute, where he gave me the best present a father could ask for. My son has a terminal illness and is going to die. I couldn't be happier, because I don't think he's actually my son. He doesn't have my nose or my horribly mutated vomit-inducing facial features. Regardless, we have work to do. Well, I have work to do. He's getting busy with the dying and whatnot. I transmitted to Mass Fusion, where I bonked a lot of Brotherhood scribes with me mallet and retrieved the beryllium agitator. And then came the robots. Fucking machines. With the help of a stealth boy, I was able to land a few sneak hits on the sentry bot, but the Assaultrons must have been friends of Pam, because they were not nice to me. Some time ago, I had installed a few blades on my inflatable mallet. Probably not the smartest idea I've ever had, but they came in handy here, because the Assaultrons bled like the robotic, humanoid dogs they are. I traveled back to the Institute, gave the agitator to whatever her name is, and was told by Father that there was something I needed to do to a house, or in a house, or something. I followed the waypoint and had to convince some little shit stain to come out of the closet and travel with scientists to an underground bunker with unfathomable technology where they assured he'd be safe. The end is near. I can smell it in my giant fucking nose. I returned to the Institute and delivered a message to the Commonwealth. Then I went to Diamond City and did the thing with the buttons and the dials and the switches to beef up the transmitter. I then activated the reactor in the basement to ensure that I'd be able to heat up my chicken nuggets in the event of a power outage, and received word of the last step. The Brotherhood of Steel must be destroyed. I was transported just outside the airport and was tasked with infiltrating the base and destroying 3 generators. I did it with unimaginable grace. There was little to no wasted motion. Every swing of my mallet calculated and executed with ungodly precision. Just kidding. I closed my eyes and swung wildly at the big metal men. All that's left is to infect Liberty Prime with communist propaganda, and the victory will be claimed in the name of science. The Brotherhood sent everything they had at me in the synths. Even Elder Maxon arrived on the scene. I'm not sure what happened to him. I think he slipped and fell off the roof or something. Regardless, I was teleported, against my will mind you, away to safety where I watched the Pridwin go down in flames. Pridwin? More like Prid was. Get it? Get it? Get it? Well, that's pretty much it for this adventure. I spoke to Father one last time, though this time I took off my sunglasses and donned my sea captain's cat as a sign of mutual respect between myself and this old man who clearly isn't my son.
I'm glad you're a good sport, something.
And we're back!
Fallout 4's weapon modification system is a vast improvement over what was offered in Fallout 3 and New Vegas. But I always thought that some of the weapons felt too similar, like the combat rifle and the combat shotgun. There is a way to avoid that problem though. Can you beat Fallout 4 by only using each weapon once? This run requires a bit more explanation than some of my previous challenges. The general idea is that you can only get a single kill with a weapon, and then you can never use that weapon again. And by weapon, I mean the platform, I guess. The Deliverer and a normal suppressed 10mm pistol are both 10mm pistols, so I can only use one of them. Variants and modifications don't change what the weapon is. Standard firearms will operate as previously described. It doesn't matter if it takes 500 shots from a minigun to kill a Deathclaw, or if it takes 1 to kill a Radroach. After I get a kill with it, it might as well not exist. Melee and unarmed weapons work the same way. 1 kill. Explosive weapons are different. They have an area of effect, so instead of 1 kill, I get 1 shot. I can throw 1 frag grenade. I can fire the Fat Man 1 time. I can use 1 cryomine. You get the idea. Understand the rules? No? Too bad, we're moving forwards anyway. Because we'll be using every sort of weapon available, special isn't all that important. I put 6 points into intelligence to level up faster, and just sorta spread out the rest somewhat evenly. Then Adam bestowed on mankind a small fraction of his love and power. Nate died, and I emerged from my frozen slumber. From here on out, every enemy encounter requires thought and planning. I can't just kill every enemy I see, because I'd have no weapons left for the endgame. Luckily, you can escape Vault 111 without killing any of the rad roaches by trapping them behind the sliding doors. Out into the wasteland, my first stop was Sanctuary to put another point into intelligence, talk to Codsworth, and get him to kill all the bloatflies pestering the neighborhood. I passed by Red Rock Truck Stop, looted some stuff, and ignored Dogmeat because using a companion would take away some of the challenge. In Concord, I sat back and waited for Preston to kill the raiders attempting to get into the Museum of Freedom. After waiting for about 11 seconds, I got bored and started attacking them myself. I used my fist to kill one raider and got a switchblade from him. By the time I was done fisting the man, Preston had dealt with the others. I tried to skip part of this quest by jumping from the roof of a church to the crashed vertibird atop the Museum of Freedom, but I forgot that there's another door between the door to the roof and where the Minutemen are hiding. So I waited for a while. I sat there, motionless, like a lamp, for about 6 minutes. Turns out Preston truly is worthless, because I did more with one Molotov cocktail in a few seconds than he did with a laser musket in a few minutes. I then used a switchblade to kill one raider, brass knuckles to kill another, a tire iron to kill a third, and I killed the last raider with a security baton. Before talking to Preston, I went and got the power armor because I wanted to know if there's any special dialogue if you show up in the power armor. And there is. Neat. Next, I had to deal with all the raiders outside. Rather than wasting a bunch of weapons, I lured the Deathclaw out of its sewer and got it to do my dirty work for me. There was one raider inside a building that neither the Deathclaw or Preston could reach, so I used a pipe pistol to kill the bitch. After the Deathclaw had its fun, it was time to put my old buddy down, but using a weapon to kill a Deathclaw felt like a waste. So, I spent several minutes taunting it from inside a building where it couldn't get me. It would be focused on me, while Preston missed 90% of the shots he took. The Claw did manage to get inside the building once, which was pretty spooky. Quite a while later, the beast was dead, Preston thanked me, and I was off to Diamond City. Along the way, I interrupted a stroganoff at Drumlin Diner, got Wolfgang to pay me, convinced him that I was going to handle the poor souls inside, then did the old switcheroo by siding with Trudy and getting her to open fire. She won, I had a few corpses to add to my collection, I sold some stuff that I didn't need, and continued marching towards Diamond City. I took the long way to Diamond City, like the really long way. I probably discovered a dozen locations on my travels to the big field. I think I was looking for something, but to be perfectly honest, I don't remember what it was, or if I was actually searching for anything in the first place. Let's just say that I was, and that I didn't find it. After about 30 minutes of lonely wandering, I arrived at Diamond City, bullshitted my way through Piper's interview to get some easy experience, picked up trash for a Make-A-Wish kid, talked to Ellie, bought an assortment of weapons from Arturo, and was off to rescue Nick Valentine. And this is where things started getting challenging. You can technically enter the vault without killing the Triggermen, but you'd need to have planned ahead and gone for a stealth build. I didn't, which is very bad. I tried hiding and waiting, but they found me. What this means is that I'll have to kill them all. First I used a baseball bat, then a 10mm pistol, then a submachine gun I picked up off a corpse, and by that point the Triggermen closer to the subway station entrance weren't interested in fucking with me, so I entered the vault and ran past all the Triggermen inside. When I approached Nick, I pulled out a double-barrel shotgun and painted the floor with Dino's blood. But everything has to be a fucking nightmare, because for whatever reason, I couldn't talk to Nick. Probably due to the 2 Triggermen nearby, which quickly became like 6 Triggermen. I really should have played Elmo's Number Journey before I did this. Then the Triggermen entered the room and, guess what? Nick couldn't give any less of a fuck about anything. Like a stuffed animal being tortured, he just stood there and took it. I managed to take out a few of them with a lucky grenade throw, and, after a few attempts, I got another one with a laser musket. By now I was laughably low on supplies. I've got drugs and fruit. Awesome. The upside is that Nick is finally awake and can fight. The next, 4 minutes consisted of me running around avoiding gunfire while waiting for Nick to regain consciousness. Then I remembered my old cheese technique, where you enter a new area while a companion is unconscious to make them wake up. I did that for a while, then ran past all the Triggermen until I got to the door that wouldn't open. Nick must open it. So I sat and waited for Nick to mosey his way up to where I was. If I was smart, I would have snagged a missile launcher before I got myself in this mess. But I didn't, which means I have no way of dealing with Skinny Malone. If I had an IQ that was in the double digits, I would have tried to convince Skinny to let me leave peacefully. Instead, I ran past them to the surface. And wouldn't you know it, Nick followed me and then he went back down. This is where things got really annoying. Skinny Malone must be dealt with, which, in my case, means that Nick Valentine must kill them because I'm essentially a wet noodle with hands. I did try fast traveling to Diamond City, hoping that Nick would be there, but he wasn't. I then tried running into the fray to get Nick to follow me to the surface. That worked, until Nick ran the wrong fucking way! I've wasted far too much time talking about this goddamn shit show. I'll jump to the end and tell you that it took a long time to get Nick to kill the remaining Triggermen, allowing me to finally progress the story by explaining my situation to Nick in Diamond City. The door to Kellogg's house was locked, so I convinced the mayor to give me the key, looted Kellogg's house, traveled to Fort Hagen, went back to the Museum of Freedom for my power armor, talked to Dogmeat, and entered Fort Hagen. The power armor and stim packs I'd stocked up on allowed me to plow through all the synths without actually attacking any of them. I used a minigun to kill Kellogg, skimmed through his terminal, ignored the remaining synths, watched the Pridwin arrive in the Commonwealth, talked to Nick and Piper, then went to Sanctuary to meet with Preston so that I'd be able to use the workbench there and store all my useless crap there. From there, I entered Good Neighbor, stole a Fat Man, talked to Dr. Amari, entered Kellogg's Frosted Memories, and began the process of making my way to Virgil's cave in the glowing sea. I ditched my power armor because I had plenty of Rad-X and Radaway, and because I only had a little energy left in the soul fusion core I had. I avoided all the scary monsters in the Green Sea, convinced Virgil to help me, picked up my power armor, and went to Green Tech Genetics to kill me a Courser. Just like in Fort Hagen, I ignored the gunners shooting at me and saved my rage for the Courser. I didn't have much to choose from, so I beat the Courser to death with a dull Chinese officer's sword. I then sold some stuff to Cleo, spoke to Dr. Amari again, and entered the Old North Church. The ghouls in the basement proved to be a challenge the first time around, so I reloaded a save, used a stealth boy, and met Desdemona. I save scummed until I passed the charisma checks, got the Courser chip analyzed, returned to Virgil to get his plans, did some secret handshake shit with Deacon, and entered the switchboard. This was another situation that could have benefited from any planning at all. I let Deacon fight the turrets and the synths in the first section, but he's a pussy and couldn't handle it. I'm a pussy too, so I ran past the synths, activated a turret that I thought would be much more effective than it was, hacked a door, and got myself into a bit of a pickle. See, I need to wait for Deacon to regain his composure and help me, but I can't do that with all these synths attacking me. Praise be to Todd Howard, I had a bottle cap mine that I could use to take out every synth in the room. There were still more on the prowl, but I was able to use a stealth boy to sit in a corner and wait for a while. After about 8 minutes of nothing, I went to check on Deacon, and he was there as my savior like the Daniel Radcliffe Lord of the Rings guy. Anyway, I waited a little longer. Deacon opened the door. I got the deliverer, which is pretty much worthless. Let the synths torture Deacon for a while, fled from the switchboard, and reported back to Desdemona. The time has now come to get inside the Institute. I dropped off some stuff at Sanctuary and went to the build site. The issue here is that there are some baddies that need to go, but I can't afford to use my few remaining weapons on the assortment of ghouls and radroaches in the area. There is a Mr. Handy on site though, so I was able to lure the enemies into him and let him kill them. Then I got the machine built, faxed myself inside the Institute, talked to Father, talked to the Division bigwigs, and began life as an underground agent by planting the seeds of revolution, thanks in part to a guy named Liam. Liam, what a dumb name. Like any tree hugger, I care for my plants, which is why I needed to get a password to use as fertilizer? You know what, this plant analogy was never funny to begin with. I traveled to Cambridge Polymer Labs to find a password somewhere within its partially collapsed walls. I spent more time in there than I should have, and used an Institute pistol, one of my last ranged weapons, before I got the code and returned to Desdemona again. My next objective was to speak to Z-114, who told me to take out a few guards in order to aid the robot revolution. This time, I prepared, and used a missile launcher and some psycho to take out all 5 synths with one shot. Finally, something worked out in my favor. I continued working undercover, walked along the ocean floor in a power armor suit, got fucked hard by either a fat man or a missile launcher, used a recall code on a synth, let the Courser deal with all the unpleasantness in the area, and returned to Father to let him ejaculate his praise all over his mother. That's kind of a weird thing to say. The Battle of Bunker Hill has arrived. I avoided all the enemies and rude people by hopping on the fence and running straight for the hostages in the basement. I did climb the stairs to the pointy tower thing to fall through the sky in hopes that I could either land on the vertibird or on a person on the ground and turn them into paste. Didn't work. What did work, though, was informing the synths that they're free. Father didn't like that, but who cares what he thinks? In fact, fuck my kids. Back inside the Institute, Father revealed that he's dying, and I was tasked with getting the beryllium agitator from mass fusion. Thanks to my power armor, I was able to fall a great distance and skip a lot of the fighting with the Brotherhood of Steel. After I got the agitator, there was a new problem: the sentry bots and assault drones. I managed to take out one of the sentry bots with a pipe wrench, with some help from Lady Fillmore, who also took out the Protectron. The Assaultrons fell on me though. I used an assault rifle to kill one, a combat rifle to kill a Protectron, and a sledgehammer to kill the last Assaultron. And I just want to say that I still really hate melee combat in Fallout 4. From there, I returned to Father, who told me that some nerd is being a stubborn little loser and locked himself inside a closet. I used a pulse grenade and a synth relay grenade to kill the gunners outside the house, and ended up having to use Kellogg's pistol to take out the last gunner. I convinced Wallace to go to the Institute and formed the Commonwealth of the Institute's position as their new gods of the wasteland, upgraded the radio in Diamond City, upgraded the Institute's reactor, and was told that I need to wipe out the railroad. I really didn't want to, so I let Desdemona know what Father suggested. Then I pulled another switcheroo by siding with them and using weapons I'd just bought from Tinker Tom to kill Desdemona and her stupid friends. The end of the line is fast approaching. Actually, I just completed that quest, but you know what I mean. All that's left is to defeat the Brotherhood of Steel on their turf. I prepared by going to a cave in the glowing sea to get a fresh suit of power armor. Then I was faxed to the airport and let the final assault begin. There are 3 generators that need to be destroyed. I used a Fat Man to take out the first one, then a Flamer on the second, and for the third, I was a little stuck. I had no weapons. I tried to get the turrets or Protectrons to do damage to it by crouching near it, but that didn't work. Then I tried an Institute beacon, which also did not work. There was only one solution, a final solution. I called the timeout, let the Brotherhood go to get ice cream, while I went to Diamond City to buy a Syringer from Dr. Sun. Then I went back to the airport, took out the last generator, and had to protect the Institute virus synth while it flooded Liberty Prime with communist propaganda. I'm gonna go ahead and skip a lot of shit and tell you that this really didn't work out very well. It was actually such a disaster that I didn't even touch Fallout 4 for 2 days after I quit the game. The problem was I had no weapons. So I took a step back and examined this whole situation. I scoured the Fallout wiki for every weapon that I could realistically get my hands on, and then I put my plans into action. I went back to when I first arrived at the airport, went to Diamond City to buy a Syringer, went to Hubris Comics to get a Grognag axe, and also happened to run into a few ghouls. Then I went to the Museum of Witchcraft because there was supposedly a revolutionary sword stuck somewhere in the ceiling, but I couldn't find it after a few seconds of looking, so I told the Deathclaw I was not in the mood for his shit, returned the Deathclaw egg to its mother, snagged a Deathclaw gauntlet, and went back to Diamond City to buy any more weapons that I hadn't used yet, like a baseball grenade, a cryo grenade, a super sledge, and a swatter. Yeah, I made an executive decision here that a swatter is different from a baseball bat. It's not like the 10mm pistol and the Deliverer, where the Deliverer is a singular, unique weapon. The swatter is its own platform of weapon that's similar to a baseball bat. I laid all my marbles on the table with this plan. It would either work or I would fail the challenge. I took out the first generator with a bolt-action pipe pistol, which is a different weapon from the normal pipe pistol and pipe revolver. Took out the second generator with a Syringer, and destroyed the last generator with a Flamer. Now I must defend Liberty Prime. I made my way up the stairs to the top of the platform and shot my only mini-nuke down at the Brotherhood soldiers on the ground. Then I got smart and put my power armor right in front of the stairs to block any Brotherhood cum-stains from coming up the right side of the platform. Then I just sorta held out for a while. Things went south after the virus got to 75% and Elder Maxon arrived on the field. My synths had pretty much ran out, and I'd used my last weapon, leaving me defenseless. I parked my power armor as close to the virus's right side as I could to protect it, and I tried to use my body as a shield from atop the platform, but that didn't work. I would have to be a distraction from down below, even though I had no weapons, no power armor, and was running pretty low on healing items. After a few minutes of that not working, I went back up top, got in my power armor, and managed to protect the virus just long enough for it to finish its job. I got the hell out of there, was teleported to safety, watched the Pridwin destroy everything, including my power armor which I ditched to swim away. I went back to the Institute, spoke to Sean one last time, skipped it all because fuck my son, and beat Fallout 4 by only using each weapon once. The fuck was that sound? I'll be real with ya, I thought this was gonna be more fun than it was. Once you start using the weapons, you slowly start to realize how there aren't very many distinct weapons in the game as you might have thought. According to my list, I used 45 different weapons throughout this run. And you might be wondering what the point of this run was. Well, I'll tell ya. Believe it or not, this entire thing was essentially a practice round for when I attempt to play Fallout 4 without attacking anything. God, that's gonna suck so hard. Of the many weapons in Fallout, only one allows you to carry a portable Armageddon in your back pocket. There's only one weapon that can be described as a tactical nuclear catapult. Can you beat Fallout 4 with only a fat man? Unlike Fallout 3 or New Vegas, Fallout 4 takes a more simplistic approach to weapons by doing away with strength requirements. This means that I could put no points into strength or 10 points into strength, and it wouldn't affect my ability to use the fat man in any way. Well, that's not entirely true. It won't affect my ability to fire mini nukes from the fat man. What strength does do is affect how much damage I can deal when whacking someone with the fat man. Because also, unlike previous Fallout games, there are two ways to damage an enemy with any given firearm. There's the obvious shooting part and the gun bashing part. Strength dictates how much damage can be dealt with gun bashing. You might think that gun bashing sort of takes away from the point of the video, but I'm inclined to disagree. Whether it's beating a puppy to death with a fat man or setting off a miniature nuclear warhead in a crowd of people, both are doing damage with the fat man, which is the challenge. With all of that out of the way, I put 6 points into strength, charisma, and intelligence, 4 points into luck, and 2 into perception, endurance, and agility. I tried to come up with some creative name for my character, failed miserably, named myself Fat, just Fat, ran out of breath on my way to the vault, entered it, froze, defrosted, and escaped the vault without killing any of the rad roaches by trapping them behind doors. Also, before the bombs fell and destroyed everything, I used console commands for the first and last time in this run to see if you can kill baby Sean. You can't if you were as morbidly curious as I was. Out into the wasteland, I stopped by Sanctuary to pick up a fan from my dead neighbor's house and let Codsworth fix me a snack. And holy God, is he fucking slow. He then gave me a message my significant other had recorded some 200 years ago. I had no interest in listening to it, but I didn't want to disrespect the dead by throwing it away, so I stuck it in the fridge for safekeeping. After leaving Sanctuary, the immediate problem was that I can only attack enemies with a fat man, and I don't have a fat man. There are quite a few of them spread across the Commonwealth, and their locations are listed on the Fallout Wiki, but because it's such a stupid powerful weapon, it's not exactly easy to get. You won't find one just sitting out in the open in a convenient place. For example, there's one in Good Neighbor that's just asking to be stolen, but getting to Good Neighbor at a very low level with limited supplies is not the easiest thing in the world. I had a rock-solid idea of where I was going to go to get one. The plan is idiot-proof. Not even I could fuck it up. It started at the Museum of Freedom with Preston Garvey killing the raiders outside so I could complete the out-of-time quest to level up. Then, indirectly threatening great bodily harm to Wolfgang if he didn't pay me and fuck off. I made my way to Lexington, just past the Super Duper Mart, to an encampment of raiders who were hiding out amongst a few partially destroyed buildings. One of them, presumably the Big Cheese, had power armor and a fat man. All the wiki says about the fat man found here is on the walkway where the raider with power armor is found. I, being the reasonably reasonable person that I am, took that to mean that the fat man is just sitting there. And it was, probably, maybe. What I hadn't considered is that one of the raiders would get to it before I would and decide to kill us all. After trying to lure a few ghouls up there to kill everyone, the raider eventually lost the fat man. My hope was that it fell to the ground, but it was nowhere to be found. So that foolproof plan didn't work out all that well. Luckily for me, there's another option that relies on other people doing the hard work for me. I pressed onward, deeper into the city, until I heard a distress call from Cambridge Police Station. Knowing that a hero needed to save the day, I ambushed the Brotherhood soldiers with a dozen ghouls. They got the best of Paladin Dance a few times, After a while and some solid teamwork, we beat the ghouls back into the ground. My mustache and I agreed to help Dance retrieve a deep-range transmitter from Ejected Systems. I looted the police station, spent about 90 seconds staring at a loading screen, which happened a few times throughout this run, and Dance and I were off on an adventure. Along the way, he brutally murdered a family of puppies. I tried to block the violence by hiding behind this lamppost, but it didn't really work. Dance and I pushed through Ejected, and by Dance and I pushed through Ejected, I mean I used Dance's body as a shield while he killed everything in our path. I tried to be useful by shutting down a few turrets, but it was almost as if I'd shut down Dance when I shut down the turrets. I can't imagine why that would have happened. I cooked Dance alive, did some parkour, and finally found the fattest of men. The new problem is that, despite everything I said at the beginning of the video about gun bashing, I didn't go into this playthrough thinking that I would use it. I had hoped to rely on mini-nukes. But the thing about mini-nukes is that, for whatever reason, they're exceedingly rare in Fallout 4. Unlike Fallout 3, where not only can you buy a mini-nuke from a vendor in one of the game's biggest cities, you're practically given the Fat Man and 8 mini-nukes if you follow the main quest line. In Fallout 4, well, that doesn't happen. You're never given any mini-nukes, and they're a bitch to find, primarily because no vendors sell them. That's right, you cannot buy mini-nukes in Fallout 4. If you don't have subtitles enabled, you miss that asterisk after cannot. You can buy them, but only from a weapon emporium that you create at a settlement, and to do that, you need local leader rank 2 and cap collector rank 2, and the lowest level at which you can obtain both perks is level 20. Spoiler alert, when I saw the endgame cutscene, I was level 19. So, you know, weapon emporium ain't an option. We'll come back to that problem in a bit. I've already been bitching for like 15% of this video. After I found what Dance had been looking for, we left Ejected. I agreed to join the Brotherhood of Steel and was off to Bunker Hill. On my travels, I realized that I didn't care at all about the junk jet. I tried to stuff it into a fridge like I did with that holotape from earlier, but you can probably guess how that turned out. I then discovered BADTFL Regional Office, and guess what treasures lay inside? Mini-nuke. What I'd been searching for so long was finally within my grasp. All I had to do was run inside, snag the nuke from the evidence locker, and run like hell. Things didn't really go as planned, because why would they? I ended up spending about 8 minutes in that nightmare of a building, because I couldn't find the goddamn evidence locker. Eventually I did, after wasting far more stim packs than I was comfortable doing, left the building with a single mini-nuke, and was back in the game. I arrived at Bunker Hill to sell some stuff, but also because there are mini-nukes in the basement. I thought it would be like stealing candy from parents who are mourning the death of their first child. But just like the cure for Johnny's stage 4 colon cancer, the utility basement is inaccessible. Let me tell you, this hit me just as hard as the cancer hit Johnny. God bless him, he fought as hard as he could, but he always was a little bitch. Anyway, after that disappointment, I went to where another mini-nuke was assured, Cabot House. Yes, after smooth talking my way into Jack Cabot's family home, I went down to the basement, threw Edward's mini-nuke down the stairs just to see what happened, stole it, and upped my arsenal to a whopping 2 mini-nukes. I had also read that that particular mini-nuke respawns after a while, so I waited quite a while, left the building, reloaded the game, and did not pick up a third mini-nuke because it didn't respawn. I went to Good Neighbor to sell what I'd picked up on my travels, because what else could I do? Acquired my third mini-nuke by stealing it from Cleo, marked Diamond City on my map, returned to the police station to continue the Brotherhood questline a bit, made it to Diamond City, and was one doorknob away from a fourth mini-nuke. The lock on Arturo's house was as formidable opponent as I've ever faced in any video game, meaning I, again, didn't get another mini-nuke. This is what I meant when I said they're a bitch to get. I wasn't gonna let that defeat me. I'm gonna get a fourth mini-nuke or fucking die trying. The target is the combat zone, a place filled with lots of enemies and lots of disappointment from what could have been. Tucked away neatly in the stands is a lonely mini-nuke. I saved it from itself by condemning it to certain doom sometime in the future. Outside the combat zone, I got overwhelmed by all the gunfire and prematurely ejected a mini-nuke into the crowd of people. It's nothing to be ashamed of, it happens to a lot of guys, or so I've heard. After realizing I just wasted 25% of my ammo, I reloaded a prior save, ignored the raiders, fled the scene, and was off to rescue Nick Valentine. It was in Park Street Station that I finally decided to start gun bashing enemies with the Fat Man, because this not attacking unless I'm detonating a miniature nuclear warhead thing just ain't working out. And this isn't the without attacking anything run. So I dumped a point into Basher to make gun bashing do 25% more damage, and went to town bashing a few men in the confined underground space, where nobody on the surface could hear any screaming. Turns out that even with strength of somewhere around 8, the first rank of gun basher and a dose of psycho, gun bashing isn't all that effective. There's a brief window of time in between gun bashes, and each bash takes somewhere around 15% of your action points. But at least I'm doing damage. In classic Bethesda fashion, after I used a terminal, I failed to use the stairs and the game temporarily broke. Thanks, Todd! The triggermen deeper into the station were about as troublesome to deal with as I thought they'd be. Had I planned ahead and gone in with more than half a dozen stim packs, this might not have been so bad. I then used one of my precious explosive babies on what I thought would be several triggermen, but ended up being like 2. Before pressing onward, I exited through the secret tunnel, returned to Diamond City to buy as many stim packs as I could, then went back to the Museum of Freedom to parkour my way from the roof of the church and onto the museum itself to get a suit of power armor, and went back down to Park Street Station. In addition to making me tougher, the power armor also makes using the Pip-Boy to enter vaults a thing of the past. As I got closer to Nick, I accidentally landed on a triggerman and killed him. My fat ass crushing whoever it lands on is unfortunately not a fat man, which meant I had to do that little segment over again. Dino took a bit of time to kill. Nick didn't glitch out or do anything stupid that would cause our escape to be any more challenging than it was already going to be. Some triggermen could go down in 2 whacks, others took closer to 5 or 6. Skinny Malone gave Nick and I 10 seconds to get out of the vault before he came after us. I agreed to meet Nick in Diamond City, did the interview with Piper, explained the predicament with my boy to Nick, got the key to Kellogg's house from Mayor McDouchebag, met Dogmeat again, got an amazing slow motion shot of Dogmeat being fucked to death by a nuclear warhead, and was off to Fort Hagen. I did follow Dogmeat for a little while, but I always hate to slowly dwaddle behind someone while they do something quest in Fallout. So I set off on my own because I'd picked up a scent. Another mini-nuke was calling out for help. This one was at the Coast Guard pier guarded by super mutants, with the primary threat being a super mutant suicider. Those mutants in particular bothered me. If you kill a suicider, you can get a mini-nuke, but the only way I can kill one is from a distance with a mini-nuke. It's like some sick fuck's idea of a joke. Todd Howard is probably behind this. Another mini-nuke is located in Vault 81. My initial idea was to obliterate the folks sitting at the vault's entrance, but wouldn't you know it, I sent a nuke flying into the group of people and only one of them died. I'm not joking for the sake of the video, that's really fucking lame. The number of NPCs that can't die takes a lot out of Fallout 4. The mini-nuke, located in Vault 81, is supposedly located in a hidden portion of the vault. It was either hidden exceptionally well, or it was referring to the portion of the vault that you can only enter once you start the quest line that ends with you finding Curie. Regardless, I didn't have time for that, so I left the vault, arrived at Fort Hagen, gave Dogmeat a few violent boops on his snoot to make sure he knew he wasn't welcomed here, and entered Fort Hagen to find Kellogg. I took the fight to one of the synths on the top level, but they take 4 to 5 hits each to kill, and with the number of synths in the fort, it would drain through too many of my stim packs to stop and kill them all, not to mention the fact that each gun bash drains a bit of the fusion core, and I was on my last one. I ignored as many of the synths as I could, found Kellogg, used one of my mini-nukes to take him out, bashed the shit out of the synths that didn't die in the blast, and left Fort Hagen. The Brotherhood arrived in the Commonwealth. I talked to Nick and Piper about what to do next, fast-traveled to Good Neighbor to meet Dr. Amari, and let her begin poking and prodding at the Tin Man's brain. It didn't work. I went into Kellogg's memories, all the usual stuff. I think someone stuffed cheese in the VCR tape slot or something, because the last memory kept looping. Or maybe it always does. I don't know. I don't remember the last time I spent any longer in Kellogg's head than was necessary. Out of his head, I was tasked with finding Virgil out in the glowing sea. I ditched my power armor before I even got close to the edge of the glowing sea, because I only had about 1.5 fusion cores left, and I didn't want to waste them running to the end of the game world. Plus, I had a hazmat suit, and would be avoiding enemies whenever possible, so the protection from the power armor wasn't all that useful. A problem that was 1 part Deathclaw and 1 part Carrot led to me temporarily getting stranded on top of a collapsed piece of highway while I waited for a Deathclaw to Amscray. Sometime later, I found Virgil, convinced him to help me, and was off to kill a courser. I kept the tradition alive by completely ignoring the radio signals portion of this quest and going straight for Green Tech Genetics, where I spent another 90 seconds staring at a loading screen. For some reason, I left Green Tech Genetics and fast traveled to the Museum of Freedom, killed the raiders inside, saved Preston and the Minutemen, released a Deathclaw outside, and waited while the Deathclaw, raiders, and Brotherhood soldiers fought to the death until only the Brotherhood remained. Preston and his stupid friends were off to Sanctuary, and I was hot on their trail so that I could use a workbench there to drop off my junk for the first time so far in this playthrough. With some breathing room in my pockets, I returned to Green Tech Genetics to begin scaling the interior of the building, which was surprisingly tougher than Fort Hagen. I used the same technique on the Courser as I did with Kellogg. Kill him. With his Pringle in my possession, Dr. Amari informed me that I'd need the railroad's help to decode the damn thing. I discovered the Old North Church, but before going inside, I took a ride up to the Pridwin with Paladin Dance to keep things moving in the right direction. Maxon gave his speech. I resurrected Dolph Ziggler's old gimmick of introducing myself to everyone I could find, spoke to Maxon again, and tried in vain to get the mini-nuke that was on the table behind Proctor Tegan. It was just sitting there, mocking me, taunting me, trying to seduce me from afar. Also, this weirdo stood there listening to my conversation with Tegan. My first, somewhat official Brotherhood mission was a tough one: clear out Fort Strong. Even with Psycho, a plain super mutant can take 6 bashes to kill, and those of you good at math will know that 6 bashes at roughly 15% AP cost per bash is almost 100% of my AP. That's annoying with a few enemies, but it's a legit problem when there's half a dozen enemies and a super mutant behemoth. There were no options with the super mutant behemoth. A mini-nuke was the only way to go. My best bet was to take out as many of the other mutants as I could when I killed the behemoth. I could have done a better job with that, but it worked out alright in the end. There are a few mini-nukes in the basement of Fort Strong, which made me more comfortable with using another one in the basement, but I still conserved ammo when at all possible. Back aboard the Pridwin, Maxon spread his creamy praise all over my face, and I returned to the Old North Church to make contact with the railroad. Unfortunately, you can't just analyze the Courser chip yourself, and using Tom's terminal will make everyone else hostile. So I handed over the chip, got it analyzed, got the plans from Virgil, and informed Maxon of what was happening. I worked with Ingram to get the teleporter set up properly and teleported inside the Institute. I had no interest in helping the Institute with anything, so I spoke to Madison Lee to convince her to join the Brotherhood, met with the other bigwigs, and left to give Ingram the holotape she'd requested and to inform Elder Maxon of what I discovered. What came next was almost as bad as the Dwemer ruins of Skyrim. I had to talk to Ingram, then back to Madison Lee, and then back to Proctor Ingram. It wouldn't be so bad if there weren't so many loading screens between locations. But then again, it wouldn't be a Bethesda game if there weren't a traumatizing amount of loading screens. After all that waiting, I was tasked with finding a special magnet that Elder Maxon wanted to put on his fridge. Then I fucked up, big time. By this point, I put away the list of mini-nuke locations, which was a mistake, because I passed through Big John Stud's salvage without picking up the mini-nuke located there. I was so focused on finding that magnet that I didn't even think to look for a mini-nuke in the scrapyard. I found the high-powered magnet in Mass Bay Medical Center, returned to the airport, and built not 4, but 5 electromagnetic actuators. Ingram showed an emotion for the first time since she became a cripple, and I went back to the glowing sea to find the biggest supply of mini-nukes the world had ever seen. The ghouls in the Sentinel site didn't put up much of a fight. The glowing one could have been a real nuisance, but I lured it into the command room, and Adam's Wrath handled it. And for the second time, I completely forgot about my ulterior motives for traveling to Sentinel site. It wasn't for the Brotherhood, it was to get more mini-nukes. As soon as I planted the beacon, I turned into an Xbox 360 because I turned around 360 degrees and walked away. Back at the airport, I activated Liberty Prime. Maxon took his now dry and crusty cream back inside himself when he yelled at me. I kept a close eye on Scribe Halen as we went down to the basement in the sky, and I traveled to Listing Post Bravo to kill me a metal puppet. The Protectrons were as stubborn as I am, because they rudely interrupted me telling Dance that I was going to bash in his skull. They're also a bit time consuming to kill. Dance got on his knees. I gave him the old heave-ho with my fat man, and I returned to Elder Maxon to inform him of a job well done. The end is almost in sight, but before the end can begin, I had to eliminate the railroad. Glory was the only one who posed an actual threat. In his final moments, Drummer Boy finally got to be a big boy. I beat him to death just as his father would have wanted. With the railroad decimated and Pam reprogrammed, Ingram and I could fly to Mass Fusion to get the beryllium agitator. The synths continued to be pretty annoying to fight. Luckily, you can largely ignore them as you get deeper and deeper into the building until you arrive at the reactor chamber. Once I had the agitator lodged safely inside me for transport, I knew that I'd be parting with at least 2 of my mini-nukes before I left the building. Sentry bots and assaultrons are among the toughest enemies in the game. Ingram did some damage to the sentry bot, but it was too much for her, which led to me using a mini-nuke on it. 2 assaultrons were released in the next room, and I didn't hesitate before ending them. I ignored the synths and Brotherhood soldiers fighting and causing a ruckus, left the building, and faced an almost 2-minute-long loading screen. Before I returned to Ingram and took the final steps towards the end of the world, I found the 3 mini-nukes located in the lower level of the Pridwin. I knew what was coming. About 15 minutes of boring while following Liberty Prime. For the briefest of moments, I thought it would be possible that I wouldn't have to consider doing shots of Drano during this part of the game, because I tried to jump on Liberty Prime's head to ride him all the way to the CIT ruins. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. After Liberty Prime got startled by the water, I figured out something that changes everything. You can just fast travel to CIT ruins and skip most of the bullshit. It's finally time to go beat my father to death. Hooray! Back in the Institute, I mostly ignored the synths until my team and I arrived at the heart of the Institute. I used one of my mini-nukes to take out a group of synths, another to take out what I thought was a legendary synth, but was actually a Brotherhood Knight. Oops. And went to find Father. His iron lung protected him from the harm I'd hoped to cause with a mini-nuke. And you can't melee while in dialogue, but you can look away, melee, and turn to face him before the animation finishes, allowing you to kill Father, who is surprisingly ripped for a 60-year-old. The Brotherhood and I pushed through the Institute until we found the final group of synths alive to make their stand. Well, they're not really alive. I ignored them, placed the charge on the reactor, was teleported to safety, tried to use my last mini-nuke on Jared Fogel's real doll, told Ingram to leave the kid to die in the explosion, was teleported to safety again. I destroyed the Institute and beat Fallout 4 with only a fat man. One of the biggest changes Fallout 4 made from previous Fallout games is that junk now has a purpose, besides being objects littering the wasteland, to make it feel like it was once a world people lived in. All junk items can be scrapped and used to make or modify weapons, armor, and settlements. But beyond crafting purposes, junk can also be used as a weapon. Can you beat Fallout 4 with only the junk jet? The junk jet is a heavy weapon in Fallout 4, which means all heavy weapon perks apply to it. There are 3 in total, but the most important is Heavy Gunner, which requires a 5 in strength. Mods are also gonna come in handy. To fully upgrade the junk jet, Gun Nut rank 3 and Science rank 1 are required. Both of those are conveniently intelligence perks, so we put 6 points into intelligence. It also lets us level up faster, so I dumped 2 more points into intelligence and spread out the remaining points. Nuclear war is scary. I couldn't bring myself to look. I just kept my eyes on Mr. Abel, and I knew everything would be okay. Everything was not okay. I got frozen, my wife got murdered, my son got kidnapped, and I went back under the ice before waking up sometime later. By now, escaping Vault 111 without attacking the red roaches is child's play. Lure them behind the door, seal it, then crouch until you're no longer in combat. Snag the Pip-Boy, and we're out of the vault without any bloodshed. Out into the wasteland, my first stop, as usual, was Sanctuary to briefly talk to Codsworth, put another special point into Endurance, pick up an assortment of items, and be off to the center of the map. I ignored Dogmeat, passed by the Museum of Freedom, handled a situation between Wolfgang and Trudy, and arrived at the Cambridge police station to assist Dance and the others with their ghoul problem by standing behind a fence and doing nothing. I'm working with the Brotherhood of Steel at the moment because there are only 2 ways to get a junk jet. You do the Brotherhood quest at ArcJet Systems and pick up the junk jet in the basement, or you kill Man-to-Man in a random encounter. There are 8 different kinds of random encounters. Man-to-Man's is a static encounter. There are locations all over the Commonwealth where these events can take place, but the locations are not specific. They occur in predetermined places. The locations are set, but the encounters are not, which means there's no way to know if a location's static encounter will be a mole rat ambush, or a duel between 2 death claws, or a dead Vault 81 dweller, or an encounter with Man-to-Man. What this all means is that the only reliable way to get the junk jet is going to ArcJet with Dance. After looting the ghouls and the police station, Dance and I set off for Arcjet. Dance handled the synths inside without too much of a problem. We entered the engine core, I sprinted down the stairs, and finally found the junk jet. From what I've read online and what I experienced in-game, all items fired from the junk jet do the same amount of damage. It doesn't matter if you're firing a teddy bear at Mach 6 or lobbing a piece of steel towards an enemy at unimpressive speeds, the damage is the same. You might be thinking that I'd just load all my junk into the junk jet, but I didn't, because some components are rarer than others and are required to build the teleporter used to get into the Institute. I started off with 75 items in the junk jet, which isn't that bad. Once I'd used the thermal engine to try and kill Dance, we took the elevator and I got into combat for the first time. The junk jet is sort of like the pistol from Doom 2016 because there's a standard shot and a charged shot. The standard is mostly worthless. The items don't go very far and do less damage. The charged shots do more damage and have a longer range. But the junk jet is not like your standard firearm. You're not breaking the sound barrier with a teddy bear. They're lobbed projectiles, which means you need to lead your opponent a little and consider that the object will drop as it flies through the air. It's not like Battlefield levels of bullet drop or anything, but it is something to be aware of. The other thing about the junk jet I found to be annoying is that when you aim in first person, there's no crosshair on the screen. This would be a slight inconvenience on its own, but when you add in the fact that the objects drop, it's a real pain in the ass. I tried to play in third-person mode while I cleared out the Museum of Freedom, but for whatever reason, I don't much care for it in Fallout. After speaking to Preston, I made my way to the roof, snagged myself a set of power armor, and ascended from the roof to the ground to take the fight to the Deathclaw. It was tough, as evidenced by the skull next to its name, but not impossible to take down. I had 83 ammo when I jumped from the roof, and after everything was dead, I had used almost 30 pieces of junk. When you think about it, that's not all that bad. I mean, I killed a bunch of raiders and a Deathclaw at level 5 with less than 30 shots. With the area safe, I ransacked a few buildings, sent the Minutemen off to Sanctuary, and returned to Sanctuary to upgrade my junk jet with a gunner sight and long barrel. I also dropped off a few pieces of junk, duct tape, biometric scanners, those sorts of things, for safekeeping, and began heading towards Diamond City to get started on the main questline. I stopped by the wreck of the USS Riptide to test out my new and improved junk jet. The gunner sights make a huge difference. I also briefly experienced something strange that would piss me off a lot throughout this run. See, the junk jet is a finicky piece of shit. There are a myriad of things that can go wrong with it. In this instance, sometimes fired projectiles simply don't connect. You're aiming at an enemy, you fire at them, and you miss. I kept that in me noodle and proceeded to Diamond City, where I ignored Piper and McDonough, entered the city, and sold most of my ammo to Mira to stock up on stim packs and buy the cheapest junk she had to up my ammo count. I then met with Ellie and got word from her that Nick Valentine was being held hostage somewhere in an underground bunker. Before I ventured into Park Street Station, I went back to Sanctuary to begin crafting ammo. That's right, you can craft junk jet ammo. Take all the junk you've found, drop it on the ground, scrap it all, and you've turned individual pieces of junk into their base components, which are also pieces of junk. For example, you can fire a gas canister as a single object, or you can break it down into 3 steel and 1 oil. So now you've effectively turned 1 ammo into 4 ammo. Prior to dropping all my junk, I had 154 pieces of junk loaded into the junk jet. After scrapping everything and storing some items, I had over 700 pieces of ammo loaded into the junk jet. This is where the junk jet gets its effectiveness. Your ammo is effectively infinite. Even if you run out, all you have to do is spend a few minutes looting, break down what you found, and you've replenished your ammo supply without spending any caps. With my damn near unlimited ammo, I returned to Diamond City, left the city immediately, and began making my way towards Park Street Station. Because I didn't have to worry about running out of ammo, I wasted a few raiders on my way to the station, passed through a building, and found a cult. This highlights another advantage the junk jet has. You don't have to worry about reloading. You can just keep firing and firing and firing away until everything is dead. I then arrived at Park Street Station, went inside, and took the fight to the Triggermen. They're not that tough to kill given their lack of armor, but when attacking in mass with automatic weapons, they can drain your health quicker than you'd expect. Still, most can go down in 1 or 2 shots. Inside the vault, I blasted a Triggerman into next week. passed through a construction area, and killed Dino with a piece of steel to the knee, and met up with Nick Valentine. This was actually a nice change of pace, as I usually let Nick do most of the work as we escape the vault because I'm near worthless in a fight, but this time I could actually lead the charge. We got through the Triggermen and came face to face with Skinny Malone and his crew. Because I'm a god of hoarding, Skinny Malone never stood a chance against me. After we escaped, I told Nick I'd meet him back at Diamond City later. I returned to Sanctuary to scrap more junk, and even a few firearms for my arsenal. I was back up to over 700 pieces of junk and was finally ready to do Piper's interview. I sort of blacked out and just spammed the 4 key over and over until Piper stopped talking. I assumed it was a raging success and went to tell Nick everything I knew about my situation. He led me to Kellogg's house and failed to get in even though he's half man and half lock. I strapped my helmet on tight and used my charm and quick wit to convince Geneva to give me a key to Kellogg's house. There was nothing all that interesting aside from more junk to add to my collection. Nick whistled for dog meat from inside Kellogg's house. I'm not sure how the hell Dogmeat heard that from Red Rocket, but he did. Nick and I went on endless adventures, and after 3 seconds I told him to fuck off to Sanctuary. After so many runs in Fallout 4, I know exactly which side of the map Fort Hagen is on, so I set a marker, fast traveled back to Arcjet as it's the closest to the marker, and began my journey. I killed a few ghouls on the way out there, found a suit of power armor in a dilapidated mobile home, and arrived at Fort Hagen. Dogmeat wasn't there yet, but all I had to do was sleep in a bed, fast travel to Fort Hagen, and he's not there. I know what the problem is. You're supposed to show Dogmeat the nothing before you can leave Diamond City for Fort Hagen. Now he's there, and I can tell him to leave before I start shooting him with plastic. After taking out the turrets on the roof, I entered the fort. That projectiles don't hit shit problem reared its ugly head again here. This issue isn't listed in the bug section on the Junkjet's page on the Fallout Wiki, so I'm not exactly sure what it is that's causing it. The synths here aren't much tougher than those I faced at Arcjet. Plain Jane synths can go down in 2 shots. Aragorns take 3 or 4, depending on how charged your shot is. Not particularly difficult. Turrets are a completely different beast though. Those automated shits are somewhat immune to the Junkjet. And by immune, I mean half the time you can't damage them. It's not like it's just one turret that's glitching or something. 2 turrets, back to back, had this problem, as did many more. I assumed it was me somehow fucking up, because Bethesda games are notoriously bug-free. Not long after the turret fiasco, I came face to face with Kellogg. My tactic for dealing with Kellogg was the same as it always has been: drugs. Psycho and a sneak attack does significant damage to him, the few synths in the room aren't a threat, and the hardest part became hitting an invisible target. I stripped him naked, left his corpse to rot, watched the Pridwin arrive, returned to Diamond City, sold a few things to Arturo, got through the conversation with Nick and Piper as fast as I could, and was off to Goodneighbor to enter Kellogg's memories. I killed Finn before he had a chance to rob me, met Dr. Amari, tried to fry Nick's brain, failed, took a seat, and went through Kellogg's memories. This time, I changed things up a bit. Instead of leaving the room to get something to eat while I was in Kellogg's brain, I left after I exited the Tranquility Lounger. After speaking to Amari again, I was ready to head towards the glowing sea. Some of you have asked how I get Fallout 3, 4, and New Vegas to run without crashing. The answer is simple: I don't. In fact, Fallout 4 crashes damn near every time I launch it after starting a new recording, and I haven't been able to press load on Fallout 3's main menu without the game crashing since last year. So, if you're gonna ask a similar question in the comments of this video, don't waste your time because I don't have an answer. Anyway, before I went to the glowing sea, I stopped by Sanctuary again to drop off some junk. Unfortunately, the closest location I've discovered to the glowing sea is Fort Hagen. I found a new suit of power armor in a garage and made a mental note to come back for it later. He never went back for it. I faced a few ghouls closer to the Green Sea. Roamers take 2 shots, but normal ghouls can go down in 1 hit. Then I faced a raider survivalist, which was surprisingly harder to kill than Kellogg was. After entering the glowing sea, I mostly ignored the nonsense until I arrived at the Crater of Adam. I slipped off a rock and startled someone, which led to everyone opening fire on me. This ended up being a good thing though. I had no idea these cultists actually had names. If nothing else, I learned something today. At Virgil's cave, I convinced him to help me, and then fast traveled back to civilization to head towards Green Tech Genetics to track down a courser. The projectile problem happened again here, and I still have no idea what the hell causes it to happen, but every time it does, I get one step closer to doing shots of bleach. The gunners inside Green Tech weren't too bad. The low-level gunners, without a prefix or suffix, can usually be rendered dead with 2 shots. The biggest problem when dealing with the Courser was the amount of time it takes to charge a shot. Z247's got a few stim packs, which heal most of the damage done to him in the time it takes to charge up another shot. With a bit of persistence, I killed the Courser and the hostages, went back to Goodneighbor, where I spent more time in loading screens than I did anything else, and ignored the Freedom Trail until I discovered the railroad. I put on my best dress and distracted Desdemona with my ample curves and bright blue helmet, allowing me to unofficially become an official member of the railroad. I handed over the chip, Tinkerbell decoded it, and I couldn't continue the railroad story until a glorified fetch quest with Deacon was completed first. I'll go ahead and tell you now that this was a waste of time, but in the moment, I had no idea how many minutes I'd spend that I would never be able to get back. I met up with Deacon somewhere in the Commonwealth and we pushed through the switchboard until I recovered Bitch Doctor's prototype. Nothing inside posed any sort of a threat, which is why I'm glossing over it. I declined the gun from Deacon, but he gave it to me anyway. Gotta love the illusion of choice in Fallout 4. After returning the Doctor's toy, I went to Bunker Hill to meet Old Man Stockton. I turned a super mutant into paste with a piece of steel to the back, cleared out a church, played Ring Around a Rosie with a super mutant suicider, and escorted Hightower and his special friend back to his apartment so he can wipe his mind. Fallout 4 crashed twice when I tried to launch it again. I had to wait for Desi to explain to the underground simpletons what a blimp is, gave Virgil's plans to Tom, and could finally begin making the preparations to prepare to fax myself into the Institute. At the build site, I found another junk jet problem. For reasons only known to Todd Howard, the junk jet doesn't seem to work from behind cover. Even when I'm on the precipice of several broken bones, the junk gets caught on the floor. Again, no idea why this happens. Once everything was dead, I could scrap some of the construction in the area, lay down the reflector platform, and get the remaining plans from Tom. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. Everything in my entire life for the last few hours has led to this. I took everything worth a damn from my junk drawer in Sanctuary, threw it on the ground, scrapped it all at speeds that would make last month's me jealous, realized that I effectively now had infinite ammo, and created the Institute Transponder Teleportation Transponder. I wanted to corrupt the Institute from within by dragging a body inside with me, but the fallen man's friend wasn't having that. His bullets fucked everything up because the body didn't teleport inside with me. I decided to do something a bit different this time around. Sometimes I kill everyone in the Institute. Other times I work with the Institute. This time, I opted for the diplomatic approach. I politely told Father that I wasn't interested in working with him, and left without killing anyone. Desdemona was shockingly okay with my fuck-up. Then I realized how monumental my fuck-up really was. I had to talk to Preston. Remember what I said about wasting time with the railroad a few minutes ago? This is that. The railroad are now more or less out of the equation. I decided long ago that I wasn't working with the Brotherhood. I already told off Father, so the Institute's not an option. And the railroad has helped me as much as they can. I'm now forced to work with the Minutemen. This means that the next few minutes are going to be filled with boring explanations about how I helped a settlement with the raider problem, or the ghouls across the map that are somehow giving them trouble, or whatever else it was that I did. The Form Ranks quest is probably the worst quest in the game. You have to help 8 settlements in order to complete it. After giving Sturgis the holotape I'd gotten from an Institute terminal, I could get to work on the settlements that needed my help. I'm not going to go over all these. I spent about 2 hours doing all these, and to be perfectly honest, nothing all that interesting happened. The only noteworthy quest was the one that had me traveling to Sagus Ironworks to retrieve a ceremonial sword, and this was only noteworthy because Slag was a tough motherfucker to deal with. I also spent a little while playing with liquid magma. After a few settlements were helped, it was time to take back the castle. Killing all the little snail people was a pain in the ass just because there were so many of them. The giant one was tough as well, but not as tough as Slag. I helped a few more settlements, got word that an old cunt was waiting for me at the castle, I set up the artillery, wasted all the smoke grenades on the ocean, and the Institute attacked. This was bad. The higher level synths weren't the worst, but what turned this into a massacre were the coursers. It didn't help that all the Minutemen were pussies and a lot of them died. It wasn't long before I'd ran out of stim packs and retreated inside the castle walls. The castle was 70% defended, but the last 30% was much harder than the first 70%. It's worth mentioning that by this point, I'd upgraded my junk jet to almost its max potential. The only upgrade I didn't have was the ignition module that does 17 fire damage, compared to the electric module's 15 shock damage. The problem was that coursers do more damage to me than I can do to them, and there are several and a few synth patrollers. Eventually, I ran for the hills and tried to seek shelter in the water to let Preston get fucked to death over and over and over again by the metal men, but that didn't work all that well either. The other problem was that some of the coursers do flame damage to me, which greatly inhibits my ability to see where the fuck I'm shooting. After a while, I resorted to drinking irradiated seawater just to keep myself alive. The last few coursers ran for their non-existent lives, and I went after them because I wasn't letting them get away. One got away. I'd started this war with almost 780 ammo, and by the time the battle was over, I was down to 500 pieces of junk. But all that litter was worth it, because the end is in sight. Sturgis gave me the rundown on what I'd need to do. I visited several locations to stock up on stim packs, loaded my junk jet with everything I had, and swam through the sewers until I entered the Institute for the second and last time. Preston and friends arrived, he gave me the bomb, and we began pushing through the Institute, slaughtering all in our way. Not even the mega monkeys stood a chance against me and my glorified slingshot. In a poetic twist, I found Father lying in a bed when I had 666 pieces of junk. It couldn't have been any more perfect unless I got to sit there and watch him slowly die and eventually beg for death. But we don't have that kind of time. With the evacuation order issued, I killed the remaining synths and scientists on the way to the reactor core. I placed the charge, and Sturgis teleported us to the relay room to make sure everyone was ready. I got carried away and accidentally told the kid he could come with us. I could have just reloaded a save and told him to piss off, but I had something much more time-consuming in mind. I stood there for 5 minutes, blasting that little shit with every piece of junk I had, just to make sure he knew that he was neither loved nor wanted. I took a look at all the shit I'd fired through the kid, took a single piece of steel with me, detonated the explosive, and as the mushroom cloud erupted from underground, I fired a piece of steel at Preston Garvey's stupid head and beat Fallout 4 with only a junk jet.
I want the tapes! I want the tapes now! And we are back with Warren G.
Fallout 4's weapon customization system blows every other Fallout game out of the water. But just like with Fallout 3 and New Vegas, there are ways to defeat foes without using guns, explosives, or melee weapons. Can you beat Fallout 4 with only the Pain Train perk? Pain Train is a perk in Fallout 4 that lets you damage enemies when you sprint into them while wearing power armor. Because it essentially turns power armor into a living, breathing weapon, it requires strength of 10. The kind of person who dreams about being a train pays no mind to intelligence, but does put enough points into luck to get the Idiot Savant perk, which has been mathematically proven to be a superior method of gaining experience compared to maxing out intelligence. Endurance is useful to take damage. Agility is necessary because sprinting drains your action points, which are influenced by your agility, and Charisma to get a slight discount on stim packs from vendors. With my body almost more than ready, my husband and I ran to the vault. I did a sweet 360 as I got into the circle on the center. We went under the ice. I discovered that you could pound on the glass when you wake up to watch your child get abducted by a sentient cereal box, and then I woke up. Escaping Vault 101 while not attacking any of the rad roaches is beyond trivial at this point. I escaped the vault, arrived at Sanctuary, got some delicious experience from Codsworth, used the Your Special book to bump my strength up to 10 so that I'd be able to get the Pain Train perk when I leveled up, and began ransacking every single house I could find for garbage while Codsworth got to work on our little bug problem. I have no idea how he managed to stay alive for the last 200 years, because he can levitate off the ground and yet somehow he got himself stuck on a barrel. Or maybe he was just really into bloatfly stings. He even said he doesn't feel pain, so it's probably that. I had things to do, so I fast traveled to Sanctuary from Sanctuary. Codsworth had taken care of that bug, and I went to town, scrapping every object in every house and all the land within this stupid little green boundary. I quite literally spent 10 minutes disposing of Sanctuary's trash. I built a few boxes to store my valuables and was off to the Museum of Freedom, because that's the closest set of power armor. It took a few tries to get up on the roof, but I succeeded in getting a suit of powered armor. I let Preston take care of the raiders outside the museum's entrance. I leveled up, put the point into Pain Train, and went inside the museum to demolish everyone I could find. That's almost true. I went inside without the armor to snag a fusion core, then left the building and got back in my power armor to begin riding circles around all my enemies. You know what? Pain Train does far more damage than I thought it would, by a lot. All it takes is one hydraulics-powered forearm to the chest and a raider dies. One hit, who'd have thought? With all the raiders knocked unconscious, they're not dead, this is a children's game, I met Preston and his gaggle of idiots, went up to the roof, dropped to the ground like an angel of death, and turned the raiders into train tracks. And just like with one of my previous Fallout 4 videos, the only remaining problem here was the Deathclaw. Pain Train does a traumatizing amount of damage to most low-level foes, but a Deathclaw is not that. So I did the only thing I could think of that wouldn't involve my power armor or the person inside getting torn to shreds. The Deathclaw can't get inside this little building here, and it's right in Preston's line of sight. All it takes is about 10 minutes of baiting the Deathclaw to stay near the building, so Preston can attack it, and its health will be low enough that you can try to run into it, almost get your head ripped off, slam into it right as Preston lands the killing blow, so you reload a save because Preston doesn't get to say that he killed the Deathclaw. The remaining Minuteman is now on his way to Sanctuary, as am I because I have things to do. Mainly leveling up to get the Idiot Savant perk. Once I'd gotten it, Sturgis tasked me with making a few beds. I went a little overboard, but in my madness, I came up with something brilliant. Something that would have blown my mind if I understood the implications of what I just decided to do. I gathered a lot of wood when I was destroying Sanctuary. 807 pieces of wood, to be exact. That amount of wood can make 403 fence posts. Each one gives you 2 experience, but thanks to the Idiot Savant perk, you occasionally get 6 experience per fence post. Can you see where I'm going with this? You might be asking yourself, did this idiot really lay down 400 fence posts? Of course I did. What kind of person do you think I am? It was so successful that it leveled me up twice. But the perk noise kept going long after I stopped building, and let me tell you, that got old fast. But I wasn't done there, not by a long shot. All around Sanctuary are trees that give 12 to 20 pieces of wood each, and with a smile on my face, I ripped all those fuckers out of the earth to use to fulfill my twisted fantasy of a world that is only fence posts. This isn't Construction Adventures with Mitten Squad, so I won't spend too much more time on it, but with all the wood I gathered, I was able to put down 826 more fence posts, to bring us up to a grand total of 1,229 fence posts. It truly is a sight to behold. With my ideas realized, I began heading south to make my way towards Diamond City. My initial plan was to stock up on stim packs at Diamond City and continue south until I got to the castle, because there are quite a few fusion cores stockpiled in the armory. I'm getting ahead of myself. I turned the raiders, hassling Trudy, into slime on the ground, sold and bought with Trudy, and kept moving until I found myself in the middle of a mole rat family reunion. A small problem with the Pain Train perk is that you do need to get a bit of a running start, which becomes a problem when the enemy is always gnawing on your shoelaces. After that situation was resolved, my fusion core was running on fumes. There was no way I'd be able to get to another fusion core before it crapped out on me. So I ditched the armor for the time being and traveled on foot. I can't attack anything on the road, but slight inconveniences that I've dealt with a few times but still are kind of annoying is my middle name. Sometime later, I attempted to help Paladin Dance with his ghoul problem. They followed me into an alley and beat me up. Dance lost consciousness enough times that he probably had significant brain injuries, and I followed him to Arctret Systems because there's a fusion core in the reactor area. He did all the work on the way there, and bravely fought off some of his brothers and sisters until we got into the basement where I got my hands on another fusion core. I still couldn't fight back because of the implication, so Dance picked up the slack. I might have accidentally lit him on fire a little bit. I gave him his toy since he was so well behaved. I agreed to join his club, and I was back on the road. You might think that because I had a fusion core, I'd return to my armor. You would be metaphorically incorrect. My goal was still Diamond City. Along the way, I rescued a shopping cart from drowning and returned it to its family and, that's about it. I didn't bother with the mayor or anyone else when I got to Diamond City. I went straight for the vendors. Arturo had an impressive 4 fusion cores, and with enough batteries to last almost 90 minutes, I reunited with my power armor, tried to stop a murder but stood in front of the wrong person, did the interview with Piper, had a pessimistic attitude about everything, got word from Ellie about her robotic friend, and was off to continue my campaign of idiocy. I used my powers as the living embodiment of Aqualad to repair some pipes and squash a few Mirelurks. Met up with the settlers at Ten Pines Bluffs, kept my ulterior motives a secret, stole their tomatoes, and took on the raiders at Corvega Assembly Plant. These are still mostly low-level raiders, so despite there being a lot of them, they can be taken down with relative ease. It did take me a little while to figure out where the head goon was hiding out, but once I did, I turned his legs into silly putty, informed the nobodies of my successful rampage, and got to work scrapping every piece of wood they had, which was a disappointingly low amount. Any is better than none, but it wasn't worth the time I'd just spent at Corvega. In fact, I was only able to build another 120 fence posts with my recovered materials. I then talked to Preston about joining the Minutemen, just to let him feel excited for a little bit. Like when you ask your parents if you can go to Toys R Us this weekend, and they say maybe, when they really have no intentions of taking you to Toys R Us. I finished up the Sanctuary quest for Sturgis, was now level 15, and began heading to Park Street Station to save Nick. After getting into a scuffle with a few raiders, I bumped the difficulty up to normal, because killing almost everything with one hit felt too easy. I antagonized Swan, found out that his arm is a boat and not a mutated tentacle, which blew my mind, entered the station, and introduced my body to the Triggermen. It was here things got annoying. There were a few issues with the Pain Drain perk that I didn't realize until now. The first is that just like with a melee attack, sometimes the full speed of a body slam does nothing, probably because they can block it. The other problem is one I've already mentioned. You need a bit of a running start, which is a real pain to deal with. Also, by this point, the armor on my power armor had long since been destroyed, so I'm essentially just a giant shell. I took on the remaining Triggermen, loitering around the vault entrance, fought a few inside, but largely ignored them because they weren't worth all the effort. Another problem I didn't mention was that sometimes you sprint into an enemy, you'll hear the sound effect, but nothing will happen. They'll just take no damage. That happened with Dino a few times, but I managed to save Nick and we began making our way out of the vault. It took a few attempts to convince Darla to leave Skinny alone, allowing Nick and I to leave the vault for good and agree to meet back up at Diamond City to discuss my kidnapped offspring. He suggested searching Kellogg's house, so I smooth-talked Geneva to get a key to Kellogg's house, found his special room, met Dogmeat, and the two of us set off into the wasteland to track down Kellogg. For once, rather than fast-traveling directly to Fort Hagen, I followed Dogmeat around as we searched for clues. We had so much fun together. We ran along the train tracks. We killed things. Then we killed more things. Dogmeat killed one of his cousins. He got overzealous and decided we should take on a Yao Guai, which was going pretty well until Preston showed up and saved the day. This guy was a phony, so I told him off and watched him vanish into the fog, never to be seen again. A few minutes later, we arrived at Fort Hagen, and I dismissed Dogmeat because I had to do this alone. I knew that what was inside Fort Hagen would be tough, so I postponed the search for my son for a bit to journey north where a set of power armor is supposedly located. Surprisingly, this attack dog was the toughest thing I've fought so far. You wouldn't expect something with a handle to put up much of a fight, but this thing sure did. It wasn't long before my life became a Disney movie. In a beautiful forest, surrounded by friendly deer, was my exoskeleton in shining armor. I ditched my old armor because I wouldn't be needing it, returned to Fort Hagen, and took shelter inside the base because a green sky is usually a sign that a tornado's coming. The synths inside were not at all fun to deal with. Even the base synths took 3 hits to kill. The small upside is that when they're in a group, I can ram into all of them and do damage to the entire group, provided I actually hit them all. I didn't really need the experience, and fighting all the synths on the way to Kellogg would most likely destroy the armor I'd just gotten. So I ignored most of the synths until I was ready to face Kellogg. Here's a fun fact: you can't pain train someone if they're not an enemy. You can't immediately start the fight because Kellogg isn't initially hostile. It's not really an issue because sneak attacks are impossible, but it is yet another problem. I took some Med-X and Psycho to prepare myself for the battle, and when it began, I was more than prepared. I did more damage to Kellogg with my first few attacks than I thought I would, but his synths proved to be the real annoyance, constantly attacking me and getting in my way, allowing Kellogg a chance to use a stim pack. Also, the fact that I had to wait for my AP to regenerate in order to sprint and attack him wasn't doing me any favors. It took longer than it usually does, but Kellogg eventually fell before me. I cleared out the remaining synths in the room, ransacked his brain, watched the Brotherhood of Steel's blimp arrive, went back to Diamond City, sold a bunch of stuff to Arturo, and talked to Nick and Piper about what to do next. We all agreed that the best course of action was to head to Goodneighbor. Dr. Amari agreed to do what she could with Kellogg's memories. I took a seat, relived a few memories, talked to Amari about some guy named Virgil. She told me he was out in the Glowing Sea, and I was on my way. The Glowing Sea is a lengthy jog away from anywhere I've ever been so far. It's far enough south that deathclaws are common. Luckily, they're incredibly stupid and can be avoided as long as there's a tree nearby. After taking far more radiation damage than I was comfortable with, I arrived at Virgil's cave, got a rundown on the plan, and left to find a courser. My first stop was CIT Ruins, where you're supposed to listen to a radio signal and follow the beeps. Not gonna do that because that's boring. Instead, I went straight for green tech genetics. The gunners inside were tough, could take a healthy amount of damage, and were perfectly happy dishing it out as well. The good news is that this building is mostly long corridors, making it easy, though still time-consuming, to take down them all. The only real trouble spot came from dealing with this guy with the missile launcher. Without the protection of actual armor, it does a lot of damage. But that only made it more satisfying when I charged into a group of 3 people and killed them all at the same time. Then came the coarser fight. Sneak attacks are usually my go-to method here, but they can't be used. Medics and Psycho can though. The Pain Train actually does a decent amount of damage. The biggest issue was his many stealth boys, which made hitting him a bit difficult. I pretty much turned myself into a boss fight by using the same tactic over and over again. Charge at him, retreat away from him to gain momentum, then attack him again. My tactic worked rather well. I got the crisp from his head, talked to Amari again, followed the Freedom Trail, solved their stupid puzzle, met Desdemona and her lackeys, and had the chip analyzed by Tinkerbell. I then left the church, returned to Virgil out in the glowing sea, got the teleporter plans from him, and had to decide which group to work with. My first thought was to side with the railroad. My only method of attack is the Pain Train. I named myself Thomas, after the tank engine. They seemed like the logical choice, which is why I had Sturgis analyze the plans. After I built the initial platform, I got the remaining plans from Sturgis, put the entire thing together in record time, and was finally ready to take the next step. Everything I've done has been leading up to this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bedworld. I would have made more, but I ran out of materials. Then I tried to make the steel chair exhibit, but I reached the build limit. I was still more than satisfied with my work, so I stood near the platform, got teleported into the Institute, did the holotape thing for Sturgis, met Father, agreed to work with him, met the various Institute leaders, and got my first mission from Father. I returned to Sanctuary and saw that the steel chair exhibit was a raging success. I gave Sturgis his tape, fast traveled to the Old North Church, and began making my way to Libertalia. I interrupted a robot race and no one was happy about it. I retreated into the water, but they were relentless with their onslaught. Once I was free, I met the Courser. He gave me the synth recall code. I tested the construction of a few wooden walkways, and quick-saved at the worst possible time. I don't think I've ever gotten a more horribly timed quick-save than this one. I quite literally had no choice but to reload another save and try again. The second time worked out much better. I made my way up to the Raiders' hideout, used the recall code, cleared out the other Raiders, and told Father that I'd done it good. He showed me how much he loved me by sending me off to war. The Battle of Bunker Hill. Not that tough, to be honest. I attacked some of the railroad heavies outside the gate and let the synths do most of the work to finish them off. The Battle of the Basement was much more gruesome. I found a legendary weapon and thought that a legendary item only playthrough might be interesting to try. Got some armor from a dead Brotherhood of Steel Knight, listened to how scared the synths were, used the recall code on them all, and almost railroaded my father into an early grave. I say almost because I couldn't have attacked him there even if I wanted to. He was less than impressed with the world around him, as most evil geniuses are. He told me to attend the directorate meeting. I tried to sit in his chair, but that's his spot, and he informed us all that he is officially dying. He named me the new director of the Institute. I dubbed myself King Choo Choo, and was ready to retrieve the Barnacle Aggravator from Mass Fusion. But I knew what was coming. I'd become enemies with the Brotherhood of Steel by teleporting to Mass Fusion. It was nerf or nothing, so I returned to Paladin Dance. After keeping him waiting for several days, we rode up to the Pridwin, and I got started. If you pickpocket a fusion core from a knight without getting detected, they leave their armor. If you're still hidden, you can take all the pieces from their armor for yourself, which is what I did. But wait, there's more. I dropped that set of armor off at Sanctuary, listened to Elder Maxon give his speech, introduced myself to the cast and crew of the Pridwin, and abused the VAT system to get inside Tegan's armory and steal an assortment of items, the most important of which were 4 fusion cores. Then I sold most of what I'd stolen to buy 6 more fusion cores, only 4 of which were at 100% charge, and began stealing the armor pieces from various sets of power armor that nobody was using. I had 16 fusion cores, 3 backup armor pieces for every limb, and having just performed the heist of the hour, I returned to the Institute to relay to Mass Fusion to find the beryllium agitator. The scribes and initiates are all a joke. The knights are tougher, but they're definitely worth killing as they have armor pieces and a fusion core. I used Allie Fillmore as a human shield. The elevator failed, I fixed it, went down to the reactor room, snagged the agitator, and things got bad. To escape with the agitator, you must defeat a sentry bot and 2 assaultrons. The sentry bot was worse, by a lot. It's quick, can stagger you with its karate skills, and has a ridiculous amount of health. I used the same tactic with it and the Assaultrons as I did with the Courser and Kellogg. Attack, retreat, attack again. With the day 1 in the name of science, I gave the agitator to Allie back at the Institute, interrupted Father's medical evaluation, and went to a Grey Garden house to solve a little problem. The gunners outside never stood a chance. I convinced T.S. Wallace to join the Institute, recorded a message for the Commonwealth, played with the dials and buttons in the Diamond City radio room, installed the reactor, activated it, and attended my first directorate meeting as the Big Train. Father then informed me that the railroad would need to be wiped off the map. For a moment I was confused, dumbfounded even. I told Desdemona that I'd been working with the Institute. She told me to leave and never come back, but nobody would attack me. Then I stole an alarm clock, and as the bullets started flying, I knew everything was going to be alright. Most of them were easy to send to the afterlife. They could take a few hits, but nothing crazy. Glory was the exception, probably. I think being shot by a minigun can slow you down and prevent you from sprinting. Either that, or I'm stupid. It could honestly be either. Soon enough, Pam was all that remained of the railroad. I sent her offline with a forearm to the chest, looked at the mess I'd made, looked at the mess Glory made, left the railroad forever, and informed Father that the railroad would no more. He told me to let Dr. Lee know that it was time to destroy the Brotherhood of Steel. I momentarily saw what God sees, and relayed to the airport. As you'd expect, the Boston airport is incredibly fortified with multiple knights in power armor, multiple turrets, and lower-level peasants all over the place. Despite my power armor and the numerous points in damage-resistant perks, they managed to end me. The next time, I ate my 1 emergency carrot and used the same tactic I've used several times. Then I died again. I wasn't doing this a 3rd time, so I used one of my stealth boys and snuck into the garage, took out the few unarmored foes who were foolish enough to stand in my way, and before long, I'd reached an impasse. A situation that made this playthrough come to a grinding halt. You can't pain train these generators to destroy them. I tried jumping off the world's strongest lamp to land on the ground next to it since that does some damage, but it did nothing. I cannot destroy these generators using only power armor. I did think of something though. The point is to beat the game only using the Pain Train perk to kill enemies. You don't get experience for destroying generators. They don't count as enemies. So I pulled out my fists, destroyed the first, then the second, then the 3rd generator, and the Brotherhood of Steel prepared to make their final stand against the might of the Institute. I had to fend off everything that remained of the Commonwealth chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel, while an Institute virus infected Liberty Prime. For a moment, I thought to be a little punk bitch and leave my power armor blocking the staircase, then leave to fast travel back to Sanctuary to get my other set and use it to block the only other staircase up to Liberty Prime. This synth proved that it would be a viable option. I didn't do it though, because I was doing more than enough damage to everything in my path. Even Paladin Dance didn't stand much of a chance. It wasn't long before Elder Maxon arrived to do his part. I got a few hits on him, but I kept falling off the railing. I wasn't there in his final moments to hold his hand as he passed on, but I was more than willing to raid his corpse and dress myself in his armor. The virus synth finished just as the combat guerrillas started arriving, and I was teleported to safety to watch the Pridwin go down in flames. I then returned to the Institute, spoke to Father one last time, and beat Fallout 4 by only using the Pain Train perk.
I got it. I turned it off. Shut up.
There are a lot of different weapons in Fallout 4, the majority of which are designed to do immediate damage. But there's one weapon that requires some patience and planning to be able to use effectively. Can you beat Fallout 4 with only a Syringer? Seeing as the Syringer is a weapon based on syringes, I decided to be an old man and name myself Arthur Bernard Chesterfield, because Arthur Bernard Chesterfield wouldn't fit, and to prove that I know my ABCs. Regarding special, I put 9 points into intelligence to level up faster, and to get access to the Gun Nut perk as soon as possible. Perception and luck are worthless, and charisma at 5 to have lower prices when buying presents for my grandson. I noticed before leaving that there isn't an animation of Nora picking up Sean. She goes from standing in front of the crib to holding him, but you can't finagle the camera enough to see her pick him up. I tried to bring a tricycle I stole into the vault with me, but it disappears into the Shadow Realm just after passing the bridge. So I settled on a cone, went down into the vault, and my cone was gone. The usual vault stuff happened: frozen, murder, theft of an inanimate object, and waking up inside the freezer. Just a wholesome good time all around. Escaping the vault is as easy as putting a rake in the lake. Just slam the doors closed behind you so the radroaches can't bite off your kneecaps, snag the Pip-Boy, and you're out of the vault. As always, my first stop was Sanctuary to check on Codsworth and to up my endurance because why not, and begin destroying what remained of an already destroyed neighborhood. I wasn't gonna go crazy with the wood this time. I didn't even have the idiot savant perk. I only cut down a couple dozen trees and put down like 650 fence posts. It leveled me up a few times. I picked the few perks I could that would benefit me early on, mostly regarding the amount of damage I can take, and left to head towards Diamond City. I went ahead and let Preston clear out the area in front of the Museum of Freedom, let Trudy kill the raiders giving her trouble, and pressed onward. Like most gimmick weapons that are a complete nightmare to use, the Syringer is only available in a few locations. There are actually about a dozen different places where you can find a Syringer, but I'll have to go to Diamond City anyway, so why not just get my weapon from there? Paladin Dance bravely fought off a small army's worth of ghouls while I stood on top of a sign and laughed about how savagely they beat him. I looted all the corpses he'd made, left, and eventually arrived at Diamond City, where I spoke to Dr. Sun and finally bought my Syringer. Now, here's the thing about the Syringer. It is awful for a few reasons. The first is that, unlike, say, the Commie Whacker or the Fat Man, there are no damage boosting perks that apply to it. Rifleman boosts the damage of non-automatic rifles by 10%, but not the Syringer. Bloody Mess provides a flat 5% boost to all damage, except for the Syringer. None of the weapon modifications affect damage either, because why would they? And to make matters worse, you can't find any ammo for the Syringer. You can't buy ammo for the Syringer. You can only craft it. The most useful syringe is the bleed out syringe that does 30 damage over 10 seconds. It requires 1 fiberglass, 1 oil, and 1 steel to craft. I'd scrapped just about everything I had, bought some junk from Trash Can Carla, and only had enough to craft 8 bleed out syringes. I bought a few more things from the vendors in Diamond City and was able to craft 5 more syringes. But just think about it for a second. 13 syringes that do 30 damage each is 390 damage. A 10mm pistol does 18 damage per shot. To do the same amount of damage with a 10mm pistol as you would with 13 bleed-out syringes, you'd need 22 shots. It's terrible. That's enough complaining, for now anyway. My goal was to get this over with as quickly as possible, so I spoke to Ellie to get the location of Nick Valentine, did the interview with Piper for some easy experience, stole some of her sister's stuff, played in the bus, and left to make my way to Park Street Station. I stopped by an encampment of raiders to test out the Syringer. It took 3 syringes to kill a simple raider scum. The first one I missed, the second drained most of his health, and the third finished him off. I reloaded a save because I wasn't wasting almost a quarter of my ammo to kill one raider, and I entered Park Street Station. I started to use the syringes themselves on the triggermen, but it became obvious that it would be ridiculously impractical jokers to only use the syringes. I'd have to spend hours and hours farming materials just to get enough syringes to clear out Park Street Station. I did try to find a glitch that would let me duplicate ammo, but nothing I found seemed like it would work. Admittedly, I only spent like 10 minutes looking, but it doesn't matter. This is a Syringer-only playthrough, which means beating people to death with the Syringer is allowed. Kinda misleading, but allowed nonetheless. The problem now is that I did not plan for gun bashing, meaning that I can't get any of the useful perks to make it better. Realistically, it wouldn't have been that difficult to grind for XP at a settlement by making shelves or something. I'd need around 5 levels to be able to put enough points into strength to be able to get the basher perk. I'll spoil the surprise and tell you that I never did that. I did, however, keep pushing my way through the triggermen until I got to Dino. I gave him an injection of probably irradiated nonsense, rescued the bobblehead, and began making my escape with Nick. The remaining triggermen weren't too bad. Some die in one whack, some take several, but gun bashing doesn't drain that many action points. By the time you've done one and can do another, most of the points have regenerated, so you can pretty much bash as quickly as the game will let you. I convinced Darla to leave Skinny alone, allowing Nick and I to escape the vault and agree to meet back up at Diamond City. I went ahead and scrapped a bunch more stuff at Sanctuary to hopefully make more syringes. I've been told that this isn't necessary, but it's the way I've always done it, and I'm sure my dad and his dad before him would have done this too if they knew how to play Fallout 4. My adventures in composting were less impressive than I'd hoped. I was back up to 11 syringes. You already know why that sucks. I raided Arturo's house and stole most of Diamond City's crops before meeting back up with Nick to discuss the very slight inconvenience of my missing son. Smooth talked the mayor into giving me a key, took almost everything from Kellogg's house, and ignored Dogmeat after leaving Diamond City because I've got things to do. To be specific, some bird at Bunker Hill has all the fiberglass in the world and has been hoarding it for herself. It falls on me to right that wrong. Fiberglass is not cheap by any stretch of the imagination. 1,600 caps for 25 pieces, making ammo for the Syringer some of the most expensive to make in the game based on nothing, but I'm saying it anyway. I sort of blacked out at Sanctuary when I was scrapping some stuff. The shipment was gone, but I only had 7 fiberglass. Not entirely sure what happened. Reloading a save and not scrapping the shipment seemed to solve the problem. And amazingly, it was now oil that was limiting my ability to create weaponized syringes. The silver lining is that I was able to tag both fiberglass and oil for searches, so finding both components will be slightly easier going forward. With enough syringes to kill a baby elephant and both of its parents, I hit the road in search of Fort Hagen. I beat 2 guys to death because their argument about sandwiches bothered me, and nothing else entertaining happened on the way to Fort Hagen. After sitting in place for 12 hours to wait for Dogmeat to mosey his way up to the base, I told him to leave and entered Fort Hagen. Guess what? The Syringer doesn't work on synths, so there's that, which is just awesome. The synths, or enough of them at least, are rather tough. Instead of wasting all my stim packs, I went back to the Museum of Freedom to help out the single remaining Minuteman. Thankfully, the raiders inside are a low level and not a threat by any stretch of the imagination. This was less about helping Preston and more about getting my body inside a set of power armor. And if you're wondering how many syringes it takes to kill a Deathclaw, about 8. I know because I wasn't about to spend 20 minutes waiting for Preston to do all the work for me, and beating the Deathclaw to death was never an option. I'm not Frank Horrigan. Despite only having 40% left in my fusion core, I took my glorified blowgun and barely power armor back to Fort Hagen to take on Kellogg. I mostly ignored the synths and went through the base about as quickly as I could without sprinting. They did occasionally block hallways or doorways, which was annoying, and they followed me into the safe room, but other than that, they weren't too bad. Then there's Kellogg. In an amazing turn of events, the Syringer doesn't work on him. Everything has to be a pain in the ass. I also forgot to get any psycho, and my power armor died about halfway through the fight because I forgot that gun bashing drains the fusion core. It took a bit of effort and more stim packs than I would have liked, but Kellogg joined my dog in hell. I took his brain, watched the Pridwin arrive, and interrupted Nick and Piper's private time in Nick's office. Somewhere along the way, I'd forgotten to put my clothes on, but I thought my bare chest worked rather well with my impossibly white mustache and glasses. The next task was simple: Dr. Amari in Good Neighbor. I hate going to Good Neighbor. It's such a pain in the ass to find, and the game slugs whenever I get near that part of town. Then again, that might be more of an iMac issue than a Bethesda issue. I spotted Deacon in Good Neighbor and tried to kill him. Did not work very well. Cleo mounted me and got blood all over the place. I spoke to Amari, did the stuff in Kellogg's Frosted Memories, and left Good Neighbor to head to the Glowing Sea. After about 8 minutes of walking, I managed to lure a rad scorpion to the Crater of Adam to kill the zealots worshipping the radiation. They wiped the floor with that scorpion. Its brothers were nearby and overheard the commotion, causing them to come over and wipe out an entire chapter of the Children of Adam. Virgil was as uninteresting as he always is, rambling on about coursers and plans and serums and general sadness. Tradition dictates that I ignore the quest objective and head straight to Green Tech to track down the courser. This entire thing is like Fort Hagen on steroids. The gunners take a solid 5 bashes each to take down, there are a lot of them to deal with, and then there's the courser. I decided to just ignore them as best I could. My best was not very good. I got lost on the upper level, and a douchebag with a missile launcher was willing to end his life if it meant I'd go down with him. I eventually got to the elevator, took a ride, and confronted the courser. The courser, being a courser, is immune to the Syringer, so once again, my only option was to bash it to death. The gun bash, with my frail body and lack of any strength perks, is quite ineffective. Add in the multiple stealth boys and several stim packs the courser uses, and you've got yourself a recipe for mayonnaise and jello tacos, or something else that's equally as horrible. This felt like it took forever, but it really only took about 2 minutes. Still, 2 minutes of constant attacks is nothing to sniff a stick at. With the chip in hand, I returned to Virgil to see if you could skip visiting Amari for the second time. You can't, and she was as worthless as ever, forcing me to find the railroad. There was a legendary ghoul in the church. I only killed it because I had a glimmer of hope that it would drop a legendary Syringer. I got almost the exact opposite. Found the railroad, got the chip decoded, watched a brief video showing how to repair blinds because my window fell and fucked up mine, returned to Virgil for the last time, and began siding with the Brotherhood. Logic would dictate that I side with the Institute, Any other faction will have me fighting synths who are immune to syringes. But I sided with them last time, and I didn't feel like doing it again. The Minutemen are monotonous, and the Railroad has you working undercover for the Institute or the Minutemen, so the Brotherhood is the most interesting choice. Before I could get the Interceptor built, I had to go with Dance to Arcjet Systems, which was interesting for the sole reason that I could actually attack while I was in there. Dance did most of the work, but I was able to take credit despite doing next to nothing, which is something I'm great at. Once that was done, I rode up to the Pridwin, met Captain Boring, the Elder, and everyone else on board the blimp, and realized what a colossal mistake I'd made by siding with the Brotherhood. I have to clear out Fort Strong. Strong is a super mutant companion in Fallout 4. The math tells us that the enemies at Fort Strong will be super mutants and a super mutant behemoth. I knew I'd need more syringes. So I absorbed a bunch of punishment, discovered Fort Strong so I could fast travel there later, and returned to Bunker Hill to buy more supplies. With everything I'd hoarded, I managed to make 31 syringes, for a total of 36, the most I'd ever had at a single time. I then went back to Fort Strong. There were a couple problems. I was lower on stim packs than I should have been. There were a bunch of muties, which meant I was taking a ton of damage at all times. Weapon bashing is terrible, and the 30 damage from syringes ain't shit. It eventually occurred to me that I could take the Lead Belly and Aqua Boy perks to make water my friend. Bash mutants until my health is nearly depleted, then retreat and drink water to get my health back without getting a ton of radiation. For the behemoth, my only option was syringes. Luckily, he would only go so far, meaning I could attack him from a distance. Like when I was in high school. Nobody wanted anything to do with me, but they could still do emotional damage from afar. It took 16 syringes to bring down the big boy. Inside was worse. There was no water to drink, and the mutants were just as tough as those outside. At one point, I did the unthinkable and put a skill point into strength to do more damage. I also started using the bleed-out syringes to do damage while I beat those mutants to death. The basement was unpleasant, as there was a former human down there with a missile launcher. Dance arrived just in time to tell me what a good job I did. Maxon told me to report to Ingram to begin construction on the teleporter. I had a slight issue getting enough generators, and I got the cords all tangled up. But aside from that, and Ingram being a stupid idiot by being in the way, I got it constructed easily enough and went inside the Institute. The robot boy had white hair, just like Father and actual Father. I convinced him that I was on his side, then double-crossed everyone by assassinating Dr. Madison Lee. What really happened was that she got caught up in the crossfire when I accidentally beat her to death. At least that's what Maxon thinks. Ingram explained to me that Liberty Prime is their secret weapon and sent me to find Dr. Skara. She was supposed to be in Diamond City. Now she resides in a bowling alley ran by robots with ironic names. I tried to kill her too, just to see what would happen, but you can't. The player can truly do whatever they want, except for, like, a lot of things, because that many branches in a quest line is impossible. From there, I had to find a high-powered magnet. This was very suck. It was sorta my fault, mostly not my fault. I decided, after what I went through at Fort Strong, that I wasn't going to fight my way through all the super mutants. That, in and of itself, isn't the worst thing to deal with. Just run past them all until you get what you need. Problem is, the door I needed to get through was locked, and I didn't know where the key was. Oh, and a super mutant suicider followed me inside, and if I stopped moving, it would catch up to me and detonate, causing death, among other things. It took me about 10 minutes and several reloaded saves to figure out where the key was. Then I actually had to get the souvenir magnet, which wasn't actually that bad. I went back to the airport, built the magnets, and was sent back into hell to find a bunch of nukes. They really want me to face my fears. The situation inside Sentinel's site was similar to what happened a few sentences ago. A lot of baddies that I chose to ignore instead of fight got in my way. The bigger hindrance here was the ghouls blocking my path. Thankfully, none of them were glowing ones or legendaries, so I could find the nukes, plant the signal, and get out of there without thinking about breaking out the shot glasses for my Drano. Liberty Prime was finally back online, but all is not well. Friends become foes in this episode of Dragon Ball Z. Paladin Dance has gone rogue, and it's up to me, the person who knows him better than anyone else, the person who just met him a few paragraphs ago, to track him down. And of course, by track him down, what I mean is mindlessly follow the waypoint. For a change of pace, I didn't kill Dance, and convinced Maxon to spare his life. Buzz Lightyear can now be my companion at any time, and all that stands between me and the end of this wretched existence is obliterating the railroad. I took Dance's power armor that was still on board the Pridwin, and went to the Old North Church to make God cry. The railroad agents, for the most part, were complete pussies. Most took 3 hits to defeat. The idiots with names inside Railroad HQ were tougher, Glory especially, but they weren't too bad. I'd have syringed more of them, but I was down to 2, and I didn't want to waste them. I did waste 1 on Glory, just to see if it worked. It didn't. After they were finally gone for good, I quite literally spent 2.5 minutes staring at a goddamn loading screen. You know that thing that happens when you don't move for a while, where the camera starts panning around your character? That's what I saw after the loading screen. That's how long it was. All that's left is the beryllium agitator. Getting inside the building didn't make me want to blow my brains out too many times. The elevator was broken, I fixed it by flipping a switch, grabbed the agitator, and fate threw a curveball. The sentry bot you have to defeat, one of the toughest robots in the entire game, was a legendary sentry bot. Cool, awesome, swell, neat. Why? What's that saying? Whatever can happen will happen. This is proof of that. My initial plan was to use a stealth boy to hide and wait while Ingram did most of the work. She didn't stand a chance, neither did I, to be honest. I got lucky and found a tactic that worked. The sentry bot couldn't, or wouldn't, for religious reasons, fit through the doorway, meaning I could pop out, hit it with my gun, and retreat. It worked for a while, then I got greedy. All told, it took more time to kill this sentry bot than the Courser and Kellogg combined. And what did it drop? A rolling pin, of course. Why would it be anything useful? Then came the Assaultrons, significantly more annoying to be honest. Not because there was 2 of them, but because they do this thing where they put up their forearm as it spins, which blocks any melee attack you do. It felt like I could only do damage every 5 or 6 hits. The rest of the time they'd block it. So fucking frustrating. But once they and the cousin of Deputy Weld were dealt with, it was finally time to take the fight to the Institute. There was not a snowball's chance in hell that I was following Liberty Prime for 17 miles. Instead, I fast traveled to somewhere near CIT ruins and waddled my way to the ruins where Liberty Prime and everyone else were fending off hordes of synths. Father did the announcement that you do when you side with the Institute, something I never noticed before, which is actually a neat little detail. And I enter the Institute for the second and last time to end it all. As you probably saw coming, I was not going to fight the synths inside. I was too tired, lazy, and pissed off to do anything remotely badass. I did convince Father to give me the code to shut down some of the synths, and then glitch the game. I also used a console command one time to slow down the game for a moment, because I had to know if the Syringer actually fires a syringe. It does, by the way. And then I shot Father right between the eyes. I knew this bitch was a synth. Since the syringes didn't work on robots, I bashed his head off, pushed through to the reactor room, planted the charge, got teleported to the safety room, for the first time ever, told the kid that he could come with us, and got teleported to the safety of a roof where, as the Institute was engulfed in flames, I bashed Elder Maxson in the face and beat Fallout 4 with only a syringer. The way Fallout 4 handles unique weapons is a significant departure from the ways of Fallout 3 and New Vegas. There are still unique weapons you can earn from quests or find in the world, but they've largely been replaced by legendary weapons with random effects that drop from tougher foes. Can you beat Fallout 4 with only legendary weapons? I ignored Codsworth, named myself Legend Gary, and started assigning special points. Because all weapon types can be used, there isn't one specific stat that's more important than the others. I drained Charisma and put a lot of the points into Intelligence to level up faster, but the rest are pretty spread out. I used my invisible legs to push a tricycle into the river as an experiment to see if it would still be there 200 years later. Saw the mushroom cloud, took a nap, had a nightmare, woke up, and used my patented close the doors technique to avoid the roaches and escape the vault. I forgot to see if the tricycle was still there, maxed out intelligence, and got to work scrapping every object known to man. Now's the time to explain what qualifies as a legendary weapon. For the purposes of this challenge, a legendary weapon is anything that has a legendary effect, but they don't necessarily have to have a prefix to be a legendary weapon. Kellogg's pistol refills your action points when you get a critical hit, which is the Relentless legendary effect. It doesn't have Relentless in its name, but is still a legendary weapon. If you happen to disagree with me, that's okay, feel free to dislike the video. After scrapping damn near everything I could find, I got to work laying down all the wooden poles in the world, almost 1,000 of them, to level myself up a few times. It took several minutes to do, and leveled me up about 4 times. The first few perks I picked were like my first wife, useful to have on occasion, but you wouldn't be losing much by not taking them. Next came the task of getting my paws on a legendary weapon. They're more powerful than your standard weapons, which makes them not the easiest thing in the world to obtain. I figured the smartest option would be to work with the Brotherhood early on. Completing the Arcjet quest gets you a legendary weapon. On my way to the police station, I encountered Wolfgang and convinced him to open fire on Trudy, hoping they'd all kill each other to give me something to laugh about. God wasn't thrilled with my desire for blood and sought to smite us all with heavy doses of radiation as punishment for my evil ways. Dance, and nobody else with a name worth mentioning, fought off the ghouls outside the police station. I ransacked their pockets for Chuck E. Cheese tokens. Dance and I waddled our way to Arcjet, and the nothing continued. I'm effectively a soundboard at this point. How many times can I say the same thing over and over and over again? Why are you even watching this? You already know what the answer is. Dance killed everything in his path until we got to the reactor area, and I did something stupid. I activated the rocket test and ran outside the blast room before it went off. In a shocking twist, standing 10 feet away from a rocket propulsion test turns your body into something that resembles melted ice cream tossed into a forest fire. One time I missed the jump to safety, so I took the blast like a man and died like a mouse. A few attempts later, I managed to get to safety. Dance didn't turn into paste. I snagged the deep-range transmitter, we left Arcjet, and I got my first legendary weapon. Righteous Authority, a laser rifle that makes critical shots do double damage, and the critical meter fills 15% faster. Seeing as I have luck at 1, this might as well be a normal laser rifle. I picked up most of the ammo and energy weapons off the synths inside Arcjet, so I had a pretty solid supply of ammo at my disposal. I went ahead and reported back to Dance at the police station to advance their questline a bit, then set out for Diamond City. I'd set the difficulty to normal, but after killing a raider in 2 shots, I cranked that bitch up to very hard for 2 reasons. The first is to satiate the masochist in me, and the second is because some people have ran their mouth at me for playing on the easiest difficulty. They can't grasp the simple concept that the challenge isn't supposed to come from the in-game difficulty setting. A third reason could be that legendary weapons are plenty powerful on their own. I realized, shortly after getting mentally, physically, and emotionally assaulted by a pair of Mirelurks, that very hard is, in fact, very hard. But I didn't let that deter me. I arrived at Diamond City, pockets lined with hopes, dreams, and garbage, sold most of that garbage to Arturo to buy some ammo. Fusion cells are stupid expensive, by the way, and got Nick's location from Ellie for no reason. Before leaving, I picked up trash for Baldy and came oh so close to frying his brain with my light gun after he called me a jackass. I left Diamond City in the dust and began my journey to the east. A super mutant laid down a sick voodoo spell with a missile launcher that exploded my leg after he died, and I started clearing out everyone at Charles View Amphitheater. They had little to no armor, meaning most of the diehard fanatics died in a few shots, but their bullets did big damage to my feelings and eventually killed me. Between sending all those cultists to the afterlife and helping some ghouls who should have been there a long time ago, I barely had any ammo left. Then, Swan bonked me on the back of the head with a boulder. The triggermen down in Park Street Station were about as tough as I expected. Some refused to accept energy weapons as a legitimate class of weapons, so they take more shots than average to put to sleep. The first batch set me back a ways. I only had about a dozen shots remaining in my arsenal. I exited the facility and had a new target. There's a legendary pipe crying out for help in a sewer somewhere. I could feel it in my fingernails. The problem was that I entered the sewer with 5 shots remaining. Lady Luck was on my side. I managed to finish off the last raider with my last shot and to find Big Jim, the legendary pipe that has a 20% chance to cripple an enemy's leg. 18 damage isn't great, but melee weapons don't run out of ammo, which is why I needed it. With my tool in hand, I beat the monkey and tested out my wrench on a few raiders, returned to Diamond City, offed a synth and got eviscerated in record time, bought a few more combat batteries, and returned to Park Street Station to finish the job of rescuing Nikki. The pipe didn't do nearly as much damage against the triggermen as I would have liked. Still, it was useful to have something to fall back on. Like if you're shoveling snow and your shovel breaks, you could always just douse the snow in gasoline and melt it all. The problem of melee combat in Fallout 4 is as prevalent as ever. I loathe it. I tell you how much, but the last time I did, my Doom video got demonetized. Let me put it this way, I hate it about as much as my dead dog hated thunderstorms. I used the power of positivity to make quick work of Dino, rescued Nick, took a few wallops when beating the triggermen to death, used sneak attack bonuses along with the laser gun to wipe out what remained of Skinny Malone's gang before he knew what hit him, had a nearly 4-minute long loading screen despite Fallout 4 being played on an SSD, accused Nick of being in cahoots with the Neanderthals that stole my son, and got inside Kellogg's house. I followed Dogmeat to the entrance of Diamond City just to make sure he would eventually make his way to Fort Hagen, scrapped all my stuff in Sanctuary because I know me doing it this way bothers some people, installed a hook on my pipe wrench, and set sail for Fort Hagen. What's that saying? Step on a crack, break your mother's back. That applies to landmines too. Except instead of breaking my mother's back, it turned mine into cottage cheese dyed red and splattered on the ground. Kellogg had recruited my former and now feral ghoul neighbors in a last attempt to stop me from entering Fort Hagen. Didn't work. Pesky laws kept me from killing them before the war, but there was nothing to stop me this time. I met up with Dogmeat for the last time, he would never be seen again, and entered Fort Hagen. My first pro-gamer strat was to use the pipe, because the sound of metal scraping against metal turns me on, but also because I wanted to conserve ammo. Then it occurred to me that I could recover more ammo from each dead synth than it took to kill them, so it made logistical sense to use lasers to kill them all. I entered the fort with 41 laser bullets, and by the time I approached Kellogg, I had 369 bullets. Psycho and Jet allowed me to get the upper hand and eliminate Kellogg and his synths in less than 15 seconds. With Kellogg finally laid to rest, I returned to Diamond City to do an interview with Piper. She was gone, so I stole some of her stuff and talked to Nick about what to do next. My map pointed me towards Goodneighbor. On my way there, I stopped by Good Street Apparel to take out Clutch. His name applies to me, not him, and because there was a bounty on his skull. Also, at some point, I modified my righteous authority to do burning damage, because the burn of a laser was not burning enough. I did a bit of parkour after I left. Not that I jumped on a bench fake parkour shit. Got a few raiders hooked on death, killed Finn upon entering Goodneighbor, bought more ammo from the robot lady, and entered Kellogg's brain. On my way out to the glowing sea, I stopped by Bunker Hill to see if they had any ammo. This is always funny to me, being a foot away from Kessler but yelling anyway. Here, I found something neat. Spray and Pray, a legendary submachine gun that does explosive damage with each shot. The only problem is I can't afford it. I could have if I sold most of my ammo, but that would have defeated the purpose of buying it in the first place. I tried stepping on Cricket to get it off her corpse, didn't work. I really wanted that gun though. I wanted it so bad that I was willing to commit murder to obtain it. Every soul inside BATTFL building was sent on its way in my effort to find enough trash to sell to get it. I spent a fair bit of ammo inside that building and, spoiler alert, didn't get enough stuff to get my gun. Not that it would have mattered if I did, because Cricket was gone. I'd reloaded a save after I killed her the first time, so she's not in hell if that's what you're wondering. Defeated, I scrapped more stuff, looked at a few mods, and was off to obtain a new gun that's been lost at sea for some decades. The Syndromes at Easy Street Downs were not happy to see me. They were a tad bit troublesome to kill, and I didn't have a chance to loot their bodies as the Assaultron came after me. Thankfully, I was retreating to the sea regardless of whether a robotic whore was after me or not. I discovered Libertalia, sold a few things to make sure my inventory was at least a little clear, and took on the forces of Libertalia. Once I got on board the ship, I began using Kellogg's pistol because why not? Entered the boat interior and got this shotgun. It has a name that I'm not even gonna try to say. With another weapon added to my collection, I sold things at Diamond City and embarked towards the Sea of Green. Speaking of green, I killed a whole bunch of raiders inside a hardware store and made some green paint for that guy working on the wall at Diamond City. But just like the tricycle, I forgot to give it to him. I crossed paths with a legendary Red Widow bloodbug a ways into the glowing sea and got myself something worthless, and took the fight to ravenous zealots worshipping some heretic. If my sometimes official Christian Ratatouille fan club Discord server has taught me anything, it's that non-believers must be punished with a bullet. I attempted to kill Virgil when I found him, but this is a Bethesda game, so that's not an option. He told me about the Courser. What it was didn't matter, it would be dead before too long. Before killing something that technically wasn't even alive, I went ahead and cleared out the Museum of Freedom for some easy experience. Lured out the Deathclaw because there were Brotherhood troopers in the area, so I wouldn't have to deal with it myself, and saw a legendary Brotherhood scribe. Their life was forfeited the moment they entered mine. The stars aligned. What she dropped was actually pretty solid. The knight was a little tough to kill though. Green Tech Geriatrics was next. The timing could not have been better. I got a shotgun that does 50% more damage to humans just before entering a building filled with them. Yeah, it wasn't that great actually. Only firing 2 shots before reloading was a real hindrance. In fact, the other legendary shotgun I had was much more convenient. especially with the Nerd Rage perk. A legendary gunner guarded the entrance to the elevator and dropped a nifty little toothpick. Again, the timing was perfect. I tried to use it against the Courser after pumping myself full of Psycho and Jet, but it was just horrible. I switched to the shotgun and shot in the Courser's general direction until it died. I decapitated a few people and left to get some caps from the vendors at Bunker Hill before finally getting down to business. One of the locations Cricket can visit is Vault 81. I went there and waited in 8 to 12 hour chunks until she arrived, and I had the opportunity to buy Spray and Pray. The world was now my oyster. Dr. Amari was as worthless as ever. I entered the Old North Church, and my submachine gun fucking annihilated a legendary feral ghoul. Tinkerbell analyzed the Courser chip I found. I told Deacon I'd meet him somewhere, got the teleportation plans from the big green idiot, and then spoke to Deacon, primarily because I had a lot of 10mm ammo and wanted something to use it for. We, and by we I mean I, the only person who matters in this story, decided that we were going to their old base through the front door. The explosive machine gun made quick work of everything inside, even with the difficulty on hard. Then, because this game sucks, Deacon informed me that we can't go through the front because the elevator is busted. Nice job, Bethesda. You can do this quest 2 ways, but actually only one, because we couldn't put any effort into anything. I used Righteous Authority inside the base for the same reason in Fort Hagen. The ammo spent will effectively refill itself upon looting synth bodies. Deacon gave me Willie Whisper's old gun, and I got welcomed into the railroad. While I was down there, and because I had the caps to spare, I bought Tinker Tom's Special, a legendary hunting rifle, just to add more options to my arsenal of weapons. Then, for some reason, I did a quest for the railroad that involved clearing out a church full of raiders, meeting a fake person, and escorting him to a building for safekeeping. I knew I wasn't going to side with the railroad, but I did the quest anyway. From there, I rode up to the Pridwin with Dance, got my orders from Kells, who looked oddly shiny, listened to the king run his stupid mouth at all the people stupid enough to believe his message, met the necessary folks tucked away inside the blimp, and ODST'd myself down into the water to begin the grueling task of ridding an island of super mutants. The normal mutants were not too terribly tough. Sure, they took at least 10 shots each to kill, but it was manageable. The behemoth was something else entirely. I could have knocked the difficulty down, but that would have been really lame. Instead, I used 130 shots from my laser gun to do most of the damage, and a single shot from my shotgun to finish him off. The mutants on the main level of the building were about the same as those outside. Those downstairs were different, primarily because one had a missile launcher. The second time, I was through playing around and explosive machine gunned their irradiated asses, spoke to Max, and got to work putting together the teleporter. Surprisingly, nothing went wrong this time. No cripples got in my way, I didn't run out of junk, and I got inside the Institute with no issues. I loaded a holotape with nonsense for Ingram, met Father, and decided right then and there that he must die. Everything in the Institute came after me, and I do mean everything. An ungodly amount of robots and peasants ran my way, all eager to die. Most were relatively low-level cannon fodder, and only served to add more ammo to my pockets. I looted most of the bodies I'd made upstairs, and was up to around 1,300 fusion cells. After taking the elevator back down, things got violent. This is where Spray and Pray really shines. Dozens of synths, all tightly packed into 3 small rooms, so that every bullet that explodes can do damage to multiple synths at once. Looting them took far longer than killing them did. I'd forgotten about those waiting for me by the teleporter. They were much trickier to deal with. I tried a few times to destroy them all, but the wider doorway allowed more of them to shoot at me at once, and the more open room they were in made the machine gun less effective than it was before. Then, I put 2 points into the Commando perk to make the gun do 40% more damage. Well, 60 in total, but it went up to 60 from 20. That was a game changer, and made this gun far more destructive than even Beerus could imagine. At one point, I even stopped to make sure that I was still on hard because of how disgusting it was. Once all the synths stopped moving, I had somewhere around 3,400 fusion cells left, so I didn't even bother taking any of the ammo from the corpses. Maxon was pissed. What else is new? I traveled out to the bowling alley to recruit a scientist for our cause, made a few upgrades to a few of my weapons, and went to Aunt Mildred's hospital for the mentally unwell to retrieve a souvenir magnet for Ingram. The only thing of note inside there was the legendary super mutant that I burned to death with my laser gun the second I walked through the door. It dropped a mighty missile launcher which, while neat, wasn't actually all that effective in practice. After making the actuators, I was sent to the glowing sea to secure a few hundred nukes. This was frustrating. An enemy looming in the distance occupied enough of Scribe Halen's attention that I couldn't speak to her. Killing her failed the quest. Fast traveling back to the base did nothing, so I lured a pair of Assaultrons looming outside the nearby vault to her to see what would happen. The Assaultrons couldn't kill her for some reason. Once they died, I could talk to Halen and make my way out to the Sentinel site. The ghouls inside were all a joke. There was a legendary one on the inside that dropped something worthless. I accidentally used a stealth boy that literally lasted maybe 40 seconds. Had a surprisingly hell of a time killing Adam's Wrath, secured the nukes, and returned to the Pridwin to find that Dance had gone AWOL. Tracking him down wasn't difficult, thanks to me knowing where he went and having a waypoint on my map pointing me to that exact spot. I used the double-barrel shotgun that did 50% more damage to slay him ironically, returned to the blimp, spoke to Shiny Face, and began wiping out the railroad. The agents they sent to stop me were formidable in their own way. Not frightening though, almost more annoying than anything else. Spray and Pray made a dog's dinner out of every one of the named NPCs down in Railroad HQ. I had another nice 3-minute long loading screen and went with the Crippled to retrieve the beryllium agitator. Things got a little weird as we circled around the building before landing. Down in the reactor area, I took a sip of the water and turned into Meltman as it melted my insides and began fighting the robots. The sentry bot was tough as nails. It should be proud of how many shots it took to kill. The Assaultrons should not be proud. They were weak and deserved death. At the airport, Liberty Prime was finally back online, and there was not a hamster's chance in a garbage disposal that I was following that giant fuck all the way to the CIT ruins. I fast traveled someplace close to CIT ruins, fell into the river when trying to hide behind the guard railing, and did absolutely nothing while Liberty Prime and the Brotherhood forces cleared out the area of synths and blasted their way into the Institute. I still had well over 1,000 fusion cells, so I took my time destroying everything I could as I pressed deeper into the Institute. The combat monkeys were far harder to kill than I would have guessed. So tough, in fact, that I didn't even kill them. I did some quick scoping with a legendary hunting rifle because I hadn't gotten enough clips to add to my montage yet, and got a bloodied sledgehammer that does more damage the lower your health is. I thought this would work perfectly with the Nerd Rage perk. It didn't. I did do a sweet barrel roll when I died though. Once I used Father's Terminal to open up the barriers, a bunch of idiots blocked the doorway. I used Psycho, Jet, and Medics to quickly annihilate everything guarding the reactor. Even the legendary synth died in seconds. I planted the charge. We got teleported to safety. I blew up the Institute. I blasted Elder Maxon with my remaining ammo as the screen faded to black, and I beat Fallout 4 with only legendary weapons.
We are Lizard Squad. As gay as Teletubbies, we have no buddies, and our only friends are the moms we have.
Despite the advancements Fallout 4 made to the Fallout franchise, some considered it to be a step back in certain areas of the game. The story is one of those areas, and with Fallout 4's first major DLC, Bethesda tried to remedy that. Can you beat Fallout 4's Far Harbor DLC without taking any damage? Unlike Fallout New Vegas, there isn't a specific level requirement to start Far Harbor. Instead, you just have to get to a certain point in the story. The Getting a Clue quest must be completed. I could have made a new character that's as generic as possible, like I did for Fallout New Vegas' DLCs, but I really didn't feel like doing that. I loaded one of my prior saves from the Legendary Weapons Only playthrough, a save shortly after I rescued Nick Valentine, spoke to Ellie in Nick's office, and the DLC sorta begins. The first thing I did was strip myself naked and upgrade my limited arsenal of weapons at Sanctuary, and set off for the northeast corner of the map. You probably know the way this works by now. I used a console command to set my max health to 1, so that any damage of any kind will kill me, and automatically reload my most recent save. I did have to remove 2 of my perks, Toughness and Nerd Rage, because they either provided annoying benefits or got in the way of me only being able to take 1 damage before dying. The only thing worth mentioning that happened on my way out to the Nakano residence was that I got myself stuck and diddled to death by a group of raiders who ambushed me shortly after I entered a tower. I spent several minutes there before I decided that the pain wasn't worth it, went around the area, and met Mr. and Mrs. Nakano. Their daughter is missing, and it's up to me to find out where she went. They couldn't be bothered to listen to the holotapes she left behind, or put any effort into anything at all. I admire that. These people are okay. Kasumi had gone down the unfortunate rabbit hole of questioning her very existence and wondering whether everything she remembers is a figment of her imagination. if life as she knew it had never happened at all. She left for Far Harbor, so I hot-wired the boat with my mind and set sail for the island. Skinny arms and beanie guy whose voice reminds me of someone from Fallout New Vegas greeted me at the docks and informed me that Kasumi did indeed pass through their little settlement. But just then, the fog attacked. It's like the mist, but instead of it being a mist with tentacle monsters that invade cities and uses interdimensional insects to implant babies in unwilling hosts, creatures emerge from the fog and lay siege to Far Harbor. They're weird looking, tougher than Jesus, and spit molten balls of lava from their face holes. It was here I realized that this may be more difficult than I anticipated, which was unfortunate as I had just started Skyrim's Dragonborn DLC not long before this and stopped after I got mauled to death by a werewolf bear. I spent more of my ammo here than I should have. I shouldn't have spent any at all, since there were several NPCs that can't die, and would eventually kill the legendary Mirelurk on their own. But the day was won, no thanks to me, and the legendary Mirelurk dropped a nocturnal board. Avery dropped a few subtle clues that the folks of Far Harbor are in need of my assistance. I decided against it because her name is Avery, and in 7th grade, a kid named Avery sat in front of me in English and got his dandruff all over my desk. Both of them can drop dead for all I care. I got a free round of alcohol from Mitch, that's classic Mitch right there, and told Longfellow that I'd come to bargain. Together, we set out for Arcadia, so I could continue my search for Kasumi. The fog is irradiated, which brings us to radiation. To put it simply, radiation damage doesn't count as damage like a bullet to the eye or choking on watermelon does. It doesn't do damage, it just lowers your maximum health. It doesn't become fatal until you reach 1000 rads, therefore it doesn't matter. Any damage, regardless of how much radiation I have, will still kill me. As we marched up the mountain, we encountered a group of wild animals calling themselves wolves. I backed the fuck up, thinking I could get them to follow me so I could pick them off from a place they couldn't reach. Then I blew them up with a grenade. One of them was legendary, and was sure to drop something awesome. It very well could have been something awe-inspiring. I wouldn't know because I couldn't find the body. It was gone forever, like most of YouTube after Kappa takes effect. A Children of Adam stopped us in our path and bestowed upon me the gift of freezing my game for a minute or two. Not long later, Longnose and I got to Arcadia. The way he spoke to me made me think he wanted to come along on my adventures. I'm always willing to help out the elderly, which is why I told him to piss off, and I never saw him again. Inside Arcadia, I met Dima. It explained as best it could to me and my simple brain what exactly it was, and what it needed from me. But I needed something from him too. One of the tubes sticking out of his head would look great atop my Christmas tree, and, less importantly, I required the whereabouts of Kasumi. Before continuing my search, I sold a bunch of stuff to Dejin, bought myself a little combat rifle, and finally found Kasumi. She was as alive as anything programmed to feel alive could be. She wanted to know what Dima was really up to, why he was so nice and selfless and emotionless with his speaking. Never trust anyone who's monotone at all times. They're probably hiding something. I had a very brief conversation with Dumbo about the fog condensers and other nonsense before getting more information from Dima about what his true intentions were. What he and his constituents want is to live in peace in a place where a robot can pretend to be a person. To that end, there are some memories Dima locked away and purged from his head, like when I drunk dialed my landlord earlier this year. Once I regained consciousness the next morning, I removed the call from my phone and pretended it never happened. Back outside, I had two objectives: retrieve hard drives for someone and gather Dima's memories. I set off for the storage drives first. I got into a brief skirmish with a group of trappers living in a destroyed house by an irradiated lake. Ignoring the multiple shots I missed, it wasn't too terribly tough to remove their souls from our dimension. The legendary trapper was a problem at first, but my kindergarten teacher taught me well that there's no problem in life that can't be solved with a grenade. The legendary trapper's gift for me was truly worthless. I kept pressing onward and spent more than a few of my 9 lives on a trapper with an automatic weapon. Automatics always make these sorts of runs more difficult. They do less damage than semi-automatics, but that is irrelevant when a feather forcefully shoved up my left nostril is enough to kill me. I eventually used one of my few 44 Magnum rounds on his spine and found the storage drives for Dumbo. Some trappers nearby the Vim building bothered me in the same way most living creatures do. Then I arrived at the nucleus, the heart of the Children of Adam. I allowed myself one attempt to wipe them all out, and when that failed, I spoke to Grand Zealot Richter about becoming a child of Adam. I drank the irradiated water from Adam's spring. My vision got wobbly, but my intestinal fortitude has more in common with the weeble wobble that won't fall down than your standard set of human intestines, so the shadow figure and green haze didn't bother me too much. The feral ghouls, specifically the reavers, at my vision's destination were a bit annoying. Anything with a spooky skull next to its name is a real problem to deal with. I eventually figured out the puzzle inside the glowing room, retrieved the sacred icon, returned to the Grand Zealot, went inside the worship chamber to hear the words of Confessor Tectus, and journeyed into the command center to brute force my way through all the pre-war defenses until I got to Dima's terminal. This was a little tricky. At first, I assumed the laser tripwires were all there were. I was very wrong. Not the most wrong I've ever been, but still pretty wrong. After all, I'm the same person who once got a negative 5% on a math assignment because I got every question wrong and forgot to put my name on it. The machine gun turrets mounted on the walls are weak, but devastatingly effective at their single task. You have very little time to destroy them before they take aim and fire at you with their laser pointer accuracy. The protectrons were similar, annoyingly accurate and tougher than a turret to destroy. Then came the final defense force, the Assaultron. I'd gathered a staggering amount of mines in preparation for this assault. As I haven't played Elmo's number journey yet, 2 is a pretty big number to me. To my surprise, they were more than enough to destroy the Assaultron in its path. The few remaining turrets and robots were dealt with. I entered the command center's central control area, flipped the old power flipper, and nearly shit myself. A legendary Assaultron woke from its nap and came after me. I didn't even attempt to fight at first. I immediately ran away. As I fled, I took the occasional shot at the bitch and shut every door behind me until I had time to formulate a plan. Jet, Psycho, and a submachine gun were laughably ineffective. My teacher was right again. A grenade once again saved the day. I got a worthless piece of armor from it and could begin retrieving Dima's memories with Faraday's program. This took me far longer than it should have. I'm not a communist. I oppose the execution of those I don't like. Unless they deserve it, then it's alright. But whoever decided puzzles should be in a Fallout game, and mandatory ones at that, is shit. I'm gonna save you from most of the agony that I couldn't save myself from, and tell you that this was not in any way fun. You can't take damage in the simulation, so these can be completed the same way they'd be completed outside of a challenge. The first 3 were easy enough. The 4th one took longer but wasn't necessarily difficult. The 5th one was. I can't place all the blame on the game though, because I sorta forgot that you can store all the code blocks. Instead of storing them all and placing them as needed, I would manually move them from one location to another. This sped up gameplay probably showcases what I mean better than I could ever describe it with words and letters. Realizing that I'd been doing it all wrong the entire time was both amazing and incredibly frustrating. It wasn't even me that figured it out. I got stuck on the 5th puzzle and watched a video on YouTube to see how to do it. Had I not seen that video, I'd have never started doing it the way God Howard intended. Then I didn't even do it as intended. I was tired of puzzles and just wanted it to be over. Place a few things in a specific spot, and you'll trick the game into thinking that you did it properly. The code bugs retrieve their information, and that digital hellhole was finally filled in. Next came the task of finding 3 caches scattered around the island that Dima planted in the land before time. First, I bought and sold garbage with the Children of Adam. Then I set off for the wind farm kill switch code. Not long after leaving the nucleus, I encountered a group of beasts that were being led by a legendary Mirelurk Razorclaw. Believe it or not, radiation-based weapons don't really work on creatures that exist thanks to radiation. After I tried a shotgun and my corpse cartwheeled into the drink, I decided to just ignore them. I had not gotten anything useful from legendary enemies yet, no reason to assume this one would drop anything worthwhile. Fate had other plans. Not even 5 minutes later, I ran into a legendary glowing angler. My combat rifle was actually capable of doing a fair bit of damage to it and its companions. Dodging their spitballs wasn't all that difficult either. By the time the beast fell before me, I'd used a solid chunk of my ammo, and from its carcass, I found a pool cue. Cool. A large amount of bad things were between me and the first cache. I ignored them, traveled to the Vim building I discovered several pages ago, and got to work tracking down the next piece of the pie. Thankfully, the building and surrounding area were the base for super mutants. Compared to what lurks in the shadows on the island, these guys are a treat to fight. 2 of them, held up in a sort of building within a building, gave me some trouble for reasons I've already mentioned. Once they were dealt with, I spent a little while working my way through all the green guys atop the building. My 10mm pistol was far more effective against them than I would have thought, and one of them even had a missile launcher for me, which was a nice thing for it to do. Back inside, a few of the muties were rude enough to fight back. This here enforcer was a problem. I tried a multitude of different weapons against him, but none were effective enough to end his life before he ended mine. At least, none were effective until I pulled out the missile launcher. I killed his dog, as bonus psychological and emotional damage, weakening him for the barrage of bullets I was about to pump into his freakish body. He eventually died. I tried playing in what looked like radioactive waste, but was only sody pop, and I found Dima's second cache, which revealed Avery was a synth, proving I was right to not like her. Before leaving, I convinced Kyle to let me inside his chamber, which was where I found December's Child, a neat-looking legendary weapon that I never used once. I also found a custom set of power armor that I left behind because why would I need that, and left to find the nuclear launch key. More brutes and whatnot were camped out on the buildings in the area. Inside, the Harper Grand Hotel were even more. None of them were any sort of a threat to me, or got in the way of me completing the task at hand. Inside the safe room, I found a holotape, which pointed me towards a submarine near the Fringe Cove docks. Down in the water, within the submerged marine, I found the key. After taking the key, a bunch of monsters emerged from the ground, or wherever they call home, to be a nuisance. I really didn't feel like fighting them, so I swam away like the fugu fish and returned to Arcadia to talk to Dima about everything I'd found. He was not thrilled about most of it, especially the part where he had to remember that he hid his memories to keep him from remembering that he murdered someone and used a synth for his own sick ideas. His solution? Do it again. I like his idea. Kill someone in the name of peace. To accomplish this task, I had to track down some holotapes from the former confessor of the Children of Adam that Dima could use to create a web of digital lies that I could use to trap the current confessor. I used Dima's fake tape to convince Confessor Tectus that Confessor Martin was returning and looking for vengeance. But I had to tell him in private. I couldn't risk letting any children hearing me murder him. And murder him I did. I had to dispatch of his guards because that's what friends are for. Once they were all about as dead as my dog, I hid their bodies behind the wall and returned to Dima to let him know that the deed was done. His counterfeit Tectus was ready, and now Dima controlled both the Children of Adam and Far Harbor. Like a god, he could look down from his mountain and shape the wills of both populations. I convinced Kasumi to return home, left Far Harbor, tried to kill Kasumi and her parents, but that's not an option because Bethesda, and I beat Fallout 4's Far Harbor DLC without taking any damage.
Hi, Billy Mays here with Zorbies.
It's often said that there are 9 circles of hell. Each offers its own unique form of torment based on the sins committed by those sent to hell. But Dante was a liar. There was a 10th circle of hell. I know this because I lived it. Can you beat Fallout 4's Nuka World DLC without taking any damage? I played through the opening bit of Nuka World many months ago in my Commie Whacker only video, so I had a solid idea of what I was getting myself into. To that end, I decided to go into it with the same character I used in my Far Harbor video for the sake of my sanity and to keep things consistent. The save I loaded was from before I started that DLC. I didn't want to be too overpowered going into it. Before journeying west to the Nuka transit place, I killed Trudy and her son for a bit of extra supplies. This video is about the Nuka world, not my adventures in mediocrity or irrelevant nonsense, so I'll simply point out that I set my max health to 1, so that any damage of any kind kills me and automatically reloads my most recent save. I did that before going west. I point that out because I spent a solid 25 minutes fighting my way through a raider camp with 1 health, even though it realistically didn't even need to be at 1 since I hadn't started the DLC yet. Once that was done, I arrived at the entrance to Nuka World, and I knew that I'd made a terrible mistake when a gunner assaultron with a skeleton head next to its name sprinted towards me like a fucking freight train. Luckily, I came prepared. If you're gonna fight a train, bring a nuke. That's what I did. I had 2 shots and played it safe by reloading a save several times to get the shot right. I wanted to kill them, not toast their marshmallows with a portable version of the superior siege weapon. A few of them died in the explosion. The Assaultron didn't, and that bitch could bob and weave like nothing I'd ever seen before. I used jet and a submachine gun to annihilate it mere seconds before it would have melted me to death. More of the gunners survived the nuke than I would have thought. The sniper rifle I had, along with multiple sneak attacks, got the job done in the end. Even Commander Kaler, despite her weird name, fell before me. Inside the train station, I spoke to Harvey and convinced him to take a stim pack. He used that opportunity to remove the wolf from my eye sockets. It was all a ruse. He'll get what's coming to him one day. The code he'd been saving for a rainy day allowed me to restore power to the monoray, and I got a warning from the game that Nuka World is intended for those level 30 or above. Mathematics tells us that me being level 11 is close enough to level 30. I pressed onward, rode into the amusement park, and was informed by a voice that I had to pass through the gauntlet before dying. The plan was that the gauntlet kills me. I'd been through this before. The last time, pain meant nothing. The power armor and stim packs I had let me brute force my way through the gauntlet like a raging walrus. This time, that is not an option. I had to take it slow. The first wave of the death obstacle course consisted of a rectangular room with multiple turrets on both sides. I tried to pick off a few of them before they opened fire, but it didn't really work out. One of them belonged to God and refused to die. A few feet inside, they all woke up and shit got real. As I've explained in other videos, turrets are a problem when you can't take any damage. They're stupid accurate and fire quickly. You're effectively a roadkill squirrel that I took a picture of with my first camera if they see you. The upside is that they don't fire constantly. You've got a brief window of time when they stop firing that can be used to kill them in a few shots because I'm playing on very easy. Take it slow now, this ain't a race, Doc Mitchell says, and this segment is not too difficult. Next was the trap room. Tripwires and limited edition flamethrowers that certain people use for clickbaity 10-minute long videos because nobody's ever seen a flamethrower before, right? There's really no reason why I should have died at all in this part. Childhood trips to Traverse City taught me not to run into barbed wire, and the tripwires can be deactivated without any issue. The wooden floor that collapses wasn't any problem either. That one's just a mild inconvenience at worst though. The fall isn't enough to kill you. A little ways up ahead, I proved that looking both ways before crossing the street means nothing when the car parked on the street is rigged to explode as you take your first step. The 3 doors were the kind of thing that only kills you once. Grenades drop, and I foolishly thought hiding behind a door would shield me from their blast. Intense radiation blasted me in the next room. You might be thinking that radiation bad, and you're right, radiation bad. But only when you reach 1000 rads. It doesn't do damage until it kills you. It just lowers your maximum health. It's not damage in the same way that being beaten with a sock full of smaller socks is damage. Another turret room revealed itself. They can be momentarily shut down with a terminal, which gives you enough time to get past them without having to destroy them. A small maze filled with more tripwires and bathroom scales that shame you to death when you notice how fat you've gotten. Jesus, look at you. Disgusting. I shot at a gas leak to see if it would explode, which it did. A series of tunnels had mines hidden behind and under destroyed cars. If you're a pussy like me, you can just spam VATS and catch most of them before they explode. You're expected to fall into this pit and fight Mirelurks, but you can jump from pole to pole and open the door to avoid them, then die anyway, because you went back to fight them and missed a bunch of shots. A bunch more traps are densely packed into a small corridor area. Nothing too difficult. Then a slight inconvenience. This room is filled with poisonous gas that hurts you continuously until you escape. As you can imagine, when you can't take any damage whatsoever, this is an issue. You have to grab a key and unlock a door, but that takes more than the roughly 1 second you have inside the room before you die. Hell, you can't even reach the door you're supposed to go through without dying in the first place. This is impossible. There are no tricks. This isn't radiation damage, so it can't be halted with Rad-X or any other chems. There is only one way to proceed. When all else fails, look to the speedrunners, Tomato Anus specifically, for the answers. Unfortunately, this means that the last 30 minutes were a complete waste of time. To go forward, you must go back. I had to reload a save to before I arrived at Nuka World to get myself a set of power armor. There's a suit at the museum where I couldn't kill Preston because God hates fun. I only missed the jump from the church once. My appendix seemed to take most of the damage from the way my character keeled over. I entered the armor, snagged the minigun just in case, fast traveled to Lonely Chapel, and got dead by a radiation storm. I'm not entirely sure why that happened. Regardless, I fast traveled to a different area, returned to the transit center. Most of the gunners had already been killed. I reloaded the save after I wiped them out, found out that the power armor doesn't stop me from dying, which I should have known from the hundreds of comments telling me that I could still wear armor, since my health at 1 would still cause me to die. I went ahead and murdered Harvey immediately this time, traveled to Nuka World, and let the games begin. There is a glitch that can be performed with the power armor that lets you clip through walls. Enter third-person mode while in the power armor. Walk into your target wall. Look to the left as you exit the armor, and get back into the armor as quickly as possible. If done correctly, you'll be partially clipped through the armor itself, which will also clip you through the wall. The power armor prevented me from taking any fall damage, and I finally, after an hour and 47 minutes, arrived at the entrance to Nuka World. It took so much out of me to get here. I wasn't sure which ride to go on first or which exhibit to see first. I've always wanted to be torn apart by feral dogs. Seems like a really fun way to go. Really anything that involves more pain than you can even begin to comprehend is fine by me. I started with the Brad Burton Amphitheater and got a job from Mason, the most jacked face painter in the world. Rendezvous with his team and find a cache of weapons or something. Still not sure what to do, I resorted to the wiki. The man I was after was named Porter Gage, after the guy. I don't know where I was going with that. Anyway, he was at the Fizz Top Grill patio, towards the back of this area, near the Great Fizz Top Mountain. I entered the building, looked around a bit, and went to the patio. Because nothing can ever be easy, Gage wasn't there. While I had no idea what to do next, I was used to that. I was comforted by my own confusion. I eventually found myself inside the parlor where I spoke to Mags about a job. Put a special collar on someone to recruit them for an afternoon of activities. Then I stopped by the market and shopped around for a bit. My waypoint had me travel out of Nuka World back to the Gauntlet, which I accidentally got myself stuck in again. Reloading a save fixed that, even if it did put me back a bit. I noticed, while hurting myself with my own confusion, that both of my new quests had the same icon. That was a problem. It was an error that also caused both of them to direct me back to the Gauntlet. After getting mauled by a giant cricket twice, I was back at square one. The bottle cap bitch was extraordinarily rude to me and gave me another quest that lacked an icon. But I had hope. I'd completed the Gauntlet before. I knew where to go and how it ended, where all scores are settled, at the bumper cars. Gage and Coulter were both there, waiting for the fight. Unfortunately, they are the abusive parents of this DLC. I can say hello, but they don't interact with me or even acknowledge my existence. When I got to the wall, Coulter woke up and came after me with his belt. Still though, I couldn't damage him at all. My bullets just went right through him. A fat man did nothing either. But I had a plan. I would need to trigger the fight. I went back outside Nuka World to grab my power armor and entered the bumper car arena once more for the final confrontation. I got shot a few times as I exited my power armor because at a certain distance Coulter wakes up. Several minutes later, I managed to clip myself through the wall and be where I was supposed to be. I had to clip through a second door, but the stars aligned. I picked up the thirst zapper, spoke to Gage, and went to face Coulter. Almost. Turns out that by clipping through the wall, the doorways become invisible walls. Not a problem. I just clipped through the walls again, and the fight began. I had no time for bullshit. The squirt gun stunned the overboss, and Jet provided me with enough of an edge to retreat, pull out a fat man, and kill overboss Coulter. Everything was finally back on track. That was a lie. It wasn't. Coulter was dead, but I still couldn't speak to Porter Gage. Even after donning the overboss's armor, nothing worked. Clipping through the wall revealed that Porter was still between life and death. He existed, but could do nothing. So I went back to the drawing board. There is a failsafe, sort of. The tomato speedrun tactic was to kill the raider bosses. That's what I had to do. There are a few problems though. The first is that Fallout 4 is less forgiving about sneak attacks than Fallout 3 or New Vegas. If you stealth kill someone who's out in the open, everyone becomes hostile, so stealth attacks are almost worthless. I'm also about 17 levels lower than the game recommends, and my target in the parlor, William Black, is so unfathomably tough. Oh, and Red Eye, the guy who narrates as you go through the gauntlet, didn't shut up after I left Cola Cars. I had to turn down the voice volume because it got so annoying. Legend says he's still talking to this day. Anyway, I spent about 25 minutes in the parlor trying different tactics to kill everyone inside. I won't waste too much time on it because it was a colossal failure every single time. This was unlike anything I'd ever faced in a challenge before. It quickly became clear that at my current level, with my arsenal of weapons, I had no chance whatsoever. Jet and Psycho made no difference. My minigun was laughably ineffective. After I made up my mind about how I was going to proceed, I wanted to try something. A demonstration of sorts. It took 4 Fat Man shots to kill William Black. Admittedly, not all were direct hits, but they were still within several feet of him. That's what I was up against. I called it quits for the day. I needed time to mentally prepare for what I was about to do. I once again went back in time to before the DLC started. but this time I reloaded a save after I beat Far Harbor. I was a higher level and had access to better weapons. It wasn't like I cheated and used console commands to spawn a bunch of different items. I played through Far Harbor and got all these the normal way. And the point isn't to beat Nuka World at level 1. Maybe one day, but not today. I also had to pick up power armor again because I'd be using the same glitch to skip the gauntlet. I took out everyone guarding the transit center, offed Harvey, rode to Nuka World, brute forced my way through the wall, and arrived at Nuka World for the 3rd time. Or the 2nd time. Who gives a shit. Back at the parlor, I used every trick at my disposal, including exiting the power armor to theoretically block a path to me. That didn't really work. I got into position, blasted the life out of Lizzie with 24 bullets, and everyone came after me. Then I died. I tried blasting Willie with a missile launcher and died immediately. My legendary shotgun did jack shit to Lizzie. A sneak attack with a hunting rifle barely left a mark. Dozens of shots with a submachine gun did next to nothing. I left, picked up a bunch of stuff from the market, and returned. 7 mines were laid down at their feet, and I set them off with a grenade. Neither died. From the safety of a room at the end of the hall, I chucked grenades at my foes. They certainly did some damage, how much I couldn't say. I tried Jet, Psycho, and a missile launcher on them and it did practically nothing. The 50 caliber handgun I'd had a few shots for could kill a normal operator with a single shot, and do a not insignificant amount of damage to the bosses. But there were too many people shooting at me for it to be a viable option. Even a stealth boy failed to protect me from their attacks. Another idea was to set mines all over the place to do damage to everyone once the fighting started. I thought I found a viable strategy when I hid in the sleep room and bullseyed grenades off the door frame and into those shooting at me on the other side of the wall. Even with everything I'd brought with me, the perks that boosted semi-automatic weapon damage, mines and grenades and missile launchers, it was impossible. So I went to check on one of the other bosses, Mason, pretty much the same as William. A stealth boy in VATS gave me an opportunity to do big damage, but he returned fire before I could kill him, and even if he didn't kill me, someone else would. I couldn't do it. Before giving up completely, there was one more thing I could try, similar to my last idea, just taken to the extreme. I time traveled to the Commonwealth one last time, this time to my last save before I beat Fallout 4 with legendary weapons. A level 26 character almost 10 hours into the game with a full supply of legendary weapons. The Institute had to be destroyed again, and for once, I actually had the chance to continue after the final cutscene. But unlike last time, I wasn't going to do this again. I pulled out all the stops in my preparations to wage war on the bosses of Nuka World. The first stop was Proctor Teagan's locked room, which was stocked with a fat man, mini nukes, a Gauss rifle, and a buttload of ammo. I accidentally triggered a Brotherhood of Steel civil war when my hand slipped and I beat Teagan to death with a sledgehammer. Then I vaxxed myself out of his room and messed around with the power armor to try to install the jetpack I'd gotten from Captain Kells. The idea was that I could use it to fly somewhere safe before I instigated the assault on the bosses that are outside. I'm big stupid and couldn't figure it out. I stole the Fat Man and Mini Nuke from Cleo at Good Neighbor, and made one last stop at Bunker Hill to buy any relevant ammo that I could afford. The missile launcher made quick work of the gunners at the transit center. Even the Assaultron went down in a few shots. I did have to make sure to remove the Nerd Rage and Toughness perks before entering the DLC proper. But once that was done, I arrived at Nuka World for the final time. Whether I succeeded or failed was irrelevant. I wasn't doing this for a 5th or possibly even 4th time. I also wasn't going to waste time with things that might work. I started with William at the parlor. He's indoors, which means he'll be the trickiest to deal with. I ditched my power armor because it could only slow me down, loaded myself with a Jet and Psycho, pulled out a Fat Man, blasted William with it, and before time could catch up with me, I was outside. It worked. He was dead. I had the right quest, and everyone in Nuka World was out to kill me. They were now red, but didn't actually attack me. I'm not sure why. My guess is that because I'm technically the overboss, even though Coulter is still alive, they just let me do whatever I want. Or it's a glitch that happens when you do things this way. Either way, I spent a little while killing as many operators and raiders as I could, both to get easy experience and to get a solid supply of 7.62 ammo, because the operator sniper rifle is a useful tool to have. Then, towards the back of the park, I found Nisha. She's about as tough as Willie, but she's out in the open, which works to my advantage. I was feeling pretty confident at this point. Like when a 4th grader talks to a 3rd grader about the kind of math they're doing. You don't know what X is? Oh, that's right, I forgot. You're stupid. Don't worry, you'll grow out of it eventually. I tried a few different weapons out on Nisha. None of them really worked out very well, considering I died every time. After retreating a bit and using Jet, I blasted her with the operator rifle and finished her off with my explosive submachine gun. Now only one remained, Mason. I also got stuck in midair a few times immediately following Nisha's demise. Probably her bitch ghost or something. The second I opened the door to the amphitheater, I got eviscerated. Thankfully, I came prepared with 5 stealth boys. They didn't make me hidden, but they gave me enough protection that I wasn't assaulted immediately. I hoped to use the stealth boys and a silenced weapon to take out most of the goons near the entrance. It didn't work out very well, so I called all reliable and took the safe route. Jet and a fast man. Jet and a fat man. I killed Mason and left before they could do anything about it. With all the leaders killed, my tasks remaining were few. I tried speaking to Mackenzie in the market, but she pulled a porter and refused to acknowledge my existence. After killing the enemies in the area, I could speak to her and inform her that Nuka World now belonged to them. But there was one last thing that needed to be done. The power must flow to Nuka World. The power plant is far to the northwest, and the path to it is infested with formidable creatures. Compared to the bosses though, they were a complete joke. A Deathclaw went down in 2 shots from a Gauss rifle, and I arrived at the power plant. It took me more attempts and more time than it realistically should have to get through here. Feral ghouls were all over the place. Most could be killed in a single shot. The only issue was that I was using weapons I felt like using, not necessarily the most effective weapons I had on me. But I eventually made my way to the roof, pressed the button, restored power to Nuka World, watched the fireworks, and kinda beat Nuka World without taking any damage. There are a lot of people who have lived in the history of people. Some of them were astonishingly small. Benjamin Button, that was a small little guy. And I've already beaten Fallout 3 as him, so I need some way to take that idea to the next level. Can you beat Fallout 4 as Andre the Giant? You're probably wondering what I mean when I say as Andre the Giant. The general idea here, the core concept, is the opposite of my Can You Beat Fallout 3 as Benjamin Button video. In that video, every 15 minutes, I shrunk my character size by 5%. In this video, as I said, I'm doing the opposite. Every 15 minutes, I increase my size by 10%. If you're wondering why I put Andre the Giant in the title, it's because he had gigantism, the condition that basically means you never stop growing. Seemed appropriate. Unlike the Fallout 3 video I've already mentioned, the timer starts immediately. It doesn't matter where or when I am when the timer ends. After 15 minutes is up, your boy grows up a bit. I tried a little to make myself look like Andre the Giant, but I couldn't be bothered to pull up a picture of him, and to be honest, I didn't care if I looked anything like a giant. I breezed through Vault-Tech's interview, named me, and spread out special points. Without putting too much thought into it, this felt like a fairly fair distribution of points for the 8th wonder of the world. War happened, I left my wife and my life behind, fled to the vault, rode down into hell, got my blue and yellow attire. This dumb cutscene ate up a bunch of my time. I emerged and began making my way through the vault. For once in my life, I can actually play through the tutorial section of Fallout 4 like a normal person. I can pick up the security baton. I can step on a puny bug, take damage, use the gun, open the door, pick up the Pip-Boy, and escape the vault as if this was a normal playthrough. It isn't, trust me. Before escaping, I'd used the player.setScale command to increase my size by 5%. Right after I got to the surface, I fixed that problem by setting it up to 10% like I was supposed to. By this point, there's a chance that you're curious about where the challenge comes from. You're bigger, so what? You know what? I'll tell you what. As I get bigger, a series of metaphysical and sociological changes begin to unfurl like a fruit by the meter stick candy fruit roll. As I take my place as an absolute unit, I'll be taller, I'll run faster, I'll jump higher. I might do more damage with melee weapons, I'm not entirely sure about that. And, most importantly, I'll take up more space. You might not think much of that now, but at a certain point, if left to grow unchecked by imaginary chains, you would become so big that even when crouching, you can't open doors, or you'll clip through the ceiling whenever you're indoors, and won't be able to see where you're going. Those are probably problems that may or may not possibly arise. After doing stuff in Sanctuary, to fill time while I explained stuff, I meandered over to Red Rock Filling Station, ignored the dog, and arrived in Concord. Time was of the essence. This was almost like an inverse speed run. If I'm not fast enough, I will slowly reach a point where the game doesn't function properly. Also, most of the time, the only time the timer stops is when the game crashes, or if I pause the game to do something involving substances that are now legal in Michigan. Clearing out the Museum of Freedom was as simple can be. I'd already begun noticing my increased movement speed, and you can clearly see how much bigger I am than Preston. The goal here is to be able to look down at Preston the way he looks down at our universe. It's cute that you think Preston isn't real and he isn't watching you right now. Outside, I entered the power armor, made sure I was still slightly larger than the game wanted me to be, ripped open a few backs. If you cut off someone's back, does the back now have a front and back? I showed off my power in the most delightful way possible when I eradicated a death claw, returned to Preston, hit puberty, and set off for Diamond City. Quickly, and with the precision of the guy I overheard at a liquor store a few weeks ago who once thought about becoming a doctor, I navigated Trash Can Carla's sea of inventory items and fun time trinkets. I bought a bat from her. With that bat, I killed Wolfgang and his pups, bartered with Trudy, briefly, broke her skull, turned off her son's life, and continued on my way. The bat seemed to be gooder than I expected it would be, which was why I stopped by Megamart for incredible prices on everyday household objects like phone cords and replacement bristles for a toothbrush you picked up at an estate sale a few years ago. In the battle between almost death and barely alive was where it hit me what was happening. I became very lucid and aware of how my size was impacting my ability to make my way through buildings, and this was only at 20%, or I guess 120% depending on how you look at it. I had no concept of what potential problems would arise if I got to 2 or even 3 times normal height. That's a lie. I fucked around with New Vegas' console commands to see if I could beat the game as a 1-inch tall man and a couple other odd ideas. One involved being gigantic. Let's just say it didn't end well, or begin well, or be well at any point in the experience. Back to Fallout 4 though, I helped the Brotherhood of Steel with their ghoul problem as I pressed farther south towards Diamond City. I still wasn't sure which group would be best to work with. There are a lot of different quests and scenarios to consider before siding with anyone, especially now. Because I was in the area, I decided to discover a couple locations early to save myself some time later. Green Tech and Bunker Hill, common places human males and females gather to interact with each other. A raider politely ran up to me with a bladed tire iron. It was real good at removing body parts. I was now at 30%. There will be a little on-screen thing showing my size at all times, so if I don't mention it, just look at that thing. Another crash happened. Those happened more than usual. I doubt it had anything to do with what I was doing to the game, making it hurt like this. Because God couldn't possibly be annoyed at my messing with his creations, I thought to kill all the missionaries at the Half Circle Dome Stage Festival. I can pack a punch and hit people real hard with a bullet fired from a gun, but they can also do big damage to my oversized frame. Despite the armor I had throughout this run and the difficulty setting, I often found that I was taking more damage than I thought I should be. I never figured out why. Good Neighbor was briefly graced with my presence. I bonked Finn real good, got weirdly close-up shots of Cleo and myself, bartered a little, left, and entered Park Street Station. I began to notice these almost empty loading screens were happening more frequently and were lasting longer. Sometimes they were as long as 2 minutes. You know why that's bad. The Triggermen gave me slightly less resistance when I forced them to the next world than I thought they would. Same old story. Some of them die in one hit, others take multiple. They did more damage than I would have liked, but there were beds to sleep in after all the fighting stopped. Kneeing someone's fucking head into nothing was pretty satisfying though. Getting into the vault didn't go off without a hitch. There was a small error in communication. The Triggermen, soon to be rotting corpses, were the same as the others. No reason for them to be anything special. Something looked weird as I encroached on Dino's land, and there was the terminal. Turns out that when you're bigger than you're supposed to be, certain things in Fallout 4 don't work properly. Terminals being arguably the most significant. You can still use them, you just can't navigate with the mouse or see the screen. Thankfully, there aren't very many terminals that must be used. Another benefit to my wide girth is how long my arms are, and how far away I can be when I take off someone's bodily fluid holder. Skinny Malone died as he lived, covered in blood. Valentine rambled on. We escaped out into the Commonwealth, and my game crashed. At least I think it did. Around the 3-minute mark, I assumed this loading screen would slowly envelop the entire screen if I didn't take a stand against it and call in Uncle Task Manager to back over that weird little Fallout kid with his truck. Back in the game, I immediately got to work killing Skinny Malone and dying. Twice. I didn't reset the timer, even when I thought I had to do this again. That would have been lame. I checked to make sure I was still at 40% as I should be. Since the game crashed, fled to the vertical metal hill with Nick, and was outside just in time to go up to 50%. I now move breathtakingly quickly, and because I didn't go to Diamond City until after I rescued Nick, I didn't have to deal with Piper's bullshit. Time being the valuable resource it is, I swiftly navigated my way through a barter or two. I was mostly interested in stimpaks, and was now so tall that I can see the second floor of the building when standing up. Took my place among the stars of Fallout 4, ran through the charade of caring about my son, and had to find a way into Kellogg's house. I kinda wanted to talk to Mama Murphy about this, as she can tell you the location of a key to Kellogg's house. Or she unlocks the door with her mind? I'm not entirely sure of the details. Regardless, I stole the key off the mayor, tripped over a mailbox as I plummeted towards Earth, found what Kellogg was hiding, met Dogmeat, and ran towards Fort Hagen at breakneck speeds. On this bridge, as I beat feral ghouls to death with my oven mitt-sized hands, I considered actually trying to be Andre the Giant and punching things until they die. I didn't. That would have been hard. It's hard to decapitate someone with a karate chop. My plan for dealing with the synths inside Fort Hagen was, as always, to not deal with them as best I can. Reality is beginning to malfunction a bit. Elevators can barely handle my frame. I fought through the synths as best I could, mowed them down real good. Could look the ceiling-mounted turrets right in the eye, was up to 70% bigger than you're supposed to be. And I finally found Kellogg. The fight was always meant to be fair. No drugs or reality-altering mechanics at play. Just a giant and a cyborg, fighting it out in the future. I noticed, as I looted Kellogg's very dead body, that it was becoming slightly difficult to get low enough to reach as many holes where he stuffed his goodies. Oh, and using Kellogg's terminal to open both doors and download information wasn't fun. Audio cues are your friend. If you use your ears to listen, you can hear when you hit the bottommost option in the terminal, and sort of work your way to the right option from there. Elevators are real unhappy with me inside them now. Outside, I discovered that I am now at the point in this challenge where jumping can realistically cause death. And these vertebrates were being weird, not sure what that was about. I could also jump gaps that you normally can't, and explore portions of the highway system that have long since been abandoned. Engaging in the normal human act of conversation is becoming more difficult as well. I'm so big that in order to start talking to someone, I have to crouch and press E in the small window of time where it appears as I'm standing up, so I don't accidentally pickpocket the person I'm trying to talk to. Dr. Amari in Good Neighbor was the one to get me inside Kellogg's brain. Nothing too interesting. I moved faster than the memory platforms could appear. That was neat. I learned about teleportation, woke up from the fever dream, talked to Amari, ignored Nick, and was off to one of the most volatile locations in Fallout history. The speed at which I ran through the jungle was astonishing, but all that size wouldn't save me from someone else's suicide. I think his death hurt me more than it hurt him. After dying a few times, I led the suicider to Duke, a power armor-wearing nearby person. Duke survived the blast. He was clearly more than a match for me, so I left him be, ran through the glowing sea, died multiple times to childish automatons worshipping the flu, and entered Virgil's cave. He told me to track down a courser, and that's exactly what I did. Shortly after entering Green Tech, I hit puberty for the 9th time. This is where things started getting fun. One of the problems of my size is that my head and body clip through the ceiling of some buildings, and when that happens, because the weapon and crosshair are above an object that you can't shoot through, my attacks miss and do nothing unless I somehow get below the ceiling that's above me. This can be done by crouching, or the problem can be avoided by luring an enemy into an area with a higher ceiling or even no ceiling at all. Z247 had a spooky skull next to his name. In a matter of seconds, I removed that skull as well as his own, took the chip from his head that exploded all over the wall, and took it to Dr. Amari to see what could be done. What could be done? Nothing could be done. It was a waste of time. On the plus side, I'm now big enough to jump over the fence to get out of Good Neighbor the cool way. I was after the railroad beneath the Old North Church. Tracking them down was child's cake, easy as easy can be. The ghouls inside never stood a chance. I tried to jump over the underground wall, but that didn't work. Entered the super secret code, spoke to Desdemona, had the chip analyzed, ascended yet again, this time to the coveted 2.0 set scale, and returned to Virgil for the last time to get the transponder plans. Then came the difficult decision, who to side with. I decided to go with the Minutemen. Some guides consider them to be the faction to side with if you're looking for speed. I figured with my insane speed and power, traveling to settlements and clearing out areas would be easy. Before I could use the teleporter, I had to help the settlers at Ten Pines Bluff. The only thing of note that happened on my way out there was I encountered a mole rat wearing a suicide vest. Talking to the settler was annoying. He was sleeping, so I had to carefully crouch and press E at the right time to not stick my giant hand down his pants looking for hidden treats. He sent me to kill the raiders at Corvega Assembly Plant. Rather than use brute force, I sat somewhere where I shouldn't have been able to reach and blasted the raiders with a laser musket. That was a waste of time. Those raiders didn't matter. Inside? Nice. Inside, I had to remain crouched almost the entire time to not clip through the ceiling. But even now, when I'm crouched, I'm still far bigger than everyone else. That size doesn't make melee combat any more fun though. Something threw me off, and I wasted several valuable minutes trying to get to the raider on my compass. Jared died. I left, set my size up to 2.1. The settler was pleasured after what I did for him. I returned to Preston, gave the plans to Sturgis, and got the first part of the interceptor built. Building the rest of the components went off almost without a hitch. I lacked the biometric scanner necessary to build the console. I wasn't about to visit a hospital to just maybe find one. I bought one from Myrna in Diamond City, finished the teleporter, got it all wired up, and teleported into the Institute. Loading the network scanner into the terminal, running the program, and ejecting it took some thought. The pneumatic traveling container barely functioned with my head sticking through the top of it, and at long last, I was reunited with my boy. Here's the thing about that, I couldn't reach him. He was sitting on the floor, and was low enough that even when crouching, I couldn't talk to him. Father won't come through unless I talk to Sean. You can't progress into the Institute unless you talk to Sean and then Father, in theory, at least. As I've said many times, things break when you get big. The walls, for instance, are now a suggestion. My size and reach allows me to VATS attack Father through the wall to kill him from the other side of the wall. But that doesn't solve the problem. The elevator backup doesn't function. What I had to do was what I like to think of as the slinky technique. Simple to do, easy to break. Kill Father through the wall, stand up, and sit on the couch on the floor above you. Get off the couch, and now you're on that level. Do it again, and you're up another level. For some reason, despite Father being dead, nobody hated me. Maybe it was because of a sneak attack. I don't care why. All that mattered was that I could ride the central tube back up to the entrance, if you could call it that, of the Institute, use the teleporter to get back outside, and be done with the Institute for the time being. I gave the tape back to Sturgis, spoke to Preston about a settlement, and got to work. This settler was nice, for a moment anyway. I almost had the rare opportunity to look up at someone while I spoke. She went back to bed, forcing me to fit myself into their elevated living box. To give you an idea of how quickly I move, it took me about 35 seconds to get from Oberlin Station to the Coast Guard Pier. Or, put another way, I move 2.2 times faster than normal since I'm 2.2 times bigger than I should be. The average super mutant can go down with a single swing from my axe. The blade itself does most of the damage, and the bleeding effect will finish them off. Preston was informed, and he blinked out of existence. He was gone, to the other side of Sanctuary. The next settlement I helped had me traveling to the Iron Plant building, the Fortress of the Forged. They were tough, which might surprise you, given my status as a god of the wasteland. Getting through the inside of the building was fine, nothing awful. Killing Slag took some trial and error. A missile launcher wasn't enough to kill him in one shot. Logic dictates that a fat man was the only viable solution. Even that didn't kill him instantly though. From his body, I retrieved the flaming sword that, in my hands, is probably the size of an adolescent boy. Pops let me keep that sword, Preston was happy, and the time had come to take back the castle. Obviously, when you're nearly 20 feet tall and you have a flaming sword, tactics mean nothing. You dive in headfirst like a bulldozer, slicing open chest cavities and searing the wound shut the instant you open it. I'm pretty much a doctor. I don't care if you're Richard Simmons himself. Melee weapons are never the ideal weapon to use against Mirelurks. The Flamer, though, that's an effective weapon. Stomping on all the little eggs to kill the babies before they're born was unpleasant, uninteresting, and unrelentingly boring. But after enough silent screams, the Mama Mirelurk woke up and tried her hardest to defend her children. She killed me, and now things get weird. I don't know why, but my death now crashes the game. My corpse shatters the interdimensional barrier, and everything collapses in on itself. Killing the Mirelurk Queen took longer than I think it ever has, which was weird considering everything that was going on. I'm talking several minutes here, several more than I would have liked. Every second matters. But the day was won in the name of me. I powered up the radio transmitter, spoke to Preston, and got back to work helping settlements. Someone's wife had been kidnapped by a bunch of amateurs. I legitimately felt like God running through the fens. It was great. The raiders inside Backstreet Apparel were butchered with care. I accidentally stole something from the kidnapped woman. She got mad, stood up, freed herself, and tried to kill me. I went there to free her, and she is now free of her earthly shackles. I'm a good person, trust me. On my way back to Preston, I found and battled a legendary enemy for the first time. Got nothing worthwhile from it, and Preston had settled himself at this place. Then I accidentally asked him to come along with me, and had a hell of a time getting him to leave me alone. My objective was now to help settlements. Preston wouldn't give me a new mission after I failed the last one. Luckily, I still had one in the backlog. Fun fact, I now tower over the Drumlin Diner. Mole rats died, I barely managed to set up the beacon, Preston gave me a new mission, and I went to help the settlers at Green Top Nursery. I couldn't talk to the guy in the house, he was too puny and tiny. Once I did talk to him, he sent me to the Dunwich Borers to clear out the raiders there. And goodness me, those raiders did fuck me up. I died, crashing the game a couple times. Looting the corpses of fallen foes is now mostly off the menu. Reaching dead bodies from way up here is difficult. Eventually I realized that I didn't have time to kill all the raiders outside. They weren't my target anyway, so I ran inside and began my slaughter anew. This being an excavation site played to my favor. Ceiling tiles were temporarily relieved of their duty of being my mortal enemy. Bedlam took his fair share of whacks to die. I upped my size to 2.6, left, told the settler my job was well done, got a new job from Preston, and went to clear Hangman's Alley. Easy peasy. I could practically hit everyone without moving, and I was almost as tall as the beacon when I was crouching. Preston was delighted. That bothered me. I led a super mutant suicider to Preston and let them embrace. Now I'm almost flying across the map. Scudder and Hyde Park put up a fair fight. I tried in vain to get a cool shot of me leaping towards one of the vertibirds to showcase my height. Had more size-related problems, trying to tell the settlers of a job well done. Preston was unfortunately still alive, and I was off to clear out the Taffington boathouse. At 2.7 times normal size, I was able to take out the blood bugs on the second floor without even going inside the house. Another beacon, who gives a shit? More Preston. Lame. Nordhagen Beach was next. Things are starting to get interesting now. I died again at the racetracks. Size didn't matter to an Assaultron. My target was ripped from the world. Quest complete, back to Preston, onto county crossings. They sent me across the world to secure Sunshine Tidings Co-op. I had to clear out all the rad roaches, ghouls, and stuff. Not a problem by any stretch of the imagination. What was a problem was constructing the beacon. I lacked the supplies, and scrapping everything in sight didn't give me what I needed. Then the quest completed. I didn't have to build the beacon, I just had to secure the area. I'm up to 2.8 now. Happy peasants, great. The Finch farm folk sent me to the National Guard training yard to clear out the ghouls. I took out the roof-mounted turrets with my feet firmly on the ground. Inside? Yeah, I was inside alright. The ghouls died. I had the key, and had to get past this locked door. But I could not reach the terminal to open the door, even when crouched. This was the beginning of the end. I temporarily reduced my size just to make sure it was a height issue and not an issue of the game being weird. I was right, I was too big, and there was nothing I could do about it. For a moment, I thought about using power armor to glitch myself through the fence. Once I got the power armor though, I discovered that with the height added by the power armor, I couldn't get low enough to open the door to the National Guard building. This quest was done. I immediately went to Cambridge Police Station to see if I could go down the Brotherhood quest line instead. Halfway to Arcjet, it hit me that I could just kill the Finches, fail the quest, and get a new one. I did exactly that. I killed Father Finch with Father Finch's father's flaming sword, got a new quest, and went to Revere Beach Station to kill some raiders. Killed them, and couldn't reach the door to get inside the subway station where the remaining raiders were. Another failure. I tried one more Minuteman quest. Clear out Outpost Zamingja. I did it. The raiders were 100% dead, and I couldn't reach the workbench to build the beacon. I'd reached an impasse in the Minuteman quest line. I reloaded a save to get back to Paladin Dance, still at the same size, 2.8 or 2.9 maybe. The two of us got into Arcjet. I blindly recovered a password and hacked open a door. Dance took care of the turrets in our way, and we went down to the engine core. Almost. Again, I could not reach the door. This quest was another bust. As I stood there, staring into the infinite void, it hit me that I could not proceed. The Institute hates me. The Minuteman quests can't be completed. I can't get up to the Pridwin without first getting the deep range transmitter within Arcjet, which I can't do because I can't get into the engine core. To get back to the railroad and continue their story, I'd have to enter the door in the basement of the Old North Church, which I also couldn't do. My scale was set to 3.0. I was 3 times bigger than you're supposed to be, and it is at this point that the game breaks. The progress is stopped in its tracks. This challenge was a one-shot sort of deal, constantly going back to older saves and setting my size to whatever it should have been at that instance would defeat the purpose of this challenge, and with that, I did not beat Fallout 4 as Andre the Giant.
Nerf this!
For better or worse, Fallout 4 did away with the skill and perk system of Fallout 3 and New Vegas, but they still kept a few of the perks from prior games. I'm only interested in one of them. Can you beat Fallout 4 with only the Mysterious Stranger perk? I'm gonna spoil the entire video by telling you now that I did not play through all of Fallout 4 using only the Mysterious Stranger perk as my method of attack. I'll explain why. Unlike something like the Pain Train perk, which guarantees damage, provided all the requirements are met, strength of 10, power armor, and a fusion core so you can sprint, there is never a 100% chance that the Mysterious Stranger will attack. The perk has 4 levels. Level 1 requires luck of 4, and the Mysterious Stranger has a 10% chance to appear when attacking an enemy in VATS. That increases up to 14% at the perk's 3rd level. But it differs from past games in that luck has no bearing on how frequently he appears. This means that you can't use chems or armor to better the odds that he'll get off his ass and help you. There is a rank 4 for the perk, but all it does is increase the likelihood that your critical meter gets filled when you kill someone, which is just about the most useless thing I can imagine. A sandpaper enema has more value to me than that. 14% odds are not great. If you've ever save-scummed your way through a speech check in Fallout 3, you know how bad that is. If you attempt it 20 times, statistically, you'll get it about 3 times. But when it comes to the Mysterious Stranger, there are other variables to consider. For one thing, it's not guaranteed that he'll kill whoever he's shooting at. At lower levels, he probably will, but you don't get rank 3 of the perk until you're at level 41. So you'll be going up against some tough shit, and we haven't even gotten into the math of it yet. For the sake of consistency, let's assume that the Mysterious Stranger always gets a one-hit kill. If you have the mental capacity to click on this video, you probably understand what 14% means as a probability for something to happen. If you were to use VATS to attack 100 people, theoretically, you would summon the Mysterious Stranger 14 times. But that's not really how it works in the real world. Because of the nature of this challenge, if you use VATS and he doesn't show up to kill your target, you failed the challenge. You already know what I'd do in that scenario. I'd reload a save and try again. And that is where the real challenge emerges. There is nothing difficult about this. You can think of it as a VATS only run, but VATS only works 14% of the time. Realistically, it would only be 10% because the perk would be at the first rank. To use rank 3 of the perk, you would have to get to level 41 without attacking anything. You'd need to somehow get 66,000 XP without attacking anything, and that would just be a fucking nightmare. This is the sort of challenge that is annoying without being fun. You'd be avoiding as many enemies as possible because you don't want to deal with the pain in the ass that comes from engaging in combat. I've done more than a few challenges that have been annoying. Doom 2016 with a pistol sucked. Every enemy encounter required constant movement. You had to wait for the pistol to charge up in order to do anything besides tickle the demons, and towards the end, you could easily spend 10 minutes frantically running around and shooting in an area only to die and have to do it again. But the game itself is fun. This isn't that. Of course, the challenge itself is perfectly possible. It just wouldn't be entertaining. There's only so many times you're allowed to say, and of course, the mysterious stranger didn't show up, in a lifetime before God decides that you're done. But what if, after everything I just described, you wanted to make it worse? You wanted to make it as horrible as possible. What if you failed the challenge and had to restart the game if the mysterious stranger didn't show up? Well, that would be unpleasant. A little pain is nice in the right circumstance. Being hung upside down by your kneecaps while melted candle wax drips into your nostrils is a good time. Being lit on fire, put out and sprayed with lemon juice is the opposite of a good time. Many other channels have gone down the gamer probability rabbit hole. The most recent one I remember seeing is Pikaspray Yellow's video about being fucked by Lorelei in Pokemon Red or Blue or Yellow. Assuming you start at level 1, you have a 1 in 10 chance of getting the mysterious stranger to spawn when attacking in VATS. I don't know how many enemies are necessary to kill to beat Fallout 4. Let's just say that you're conservative in your murdering and only kill 15 people throughout your entire playthrough, and that the mysterious stranger always kills in one shot. The first enemy you find, you'd have a 10% chance of the mysterious stranger killing them. Then the next enemy has a 10% chance to be killed. Now you've got 2 back-to-back rolls of a 10-sided die that need to land on the same number twice in a row, then 3 times, then 4, and on, and on, and on. So, practically speaking, to get through Fallout 4 without having to reload the game because the mysterious stranger didn't show up, you'd have a 10% chance to kill the first enemy. You'll have a 1% chance on the second, a 0.1% chance for the third, and it keeps going lower the more enemies you have to kill. If you restart every time the mysterious stranger doesn't show up, your odds of getting through Fallout 4 by only having enemies killed by the stranger are 1 in 1 trillion. But we can actually put the odds a little bit more in our favor if we save the victory speeches for later and do a couple hundred little tricks. On April 11th, 2018, Tomato Anus beat Fallout 4 in under 40 minutes. I watched the entire thing and noted how many creatures he killed. He killed 9 things, unless I missed any, which could have happened, but I kinda doubt it. He killed 9 creatures over the course of 30 minutes. He didn't kill anything in the last few minutes of the speedrun. If each one of those creatures had a 10% chance of being killed by the mysterious stranger, and you were to restart every time you didn't have the mysterious stranger attack, your odds of getting through the game are 1 in 10 million. Take a newborn baby, sit them in front of a TV as soon as they emerge from the hole, condemn them to a life of suffering by making them play Fallout 4 with only the mysterious stranger perk until they die at the ripe old age of 103. They'll probably never beat the game. That's how unlikely this is. Now there are times when Tomato Anus shot NPCs to skip dialogue, but I'm just lumping all that in with my depression and pretending it doesn't exist. Changing the 33 minutes to 35 or 37 would change the odds, but not enough to matter. It's not something you'll ever be able to do anyway. To answer the video title's question, yes, you can beat Fallout 4 with only the mysterious stranger perk. You could. It's a thing that on a technical level could happen. It's not like there's something in the game stopping you from doing it. There's no real reason why you couldn't. It would just be incredibly time-consuming and boring to do. Reloading a save every time the mysterious stranger didn't spawn would get old faster than you'd think. I have the patience of someone with less patience than the average person, but even I'm not willing to put myself through this.
I might want to cut you a little, suck on your blood, laugh out loud.
Throughout your time spent playing Fallout 4, you're bound to use chems at some point to give yourself the edge over your opponent for a brief moment, and you've more than likely experienced a chem addiction, which can be frustrating because of the negative aspects of going through withdrawal. But what if you wanted to experience all the pain? Can you beat Fallout 4 while addicted to every chem in the game? Because every special stat would be affected when experiencing withdrawal from dozens of different substances at once, I named myself Doug, the Drug Slug, set every special stat to 4, and raced to the vault. Now that the end of the world is upon us, I can explain a little about this run. The thing is, there's no real way to do it without console commands. The point is to be addicted to everything for the entire duration of the game. You could scavenge the world for chems and alcohol, but how are you gonna get them? If you find the location, you'll get experience, but intelligence determines the number of experience points you'll get from doing anything, and intelligence would be affected by the addiction. You'd be getting too many experience points, and that applies to the rest of the game as well. Endurance for taking damage, agility for sprinting, I could go on and on. For that reason, and because adding the addiction via a console command doesn't work properly, I know I tried, I went with the foolproof option that involves cheating. After escaping Vault 111, without attacking any red roaches, I'll get to why in a minute, I used a console command to give myself 100 of every chem that gives a different addiction. Including all the various types of alcohol, there are at least 25 different chems in Fallout 4. But there are only 12 kinds of addictions you can get. Jet, Ultra Jet, and Jet Fuel all give you the same jet addiction. There's no reason to use all of them. So I went through every chem, used enough of them to become addicted to them all. The amount varied from chem to chem. I drank all the vodka to be as true to life as possible. Then, because I'm a f***ing maniac, I used the rest of all the chems as well. No real reason to, it was a waste of time. But I still clicked the mouse button at least 1,000 times just to say that I used them all, except for Jet. Then, to remove all the benefits of the chems, such as increased strength from buff out, I used another console command to speed up the game until all the good parts of the chems had been drained from my orifices. After becoming addicted to everything in the game, with special stats of 4, these are the negative side effects I'm dealing with. Special stats are at 1 or 2, which really sucks, but the big f***ing problem is the minus 20 damage resistance. Now, here's where shit's gonna get crazy. I didn't think this idea was interesting enough on its own, which is why I added another challenge on top of the addiction thing. I thought for a while about what to do. Maybe only use a gamma gun. Intelligence being so low would lock you out of the perks that increase radiation damage. Or maybe the broadsider. A portable cannon would be fun. In the end, I went with, not a great option. Some of you are gonna hate me for this. Creation Club, weapons and armor only. Yeah, that's what I did. Now, of course, to get a lot of those items, you've gotta break out your parents' credit card and spend $40. Then, you become irrationally frustrated when you see that almost everything is obtained by completing a quest. I, because I'm stupid and didn't read anything before blindly making a purchase, assumed it would be like the DLC weapons in New Vegas. You'd start with them. Nope. You do at least start with the Doom Marine armor, which is stupidly strong for someone at level 1. And because of that, I cranked the difficulty up to very hard, and set off for Fensway Station to track down what remains of Wally Mack. This quest would net me a classic 10mm pistol, a Tunnel Snake's outfit, and a legendary 10mm pistol. That is, if you can get into the station without being Nagasaki'd by a green suicidal monster, or torn apart by bullets fired from their friends. Turns out that even the Doom armor isn't enough to offset the issues stemming from endurance being at 1, damage resistance being around the same level as my IQ, and the game being set to very hard. But I was determined. Like an uncomfortable social situation, if I can't handle the topic, I will just run away. Remember what I said about the Creation Club weapons only? Well, that idea didn't last for as long as I would have liked. I had to kill countless flies and ghouls inside the Fensway Station to go deeper to find Wally Mack. I say had, but looking back, I could have just ran past them until I found a classic 10mm pistol. There are a few of them out and about, but I didn't do that. I would use what I had on me to complete the quest. Then I found a classic 10mm pistol and used it. Now completing the quest, holy god mother what a nightmare that was. Wally Mack might have been the toughest thing I've ever faced in a Fallout game since William Black in the Nuka World video. The classic 10mm pistol that did 28 damage per shot did fucking nothing against Wally. And he was so powerful that he killed me in one hit when I had like 40% of my health left. And then I saw he could open doors, which crushed my idea of doing the world's greatest knock-knock joke where I open the door and blast his fucking skull with a shotgun. Even after I became a giant dusty p***y by setting the difficulty to very easy, Wally Mack was still, by no stretch of the imagination, a pushover. But upon dying, he dropped Ultimatum, a unique, classic 10mm pistol that does 50 points of radiation damage, on top of the 28 damage from the bullet part of the bullet. Finally, I had some proper weapons and armor, and the real Fallout 4 could begin. I set the game to normal. The pony had left the station, I don't think I used that right, and spent like 15 theoretical minutes thinking of what to do next. I figured the safest course of action was to head to the closest Creation Club quest, which happened to be the one offering a triplet set of alien weapons. I got distracted by helping out Paladin Dance defend his daddy's land and expunging a brainwashed stain on the community. Did you notice what I did there? I used a missile launcher. Never mind where I got it, I killed a weirdo for it. The missile launcher isn't a Creation Club weapon, so why'd I use it? I actually don't know. Let me just say it this way. I wasn't exactly all there in the head when I started this. And it wasn't alcohol, if that tells you anything. I was more absorbed into the screen than I would have been otherwise, and that clouded my vision. Not long after spending multiple lives and limbs on this one Raider survivalist. Hold on, wait. I typed out a part about how after killing Wally, I left to find an alien crash site, and spent like 4 lives on this group of traders that I mistook for raiders. I remember typing it because I said something about how I found the aliens in the field spray painting profanities on the side of cows. I'm not rewriting this part of the video just to work that in naturally. I'm too confused about what just happened in post-playthrough real life. After that mishap with the cultists, I decided to ignore the Creation Club only part of this challenge. I pretty much wasted $40 on Bethesda bucks to buy things I would never in a million years purchase without doing it as some part of a challenge. I wanted another Creation Club item to make it somewhat worth it, so I entered Hubris Comics next, and this was the closest Fallout 4 has ever come to being a survival horror game. At least a dozen feral ghouls that do staggering amounts of damage, and only about 20 shotgun shells left. Time consuming and stressful as all hell, but I at least got to relieve some stress on this legendary ghoul, whose kneecaps I stored some buckshot in. From there, I realized that the quest wasn't over, and the effort on my part wouldn't be worth it for the Skyrim sword and helmet I'd get from it. So I left the comic shop, arrived in Diamond City, broke down some garbage back at home to upgrade my weapons a bit, used the alien blaster to eradicate a family of gunners, and got the mother of all armors, the, large Eastern Hemisphere country prominent in the Fallout universe, stealth armor. See, I didn't say it. Mickey, please put the gun down. With the armor that let me become Danny Phantom upon crouching, I returned to Sanctuary to power level myself a bit by again creating the world of fences, bought items from Arturo, and ventured out to the Gunner's Plaza to get my hands on one more weapon, a real deal Gauss rifle, and to put the stealth armor to the test. It's pretty good. It's certainly no replacement for a stealth boy, but it's solid as actual armor and does help you remain hidden a bit, provided you're far enough away from whatever's trying to turn your head into a stepped-on jelly donut. With the latest addition to my collection, I was ready to get the location of Nick Valentine from Ellie in Diamond City School for Disheveled Synths, enter Park Street Station, and lay waste to the triggermen inside. Thanks to a few perks I'd obtained as a parting gift from the fences, I was now finding more ammo in containers, and pistols did 40% more damage, which, along with a difficulty setting of probably normal, made the triggermen a threat if they landed their shots on you, but very dead if you kill them first. Dino died, Nick was rescued, more triggermen were killed, and I used Jet and Psycho to get the upper hand on Skinny Malone and his on-fire friends. The big upside to being addicted to everything is that you can use drugs without consequence. After the positive effects wear off, you're just back where you started. The stealth suit, and this being a Bethesda game, made it easy to pick the key to Kellogg's house out of the mayor, find more clues, show them to Blue, and be off to Fort Hagen. The synths inside were more of a threat than they usually are. You can't just ignore them for a second while you loot a body or anything like that. The Striders especially had to be dealt with carefully and with a big f***ing gun. As for Kellogg, I wasn't taking any chances. I laid down half a dozen of my explosive babies to sacrifice, bopped Kellogg on the noodle with a bullet, put his synths to sleep, got the sentient worm crawling around in the McDonald's play place inside his head, entered his memories for myself, and began heading for Virgil in the glowing sea. The -20 damage resistance showed itself once more with the bloatflies that harassed me in Radiation Land. But on the plus side, the quest to get the BFG 9000 is on the way to your objective. I blasted Mercy with a triple-charged Gauss rifle shot, obtained the BFG, and tested it on a Deathclaw. I guess the Fat Man being better makes sense. Bethesda wouldn't want to suggest that something from an outside universe is better than something that exists in Fallout, but this is f***ing bullshit. The BFG can kill any non-boss demon in Doom with a single shot. The Fat Man is a cap gun by comparison. Rant aside, Virgil instructed me to track down a courser in Green Tech Geriatrics. The gunners inside were even worse than the synths. A pair of gunners is more than enough to overpower you to the point of unconsciousness. This is a kid's game. Nobody dies. That guy's head is fine. On the courser, I noticed that the BFG does have a significant advantage over the Fat Man. You can fire it much faster, even if it does take up like a third of your screen when you fire it. Dr. Amari was unable to decode the courser chip. Told me to track down the railroad. I tracked them down alright, then I exterminated them. My charisma skill was far too low to pass the check, and I didn't feel like doing the switchboard quest, so I just killed them all and decoded the chip myself. Virgil scribbled his autograph down on a bedsheet for me, and I entered Concord to rescue Preston and his stupid friends. I waited to do this now for a very specific reason. I forgot about it. I was gonna do it earlier, but I got caught up in other things. But that actually worked out in my favor. For one thing, the raiders inside are the weakest and most pathetic group of wannabe murderers you'll find anywhere outside of my apartment. The second thing is that the Brotherhood of Steel have long since arrived in the Commonwealth, and Concord is one of the places they'll patrol. There are 2 Brotherhood Knights and a handful of lower-level peasants out and about, ready to take on the Deathclaw. I couldn't grab the minigun though, even with the power armor. I've never been that weak and flaccid in my life. Kinda embarrassing. It's a shame I've got some amount of self-respect and won't promote so-called medicine from quack doctors for a few $1,000s. This was the perfect opportunity to segue into an ad. Back in Sanctuary, I emptied my pockets of room temperature tomatoes. Those have been in there since like that Commie Whacker video. If there's anything I'm willing to feed to Mama Murphy, it's a years-old ball of mold. I went ahead and cleared out Corvega assembly plant for a settlement to get the Minutemen to build the transporter. The Brotherhood would require me to go to ArcJet and wipe out the super mutants at Fort Strong before they help me, and the railroad are dead, as they should be. Before too long, I was inside the Institute, and something weird happened. At some point in my previous adventures, I turned myself into a woman, which would explain the feminine frame, but I just attributed that to the armor. If you're wondering how I didn't hear the womanly moans as bullets ripped through her body on multiple occasions, it's because I couldn't hear anything from this game. I was listening to other things, mainly YouTubers complaining about other YouTubers being upset at one reviewer disagreeing with one other about one little detail of The Last of Us 2. What they were upset about specifically is that this logo on the official Naughty Dog Twitter is not centered properly. The word "the" should be to the left. For once, I agree with the gamers on this one. This is lazy game design at its worst. You just don't see this kind of amateurish garbage in Meow Motors. Back in the game, I decided to side with the Institute. The Brotherhood are boring, and the Minutemen, I don't remember who I sided with last time, but I think it was them. And the Railroad are still dead. In the middle of meeting with various Institute leaders, I snagged Virgil's serum. After leaving a wall of triggered explosives for the Assaultron guarding the thing, returned it to Virgil, met up with X688 to secure the rogue synth at Libertalia. Aside from the 2 times I got close range power by a fat man, it wasn't anything extraordinarily difficult. The next task was to intercept a third of a baker's dozen of synths being held for relocation beneath Bunker Hill. This is probably the kind of gameplay— Shut up, fucking bird! This is probably the kind of gameplay the average gamer would be after in Fallout 4, at least with my handgun. Railroad heavies take a considerable amount of bullets to kill, and they can send your mind into the nether if you're not careful. The BFG 9000 turned out to be the kind of superpowered energy weapon you shouldn't play with in the house unless you want to vaporize all your siblings. The synths were safely decommissioned for a brutal reprogramming as punishment for escaping the life that was forced upon them by people playing God. I handled all the remaining forces outside who were playing possum, met father on the rooftop of CIT ruins, attended the directorate meeting. He announced that he is finally dying, and mass fusion began. Then, I accidentally killed myself and had to sit through the meeting again. My bemusement was expressed in-game. Allie and I teleported to mass fusion, and I hated everything about this. If I wasn't so damn stubborn, I'd have knocked the difficulty back down to normal from hard. But I was determined to do this right. The Brotherhood Knights live up to the impressiveness of their name. It took the combination of a BFG and an alien automatizer to bring down one. Even the scribe initiates and aspirants were nothing to sneeze at as loudly as you possibly can. Had it not been for the stealth boys and the stealth armor I had, I wouldn't have been able to get through this quest on hard while still being addicted to everything in the game. That was probably fine. The trio of Brotherhood soldiers attacking you as soon as the elevator stops plummeting are easily capable of killing you in a matter of seconds. They're so powerful that the act of running from a doorway to the elevator is enough time for them to kill you from across the room. Stim packs didn't heal enough at this point in the game. Luckily, I had a few Nuka Cola Quantum that heal 400 hit points each. Chug one, and your entire body will be so numb that you can withstand some pain for a few seconds while it heals you. As for the robots in the lab, I planned for them as best I could. I left both a cryo mine and a fragmentation mine on the porch of each Assaultron, retrieved the beryllium agitator, and used the BFG to quickly drain most of the health from the sentry bot before finishing it off with the ultimatum. The Assaultrons lost about 1/3 of their health from the mines and were capable of withstanding multiple shots from the BFG, just like their robotic wheelchair Elephant Man cousin did moments ago. The Gauss rifle triple shot, some luck, and hiding behind an object to block their path carried me through the battle. I returned to father, stocked up on charisma-enhancing clothing from Diamond City, lured the gunners outside the house to the nearby robot farm and let them fight it out. The gunners, unsurprisingly, came out on top. I dispatched of them, convinced the lunatic locked in the bathroom to join the Institute, sent my final warning to Big Bird to stop f***ing with my deliveries, installed the thing in the radiation thing, met with the directorate, and the end of the line began. Actually, it just finished. But the end of the game is beginning. The assault on the Brotherhood of Steel's airport is at hand. Before that, I had a few stops to make. The first was at Sanctuary, to add a suppressor to my 10mm pistol, and a better receiver to the sniper rifle I hadn't used, because it doesn't have 3 perks that make it do 60% more damage like the ultimatum does. Then I went ahead and checked back on Virgil, to whom I'd given the serum some time ago, thinking he would reward me with a gun, because he does, but only if you kill him or steal it. I didn't do that. Instead, I returned to the airport via fast travel, was annihilated in record time, traveled to a nearby location instead, pressed sneakily towards the airport, and managed to go from hidden and invisible to detected and in danger in a matter of seconds. Let me tell you, this was horrible. The game setting and firepower of the Brotherhood made a frontal assault a pipe dream. Even a fat man didn't kill the Brotherhood Knight in one shot, which was unfortunate as it was my last nuke. I had to use a stealth boy to sneak around the outskirts of the building, approach the base under their noses, then run for my life inside the airport and quickly deal with the soldiers inside. I chucked a grenade at one of the generators, had to use another Nuka Cola Quantum to survive the run to the elevator, to reach and destroy the second generator, took out the third with a rifle, and retreated towards Liberty Prime. All 3 synth relay grenades were deployed at once, and I got instantly killed by a night cripple, then lost progress from a lack of saving, and, despite all the patience in the smallest world possible, I set the difficulty to normal. All the knights and other nonsense were just too much for me to handle. I didn't want to deal with it. The synths did their job and protected me and the virus while it injected itself into Liberty Prime. Ingram was sent to the wheelchair-accessible apartment complex in the sky. I used every high-powered weapon at my disposal to rain down hell from the sky on all the Brotherhood forces attempting to stop me. Switched over to the missile launcher for convenience not long later. The virus successfully hijacked Liberty Prime. In my blind firing of explosive weapons, I took out one too many synths, and they all became hostile. I got teleported to safety, watched the blimp crash into the airport, watched my beautiful father die, and I beat Fallout 4 while addicted to every chem in the game. Say what you will about Fallout 4 and the changes it made to the series, you can't deny that the weapons were, for the most part, a vast improvement over previous games. I say, for the most part, because there's one weapon that ruins the entire game just with its existence. Can you beat Fallout 4 with only a flare gun? Speaking of flair, there's still time for you to add some flair to your life with the Fork Barbarian plushie. It might not make whatever pain you're feeling go away, but it will help you through the hard times. Just imagine having the worst day of your life. You look down at the plushie for moral support, and with a nasally twang it says, "This is where the real game begins." That probably won't happen, but if you're in enough pain, you could certainly imagine it. I suppose we should start at the beginning. After making my character as true to life as possible with a giant crooked nose, oversized eyeballs, and a bald spot, I realized that I'd forgotten to activate the mod that shows full lines of dialogue, was already far too late into the game to go back and activate it, and started assigning special points. It's been proven with the power of probable science that luck and the idiot savant perk are better in the long term for maximizing your experience than going with intelligence. Because I was only after a few perks, I spread out the remaining points amongst everything except charisma. Then, I had to find the truth. I had to know where the salesman goes after our conversation. I'm not sure what it is, but something about these shots makes me sad and uncomfortable at the same time. He doesn't go to the vault though. It hasn't even finished being constructed yet. The bombs dropped, I wrapped myself in plastic wrap and climbed into the freezer, and found out the truth again. Nora, your supposed wife, doesn't die. It's a trick. See, her eyes are still moving. Want more proof? The resurrect command doesn't work on her. It makes perfect sense. You can't bring her back from the dead if she's faking it. I did what I always do to escape Vault 111 without attacking anything, left the vault, arrived in Sanctuary, ignored Codsworth, and the real game began. I wanted to get a few levels under my belt before I started doing much of anything else. Just needed a couple perks to make life easier. I won't waste as much of your time on this as I did mine. All that matters is that I had almost 600 pieces of fully erect wood by the time I was finished, and they were arguably the most organized they'd ever been. Satisfied with my work, I left the settlement and set off for Concord. Why? Because that's where the real game lives. See, like most unique gimmick weapons that aren't worth their weight in shit, the flare gun is a pain in the ass to obtain. To get it, you've gotta complete the first step quest, which comes after When Freedom Calls. You know, that quest that involves killing a bunch of raiders to save the Minutemen. As luck would have it, it's not at all easy to do that when you can't attack anything yet, because anything but a flare gun is not a flare gun. The raiders outside can be cleared out by Preston if you're patient enough, no problem there. But the ones inside, well, let's just say that in the process of trying to figure out what to do about it, you almost got drunk Mitten Squad versus Air Conditioner round 2. It would have happened when I was in North Carolina last week, but they're more civilized down there. Their air conditioners know to shut the f*** up when they've been emotionally assaulted. Can you hear that? It's an air conditioner. And it is so f***ing annoying. Oh no, I hurt its feelings. My first idea was to use power armor to glitch myself into the office where the Minutemen are holed up in. I thought that maybe because you're not supposed to be in there until all the raiders are gone, getting in there early would trigger the rest of the quest. It didn't. All that happened was I got stuck in the door and couldn't move. Momentarily content with my own failure, I left for greener pastures, Diamond City. I had me a plan. I bought my first flares from Cricket outside of Megaton, and also ridded myself of a lot of the garbage I'd collected. Piper helped me get inside the city. I got even more flares from the various vendors inside, did Piper's interview, and had me a companion. There's a trick to making things dead without actually doing anything. All you've got to do is get a companion into a situation where their life can violently be ended, and in the midst of their existence crumbling around them, you tell them to f*** off back to wherever they came from. You dismiss them in combat so they aren't your companion anymore, which makes it so anything they kill won't go on your permanent record. That's the idea anyway. As with all things in life, it's never as easy as someone on the internet would make it seem. The only hurdle you need to overcome is probably something familiar to most of you watching this, because I know my audience. The hard part is talking to someone. It turns out that getting Piper to engage you in conversation while people are trying to stick bullets and all sorts of other things inside of her is not the easiest thing in the world. After that didn't work, I tried sitting in a corner and waiting for several minutes. Only one guy died, some idiot who forgot about fall damage. I also went ahead and used the free cam to see just how Preston was handling his end of the conflict, which was not very well. He probably could have stuck the end of his musket in his mouth, pulled the trigger, and still missed his head. In another attempt with Piper, I did manage to convince her, but that was no good. In the time it took me to lure her into the back room with the mannequins, she'd gone and killed 5 people. From there, out of ideas, I called it quits for a long time, almost 20 minutes. Back in the game, I had no new ideas. I had one, actually. It just wasn't a good one, and I hate myself for doing it. This run is supposed to be about how bad the flare gun is as a weapon you'd use. The path to getting it is part of that challenge, but it's not where the meat of this burrito is found. I let Piper kill everyone. I only found one example online of someone doing this part of this quest as a pacifist. YMCA didn't side with the Minutemen in his pacifist Fallout 4 video. The one guy I found just said to do what I did, tried to do anyway, use the companion dismissal technique. But that never worked for me. The building is too small to be able to get Piper out of combat to bring up her dialogue interface, so I failed on purpose. Successfully. Outside, I didn't need Piper, I just had to lure out Rango and let him lay waste to the inhabitants of Sesame Street before getting Preston to kill him while I waited in the gift shop for Mom to come pick me up. With life now something that doesn't exist in Concord, all I had to do was meet Preston back at Sanctuary, and part 1 is now complete. Now we move on to the first step. This was another problem that I didn't solve in the right way. I f***ed up. What I could have and should have done was lure something to the settlement to get them killed, fail the quest, and keep doing that until I hopefully got a quest that was setting up a settlement, not helping one. Didn't do that though. Instead, I entered the Fishing Club Electrical Manufacturing, I don't remember what it's actually called, and can't be bothered to check, and ran like a madman for the sole raider I had to kill. In that brief instance, I hoped to use the environment to kill everyone. Between the turrets, cars that could explode, and random explosives being used by the dozen or so raiders in that room, I thought something would kill the leader. That didn't happen. The cars did explode, rest in peace Mater, and people got hurt, but it takes more than an explosion to bring down the all-powerful Jared. I also could have done the companion thing in here, but like for realsies this time. I tried. I really did put some effort into it, just not as much as I should have, because I gave up and blew his f***ing head off, failing the challenge once more. Don't let that get you down though. The game made sure that I suffered for my misdeeds. Back at Sanctuary, I spoke to Preston, finally reached 10th Prestige level 70, and was awarded a flare gun for my troubles, allowing the real game to finally begin. I'm about to tell you everything great about the flare gun. Ready? Make sure your ears are opened and primed for listening. The one good thing is that there's a way to effectively get infinite ammo. Every day, between 4 and 10 flares will spawn in the workshop bench in Sanctuary. It would be time consuming as but you could sleep for 24 hours, get your ammo, and go back to sleep. Though you would probably have to fast travel somewhere to sleep because I don't think it resupplies while you're there. But that would give you as much free ammo as you wanted, or you could just buy it. The Fallout Wiki says that flares are occasionally sold by vendors, but that's not true at all. They're not rare at all, and are surprisingly cheap. With the lowest possible charisma and no barter perks, there are only 3 caps per flare, and because I'd been hoarding like a motherfucker, I had plenty to sell to get myself up to around 1800 caps. Most of those came from the 1200 5mm rounds I got from the minigun atop the Preston mating ground. So here's what you do. Buy your ammo at Diamond City. Between Arturo and the robot lady, you'll get around 20 flares. Wait for a few hours for the Mr. Handy to come out and play. Buy from him, wait more, go back to Sanctuary, where more flares have spawned. Collect them, then go back to Diamond City and do it again. It's not as fun as the merchant exploit in Skyrim because it's not an exploit at all, but if you're only buying flares, it will only take you about an hour to get up to 850 flares. And with all the ammo in the world, the real game can begin. Now the flare gun is just the worst. Last week I said that the Chinese pistol was impressively bad, but this is much more horrible. Here's why. For one thing, unlike almost every firearm in the game, the flare gun's projectile has an extreme arc to its trajectory, and it's slow as shit. Hitting a moving target is generally not a thing that's going to happen. Then there's the reload time. It's a lengthy one. There's also this fun thing that happens where sometimes you won't automatically reload, or sometimes if you're swapping between first and third person, the game just won't let you reload at all for a few seconds. Oh, and the damage? For reference, a basic pipe pistol with no upgrades will do about 13 damage. The flare gun does 10, but you know what? It gets worse. See, we're going downhill and have already lost all control of the vehicle. You think it's over, but we haven't even hit the f***ing ramp yet, and we're not landing on the ground. We're landing in a pool of lava. The flare gun, being its own unique layer of hell, does not benefit from any perks in the game. You can't take the gunslinger perk to boost its damage by 20% per level. You can't get sneak attack bonuses because, in case you missed it, this thing fires flaming balls that shower the county in red light. Stealth isn't something that exists for us anymore. And, lastly, the flare gun cannot be modified at all. Full stop. What it is what it is. The only perk that does apply is the Gun Basher perk, but guess who's 4 points short of being able to take that perk? I am, and I wouldn't have taken it anyway. This had to be hell after cheating like I did. I refused to gun bash unless it was absolutely necessary. The premise of this run is that I have no arms and I must dab. By now, I've since arrived in Park Street Station to rescue Nick Valentine and was met with a severe lack of friendliness in the lobby. The other thing you might notice is that the top of the flare gun is blank. There are no sights to look down. That would be too easy. Oh, and a lot of the time, you'll see me miss my shot only to have the flare go off and give you a hit marker. That hit marker isn't real. It's a placebo. It's not actually doing damage. As for the triggermen themselves, they can take anywhere from 4 to occasionally 10 or 11 flares to kill. That doesn't sound so bad, but remember that it takes about 5 seconds to fire and reload the flare gun. Now recall what's waiting for me down in the rest of the vault. At one point, I got tired of murder. The psychological damage it was causing me wasn't hurting enough. I had to destroy that which I loved. My beloved fences. I recycled them and created a new world of fences with their dismantled corpses. Retired to the Museum of Freedom for my power armor that got mostly destroyed in the process of trying to get it back from the raiders that respawned. Headed to the police station to get some collectibles off the ghouls Dance put to sleep, and took what I'd stolen to sell to buy more stim packs. Then I met up with Dance at ArcJet to let him do his thing inside, so I could pick up all the synth weaponry that dropped to sell again for more caps. Then I returned to Park Street Station. It, no joke, took me about 8 minutes to clear out this one little area of triggermen. I didn't fail. I didn't have to reload any saves. That's just how bad the flare gun is. If you're gonna try this, which you aren't because nobody hates themselves more than I hate me, you'd be advised to make this build based around VATS. The flare gun is a bitch to aim in combat, so letting the computer do it would alleviate a lot of the stress that comes from using this awful piece of weapon. The remainder of the vault was more of the same, that being awful. I found that third-person mode is great in close range. If you're close enough, the dot that forms from your crosshair will be exactly where the flare goes, so you won't have to worry about the projectile dropping. Dino was one of the toughest foes I've faced so far. He took about 15 flares to become kill. I let Nick do most of the work as we escaped the vault, convinced Skinny Malone to play hide and seek with us. He started counting, and Nick and I hid in Diamond City. The mayor was convinced by a man with the charisma of a defective toaster to hand over someone's house key, and I eventually arrived in Fort Hagen. Before I could enter the fort, I had to deal with a couple feral ghouls. These suck. Their speed and the way they go off flaccid as soon as they're within striking distance makes them difficult to hit without VATS. Dogmeat had a photo shoot, I ignored the turrets, entered the Hagen, and began facing the synths. This wasn't any better than anything else. A headshot with a flare did barely anything against a synth. A weapon bash was more effective, but I'm a cheater, not a coward, which is why I ran towards more death and despair. I could have faced them, but I had to save my stim packs and chems for Kellogg, and I didn't have 6 hours to spare, whittling away at abominations with borderline sentience. I hadn't lost too much blood by the time I found Kellogg. Somehow, I'd forgotten that he's Danny Phantom's cousin and can turn himself invisible. As you can probably imagine, hitting an invisible target with a flare gun in the midst of a firefight is no small feat. So small in fact, that I decided to just beat him to death. With a flare safely stored in his temple, I still had to clean up the scraps, which wasn't any easier because, you know, flare gun. From there, an assortment of events took place that are always the same, regardless of the challenge, so I'll breeze through them. The Brotherhood of Steel arrived in the Commonwealth. I sold what I'd looted at the fort, told Piper and Nick about the free head I found inside Fort Hagen, used a few flares to gouge out Finn's eyes, killed her in Daisy's shop, because I had a feeling she'd be into that sort of thing. Met Dr. Amari, went spelunking in the memories of a man I killed while wearing his clothes, and set off for the glowing sea to find Virgil. After speaking to him, I got the lowdown on the Courser and entered Green Tech Genetics to find one. This was as horrible as Fort Hagen and the Raiders in the Museum of Freedom and the Triggermen and everything else. Despite the abundance of flares stuffed inside me, I didn't have the patience required to kill all the gunners inside. Best case scenario, you're looking at about 5 shots per gunner. It takes roughly 5 seconds to fire and reload. Call it 30 seconds per gunner to take aiming into account. Probably at least 15 gunners inside the building. That's 7.5 minutes. Assuming you never miss and don't have to take time to heal or sit behind cover, it would have been a clusterfuck. But guess what? It was all worth it. Everything in the universe had to happen exactly as it did, going back billions of years, to lead me to this exact moment, at this exact second. Look at the f***ing word I got in this terminal puzzle. Just look at it. The rest of this run doesn't matter. This made it all worth it. I don't scream, but if I ever did, it would have been when I saw that. It wasn't the right password. Clicking it 4 times just to be safe proved that. But it was still wonderful. The Courser wasn't. See how little his health went away when I blasted him in the dome with portable fire? It was a solid 8-minute fight that almost ended twice before he recharged his battery as I momentarily ran away. After Dr. Amari was worthless again, I followed the road to freedom to the Old North Church, lit up the railroad, which made it much more ominous, convinced them to help me, got the chip analyzed, might have accidentally turned Desdemona into Desmond and with his head, but then I left, got the plans from Virgil, and went with the Brotherhood of Steel because why not? The Minutemen are a time sink, and I don't like the railroad today. Rode up to the Pridwin, saw what a real man looks like, got told to clear out Fort Strong. That means killing a super mutant behemoth with a flare gun, which is why I'm siding with the Minutemen now. You do have to do another quest before they'll help you build the transmitter, or you can bop the old man on the nose and tell Preston that they've gone to meet God, allowing you to build the device and fax yourself deep underground. Because I couldn't fill the kids' room with smoke, I did some work for the Institute, mostly just poking around the facility to meet some new faces. Then I did one more mission for the Minutemen, before trusting my gut and siding with the Institute. Going with the Minutemen could have been useful because the flare gun is more than just a glorified dart gun, but you need to play the long game to make it worthwhile. If you had a bunch of settlements all over the map, calling in reinforcements to attack for you would be an interesting way to play the game, but it's not for me. If I'm calling in reinforcements, it's in the form of corpses of defeated foes, not Minutemen. Libertalia gave me a bit of trouble. The raider with the fat man is beyond my comprehension. With the recall code, I shut down the rogue synth. He got teleported back underground for several weeks of unimaginable pain, and prepared myself for the Battle of Bunker Hill to retrieve my power armor and check on Elder Maxon's beautiful body. That sentence was weird. Why did I write that? Unfortunately, he only offers his eye candy to those who are siding with him. It's alright. My mind is still too fixated on Vault Yoshi to have room for another sex symbol. Now Vault Yoshi's in your head too, and he's not going anywhere. The Battle of Bunker Hill was what it always is, kinda boring. It sorta feels like a large-scale conflict, but the issue is that because so many things are attacking each other, it's easy to just sit back and do nothing. And, surprisingly, the railroad heavies I had to dismantle weren't as tough as I thought. Accuracy is always an issue though. My next job was a photo shoot atop CIT ruins. I didn't get the exact shot I wanted, but this one's not bad. This one's alright too. You wanna see something weird? Makes you uncomfortable, doesn't it? He has no eyes, but he still sees you. At my surprise, impromptu, unofficially birthday party, Dad gave me the greatest present a son could ask for, knowledge that his father is slowly dying. Then came the part I'd been dreading for the last hour, mass fusion. Getting in there wasn't the bad part. Avoiding the Brotherhood recruits as I got down to the basement wasn't the bad part. Retrieving the reactor wasn't the bad part. The bad part is killing a sentry bot and 2 assaultrons with a f***ing flare gun. For once in my life, I had a plan, and a damn good one at that. An Institute scientist joins you on your journey, so if you've got power armor, you can block the doorway to the cleansing room with your armor and wait for the good doctor to do all the killing for you. In theory, that would work. If Allie Fillmore is nowhere to be found, that doesn't work. Luckily for me, I had a failsafe idea that might work. I attempted to use this glitch earlier, the one where you use power armor to glitch yourself through a wall. There's a lockdown after you snag the reactor, and blast doors block the elevator. But If you use your power armor, you can phase through the blast doors and into the elevator that you can then ride up towards freedom, thereby avoiding the most intense combat section of this entire playthrough. For what it's worth, I did attempt to do some damage to the sentry bot, but the amount I did almost made me cry. The next quest was Pinned, an easy one if you manage to get ghouls and weasels and the Brotherhood of Steel and robots and gunners to all fight each other outside the house you're sent to. On the off chance you are as curious as I was, glitching yourself into the Shy Guy's hidden bedroom and taking off his head not only fails the quest, but makes you enemies with the Institute. Then there's the railroad. They must be destroyed. Unfortunate, because I'm going in alone. At first, it tricks you into thinking it's gonna be quick and easy, but my sister, this quest is not. As soon as you off Desmond, everyone loses their minds, and most of them do have to die. What is that on my screen? It was my mouse cursor. God, I'm stupid. And most of them do have to die. Stimpaks help, power armor helps, hundreds of flares help. Gun bashing helps a little too, seeing as it was my main method of attack, because the flare gun is still the flare gun and is as worthless as ever. It was around this time I started wishing that the flare gun worked like flare guns in other games, that if you hit a target with it they'd be engulfed in flames. Would have made this more fun. With every last one of them with names wiped out, the end of the line arrived. It was time to destroy the Brotherhood of Steel. The small piece of good news is that the flare gun can kill generators in one blast, and as you kill them, more and more synths can spawn in from heaven to take all the fallen angels back to hell. To protect the virus, I parked my power armor on one set of stairs and stood like a rock on the other. I still can't believe that I managed to kill 2 Brotherhood Knights, mostly with the flare part of the flare gun. It wasn't easy, but it certainly did happen. A few stragglers made their way to the top in an attempt to stop me. Elder Maxon never showed his face or incredible body on the field of battle. Probably would have distracted all the troops. The blimp went down like the Hindenburg. I told Father to go already, and I did not beat Fallout 4 with only a flare gun.
Go ahead. Point it at me. Make you swing.
A lot of people were upset with Fallout 4. They felt it changed too much, that it lost a lot of what made past Fallout games so great. But there's still something in Fallout 4 that most games just don't have. Console commands. Can you beat Fallout 4 as a God of Time? I use the title God of Time a little loosely. The premise of this challenge is similar to a few other challenges that I've done, like Fallout 3 as Benjamin Button or Fallout 4 as Andre the Giant. In the Benjamin Button video, I shrunk my size by 5% every 15 minutes. In this video, I'll be increasing the game speed by 10% every 10 minutes. I either beat the game, or the speed breaks the game to the point of it being unplayable, where the action of opening a door or bringing up your Pip-Boy causes never-before-seen malfunctions in the game. The timer starts as soon as the game begins after the cutscene. You might assume, because I'm racing against time, that I'd be as quick and efficient as possible. However, if you've seen any of my videos, you know that that was never an option. After giving myself the only reasonable name I could think of, I began assigning special points, which were nothing special. 4s across the board, because there are no restrictions to weapons or methods of attack. I figured a jack of no trades, master of none approach was the way to go. Terrified after getting a glimpse at the next Paranormal Activity movie, I tried to be a Paranorman to someone else by deleting their suitcase full of the only objects from before the bombs fell. I f***ed it up. Maybe the suitcase was alive the whole time. Maybe I clicked on the wrong thing. Either way, I gave up. Made it to the vault, entered the frozen food section, and the time had come for our first increase in speed. With everything now moving 10% faster than it should be, the real game can begin. Usually, in these kinds of incremental increase challenges, the first few increases are barely noticeable, but not with this one. It's not super obvious from the animations and gameplay, but the dialogue gives it away in an instant. Outside the vault, I immediately went towards Not Sanctuary. I wasn't ready to enter the world of abandoned salvaging and industrial shelving unit installations. Just to get a few things out of the way, since we're vulnerable out here in the open, I'm not gonna mention every time I increase the speed. I mean, I might, but at this point in the script I don't plan to. But there will be a WDIV Local 4 news chopper on screen at all times with updates on my speed throughout this entire video. There was one other thing that was kind of a big deal, but we can save that for later. Not long after I began bumbling my way towards anywhere that would accept me for who I am, I ran into a situation involving a synth and a regular human male. This is the kind of situation you just hate to see. Anyway, I wasn't sure who was lying, so I killed them both. The Good Son would have been a much better movie if the mother had let both kids fall off the cliff and die, instead of saving one of them. Got up to 20% just outside of Concord. I'm definitely feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. It's already such a pain in the ass that sprinting has a stutter to it like that big idiot who punched me in the stomach in middle school. Joke's on him though, I don't have a stutter. I might have a voice like a mucus incarnate, but I don't have a stutter. Outside, I put my educated feet to good use by snagging a minigun, turning my ankles into a fine powder, lighting Barney the friendly lizard on fire. He bopped me good for that, so in return I bopped him a couple hundred times. Pretended to be a sentry gun, got Mama Murphy to drag her flock to Sanctuary, dropped off my power armor so I could get it back later, and took out these common street toughs before they even knew what hit them. It's worth pointing out that there are a few things that can cause Fallout the 4th to revert back to its original, boring speed gameplay. VATS is one of them. I think it might be the only one. Let me put it this way. Me accidentally hitting the Windows key and exiting the game was more of an annoyance than the game resetting its speed. I stopped by Corvega Assembly Plant for no other reason, just to stop by and say hi. I didn't get lost, but it did take a minute for me to find the middle layer of this concrete lasagna where the boss raider lives. On a technical level, it might have taken me longer than ever to get there. Consider this though. In real time, it definitely might have been less longer than the most longest ever time I've had. With the Jared finally dead, I got by a loading screen. That was fun. It's just so great when you only have 10 minutes at a certain speed and staring at a blank screen takes up a minute and a half of those minutes. It's great. Really it is. I wish I had a gun. Then again, it's probably good that I don't. If I drunkenly put a hole in my sink with a goddamn coffee cup, imagine what I could do with a gun. I tried to pick a fight with some sailors, they lit me on fire, kinda ironic for water dwellers, and even killed me. We're only at 30%, and combat is already noticeably more difficult. I'd hoped to fast travel myself into Diamond City, but the discovery point is inside, beyond the gate. In the time it took me to say that, I probably already talked to Piper and got inside. I only discovered it now to save some time later. Remember what I said about combat? Yeah, that was an exaggeration. At long range, sure. It's no cakewalk through burning coals, but in close quarters, it's still perfectly not terrible. Even at 40%, if you're naturally gifted at video games like I am, you can still no-scope a head off a mannequin from mere inches away. The upper crust of Park Street Station went better than expected. I guess I thought their beef jerky skin made them immune to fire. To the amazement of everyone in the room, including but not limited to me, the triggermen loitering around the train tracks weren't profanity worthy either. Part of it was likely the gun, a 45th caliber spinny rotating blaster tube. The other part was either me being too good or the difficulty being on very easy, or maybe the minigun I eventually swapped over to. I backed up all my talk of being a pro gamer by breaking the only bobby pin I had after forgetting to quick save before attempting the lock. What a fall from grace. To think I was on top of the world only 65 words ago. Third person mode is generally going to be that lonely friend that everyone has that you only hang out with when you need something. In this case, when you need to kill someone from far away. I was gonna make a reference to that one guy who saved Adam Sandler's character in that one movie, but I gave up after looking up one movie and spent the next 40 minutes watching cooking videos on YouTube and eating spaghetti, just as every American should at 12:27 a.m. on a Friday morning. Good news for me, I saved my laser musket from the library. Even better news, I have a friend. Combat is beginning to become more of a struggle than it was 10% ago. Harold, the happy hatchet, is all covered in blood, and a couple well-placed grenades blew up everyone. I would have kept that series of events unfolding, but I found it odd that both Darla and Skinny Malone lost only their left legs. Got a nice, almost 2-minute long loading screen right after that. My therapist once told me that the real game is trying not to drink bleach while waiting for Fallout 4 to fucking load. I went ahead and bought myself a silenced pipe pistol from Arthur before talking to Nickelodeon and the chick who looks like she was ripped right out of Bioshock Infinite. One of the great things about the increased speed is how quickly you can breeze through dialogue. But a downside is that, for reasons not even Todd Howard knows, you can't jump as high when the game is sped up. It's also possible that it could just be that you're so used to jumping taking a certain amount of time that when it's 60% quicker, it throws you off so much that you become like a drunk idiot who was leaning too far back in his office chair and started screaming. Took me a few attempts to not get the Kellogg key from McDandy, then another 2 minutes trying to get him to give me the key. Unfortunately, the increased game speed does not apply to loading screens. After breaking and entering and giving Dogmeat some face paint, I set off for Fort Hagen. Inside a brewery was where I noticed how annoying combat was becoming with the game at 170% normal speed. It's weird though, you can kill much faster because you can attack much faster, but you also die quicker. It's like survival mode had a child with Doom Eternal, broke the child's legs so he can't jump all over the place, then gave him crack. I upgraded my silenced rifle before continuing my way to Fort Hagen. Then I got distracted once more, this time with a super mutant vacation spot. They were minding their own business, having a wonderful time. I couldn't allow that. The poo pathology test determined that I am the perfect man, and the perfect man would never let anyone who's less than perfect remain alive. You think climate change is because of big business not giving a f***? No, that was all me. I want the 2012 movie to look like Elmo Goes to the Beach compared to what I've got in store for this planet. Mole rats are some of the most annoying creatures to deal with in this entire playthrough. Before entering Fort Hagen, I tested a dose of jet on some butterflies to see how the slowdown effect would be with this increased speed. I learned less than nothing from that. I did have to set the game speed back to 180% after reloading a save, so jet could be one of those things that breaks the challenge. I scrapped a bunch of in Sanctuary to give myself some components for later, to upgrade a few of my weapons, and to level myself up once or twice to get a few useful perks. The minigun was amazing inside the fort, but it chewed through ammo like my dead dog chewed through rust on my dad's truck. I really wanted to kill as many synths as I could, but I was severely lacking in supplies needed to take on such a task. Once I got to the basement, because it is generally long corridors instead of open office areas, I went rather slow and took out a good number of them. I wasn't sure what to do with Kellogg. Then I f***ed up. I got so caught up in the game that I was completely oblivious to the game speed being back to normal after the jet stopped working. In other words, I failed the challenge right then and there. I then set the speed back before leaving the fort to watch the Brotherhood arrive. An assortment of events unfolded over the next few minutes, which are boring and uninteresting. I sold stuff, spoke to Nick and Piper, killed Flipper, entered memories, never noticed that bridge on the right. It's crazy that they put that bridge from Final Destination 5 in a Fallout game. Next stop, the Glowing Sea. That was rough. As bad as the mole rats were, the stingrays in the Glowing Sea are much, much worse. I was outmatched, even with a minigun. Now it all makes sense. Maybe if Steve Irwin had a gun with him instead of a snorkel, he'd still be here today. After that brief yet traumatizing experience, I spoke to Virgil, swam over to the airport, spoke to a knight guarding the gaping hole, backtracked to the Cambridge police station, tried to help, didn't do much. Combat is hard at 220%, had to set my sensitivity all the way down just so I wouldn't do a 360 when I moved my mouse half a millimeter, made a few more upgrades in Sanctuary thanks to the gun nut perk, watched Dance eviscerate a family of land seals, and entered ArcJet Systems. Inside ArcJet was where I started a backseat driver approach to Fallout 4. In the time it took me to pull out a submachine gun, increase the speed, and get into position, Dance had already killed most of the synths. After tasting their leaking coolant to make sure they really were machines, I set Dance ablaze, looted all the bodies for their weapons and the ammo inside those weapons, used the shotgun at its intended range, got the transmitter, was given my first useful laser weapon, and rode up to the Hindenburg, while pretending to be an AC-130 in Call of Duty by killing every single person I couldn't see because it's kinda foggy. Aboard the bird, I tried my hardest to kill Elder Maxon by strategically placing a bottle right in front of him, hoping he'd trip over it and crack his skull open. I even suddenly drew attention to it by blasting it with a laser gun, but the slippery bastard was too clever. He walked around it. I never knew such a maneuver was even possible. He gave me a job, meet the crew. It legitimately took me less than a minute to talk to all 4 people. His next task was to clear out Fort Strong, an easy mission that a toddler could handle if they, like me, brought an experienced Brotherhood Paladin along with them to do most of the work. Fallout 4 felt like a horror game for a minute after I got chased, killed, and consumed by a Mirelurk hunter, while I brought Dance along to do most of the work, take most of the damage, and use his life as a distraction. I did a fair amount of damage against the mutants. Inside was easier than anticipated. Between Dance and I, we could pretty much kill anything before it realized what was happening. Finally, at the legendary 260% speed, I began tracking down the green tech genetics to kill the Courser. I found it without help, probably a dozen times, but the combination of darkness and even more darkness made it difficult to spot the big green shaft loitering in the skyline. If you take the increased speed into account, it took me like 28 minutes to find the building, don't you f***ing judge me. Luckily for me, Dance had returned from making love to the missiles deep in the bottom of Fort Strong and could assist me in my battle to the top of the tower. Bodies are now acting a little strange when they die, and combat was just deteriorating. Now's a good time to mention that other thing I ignored earlier. For the most part, I increased the speed every 10 minutes, but there were a few times when I changed it up. I thought things were getting a little out of hand somewhere, I don't remember where, and increased the timer up to 15 minutes. Another time, I shortened the timer from 10 to 8 minutes to make up for my 5 minutes of leisure and borderline seizure time. Here's another fun thing. Because I'm a jackass, I thought this 10mm pistol was a burst fire gun. It was not. I was just holding the fire button for a second, which made it feel like a burst fire gun. The missile launcher acts a little weird now too. You can fire it and reload super quick, but you can't immediately fire after reloading. Sold stuff. Dr. Amari was worthless. I entered the Old North Church and got the railroad to help me. Sort of. I didn't see the point in talking to them. And a Brotherhood quest is to exterminate them, so why not blow up an entire bird's nest with a missile launcher and with help from a friend? This actually made me really mad. Not the killing them, not the massacre of everyone in the Railroad HQ, not decoding the Courser chip itself. Because I killed them all, the lights never turned on, and getting back to the tunnel from HQ in complete and total darkness is more frustrating than you can imagine. And I couldn't turn on the Pip-Boy light because I left my special helmet in my stepmom's car. She said she needed to borrow it and my knee pads. I'm not sure why she needed it. Women in their 50s don't play football. Anyway, Virgil gave me the plans for the teleporter. I took what I needed from my box of goodies, got the teleporter built at the airport, and carrier pigeoned myself into the Institute. I set a new record for meeting the Stooges, but convincing Dr. Amari to join our cause was a nightmare. It would have been easier to just kill her, but I gave my word, and I will never go back on my word unless I feel like it. Even though it took less than 3 real minutes to pass all her skill checks, it was still annoying. Now we get to the fun part, going back and forth between the woman pretending to be Grandpa from Spy Kids 3 when he gets the Super Legs power-up. On a related note, if anyone watching this knows how I can get my hands on an autographed picture of the Dinkster, hit me up on Twitter. If I spent $200 on novelty Vault Yoshi bedsheets, imagine how much I'd be willing to pay for something I actually want. Just like Grandpa, Liberty Prime needs some new knees. And it fell on me to get his magnets. Dance and I completely annihilated everything inside the hospital on our quest to find magnets. With Liberty Prime's knees back in working order, I was sent out to the glowing sea once more to get the world's largest cache of nuclear weapons the world's ever seen. I think I f***ed that up. I think this one clip summarizes what it was like traveling through the glowing sea. Inside the temple was not much better. I made it all the way to the Assaultron, missed my shot, that missile launcher problem came back, I died, and my last save was when I just entered the building. I got mauled to death by a legendary ghoul the second time around. The third time, with the submachine gun, I felt like I was back in Darius, sitting on the catwalk with a Thompson, Speed Cola, and Double Tap, screaming at my friend that I'm about to go down because he just had to pack a punch his Car 98 to see what it'd do. The cluster didn't end once I secured the nukes. First, I somehow got lost, looking for the exit. Then I got stuck in a wall, but it was all worth it. Liberty Prime has finally graduated from American kindergarten, meaning he's ready to go to war on someone else's behalf. Just a small snag. Paladin Dance is a synth who's gone down the River Rouge, and it's up to me, the Brotherhood's fastest rising star, to bring him to justice. Justice in this case being death. Dance didn't really do anything wrong, which is more than enough to warrant his death as far as the government is concerned. Down in the bunker, I convinced Dance that it doesn't really matter if he's not a real man, because he's real to me, and that's all that matters, and I blew his brains out. At an astonishing 370%, the time had come to derail the railroad one last time. I made sure to give Piper some railroad agent armor, just to make this even more confusing than it already is. I made her my companion after Dance was returned to Al's toy barn. The darkness was still present down in the railroad's front door. Nobody was left down in the HQ. Pam was all alone, waiting for someone to tell her what to do. I couldn't tell her what to do, but I sure could abduct her. Kells was pleased with my performance. Pam was nowhere to be found. Can't imagine where she went. Ingram and I took to the skies to fly towards mass fusion. We did laps around the building faster than most minds can comprehend. It took my mind a second to figure out how to get out of the plane. I took damage in the elevator, reloaded a save to activate a stealth boy, which somehow clipped me through the floor. Not that I'm one to complain about a little glitch when I can complain about having to retrieve the beryllium agitator. As you can see in the gameplay, I used both Rad-X and Rad-Away, but the radiation still went up like a rocket. It's possible that I might have had caps lock on, the button that makes you walk instead of run. Out of the power armor with caps lock off, you move so goddamn fast. So fast in fact, that jet is pretty much required so you don't fly over the railing. But once the jet runs out, your entire reality comes crashing down around you. In the time it takes you to snap your fingers, you die. In the time it takes you to realize that you were alive in the first place. What does that mean? The low jump height combined with my panicking did not do me any favors. Oh, but the pain has only just begun, because now there's a sentry bot and 2 assaultrons to deal with. The way I saw it, a fat man was my only chance. At 400% normal speed, giving the assaultrons even an instant to attack is a death sentence. The only choice was to pull out the fat man, fire a shot, and hope it takes down both assaultrons. It did. Back at the airport, I installed the agitator into the base of Liberty Prime's skull. The big man woke up and bulldozed a path towards CIT ruins. From the time he knocked his protective neck floaty away from his face to when we were inside the Institute, barely 2 minutes had passed. It was, as the kids say, tremendous. As we worked our way towards the heart of the Institute, I helped as best I could. Things were beginning to break down. My gun doesn't really exist anymore. I have to have the lowest sensitivity possible and crouch walk with caps lock on just to maintain some level of control over my character. Automatic weapons fire more bullets in a single second than all of humanity can make in an hour. Even single shot weapons are next to worthless when you can't land a shot on anything. I made sure to save some ammo for the minigun. As the god of time, I can stop time at any moment. I used that power only a single time, when I killed my son with the least damaging gun I could get my hands on to make sure his death was as slow as possible. Then I got my ass handed to me by a triplet of synths. Together with Elder Maxon and other people who don't matter, we steamrolled our way down to the reactor chamber, where the remainder of the Institute's high-tech homies were lying in wait to ambush us. The reactor itself concerned me only because I was out of radiation medication. I told Ingram to throw the kid out the airlock because he's not my real son, got teleported to the throat of the world, watched the Institute blow up, and did not beat Fallout 4 as a god of time.
Congratulations to Thermal X Hybrid for winning the Guess the Challenge game on Twitter.
Smoking kills. Weaklings.
Few things in life are as annoying as dealing with a broken bone or realizing that you're carrying too much stuff. So what would happen to someone's spirit if they were forced to endure both things not only at the same time, but also forever? Can you beat Fallout 4 while completely crippled and over-encumbered? You're gonna notice on your screen a series of numbers that are increasing at an alarming rate. Those of you with an eye for fashion will no doubt know that those represent time. In order to understand the pain I put myself through over the course of a single 4-day period, you need the timer. It will help keep things in perspective. With my character as true to life as inhumanly possible, I immediately f***ed up by not being broken on every level. The curtains don't yet match the drapes. Using a console command after a joke I refused to let die, the condition of both my arms, both my legs, my chest, and my head are all set to 0. Thankfully, by Captain crunching my bones through the power of prayer, no amount of medicine will heal me. I can still use stim packs and other healing items while my limbs remain 100% broken at all times. Also in that command is a command that set my maximum carry weight to 1, so I'm always over-encumbered. Unlike my New Vegas Godless Pacifist run that I did on a whim, this one I did not. I thought I had a pretty good handle on things after I assigned my special points, but a series of misfortunes happened to land on my lap. I'm not ready for that, you're not ready for that, let's come back to it. These are how I assigned my special points so I could get a few useful perks as early as possible. The big 3 perks are Rooted, Aqua Boy, and Idiot Savant. Rooted adds 25 to both energy and real damage resistance when you're not moving. Aqua Boy coats your body in plastic wrap to keep you from taking radiation damage in various liquids, and Idiot Savant has been proven to be better at leveling you up quickly than maxed out intelligence. If you're wondering about Gordon, it's the most slug-like name I could think of. Completely crippled on every level now, a news bulletin told us about some possible rain later, and I hobbled towards the vault. See how fast I'm moving indoors? That was the game f***ing with me. This is me moving like someone who cares that they're about to become the dust that irritates my nose 200 years from now. It's so slow that if you stop for any reason, your guy will attempt to get into the dying position. Based purely on guesswork, I'd say it took me double-digit minutes just to get to the vault. It was kind of them to hold off the end of the world just for me. I went down to the vault, got froze, thawed out, and the real game began. See that guy in the upper right? You're gonna love him, whether you like it or not. He's here, and he's not going anywhere anytime soon. Despite the cartoon guy walking faster than I do, I've got a few tricks up my skirt. First, there's the lifesaver. The only reason I continued this challenge in Fallout 4 after learning what comes next, the auto run button. Press it, and you walk automatically. Next, there's the melee attack shortcut discovered first by coal miners back in 2011. There is no special animation for a melee attack when your entire body is held together with tape, so doing a melee attack in third person still makes you lunge forward at the normal human speed, depending on what weapon you use. It's not something I used very often, because clicking every second to still move slower than isn't worth doing. Had it not been for the ramp, my escape would have been stopped before it ever got above ground. I can't jump. That's a thing I can't do either. I might as well go through everything else. Let's see. I can't fast travel until level 30 because you need a perk to do it when you're over encumbered. And in third person, you can't reload a gun while you're moving. And you also can't look around while you're reloading in third person. That animation speed up doesn't work in first person, which makes swapping back and forth between melee weapons and gun weapons in first person and third person a fucking nightmare that I hope you all have to experience before I force you to. Right now, you're probably wondering two things. Why isn't my vision playing with the fog machine, and why is there a fog machine out here in the first place? I installed a few mods to make this more fun to look at. I don't think there were any weird mods. If there were, we'll handle it together. The other is why my vision isn't getting blurry from my head injuries. It happened the first time, then never again. Nothing I did could fix it and make it work. And to be 95% honest, I did this for real. I didn't speed up the game to get somewhere quicker. I walked from Good Neighbor to Virgil's Cave while completely crippled and over-encumbered twice. If you have a problem with the vision thing, smash the dislike button. In this sea of tragedy, there's a little detail that made this more fun and exhausting than I ever thought possible. Carry weight means nothing. I can take every single object I find. You might have expected me to make the ultimate world of wood in what would one day be a historic site. I didn't go too crazy. By the time I left Sanctuary, I was all the way up to level 4, with Rooted, Lone Wanderer, and Idiot Savant as my perks. My only objective was efficiency. Going straight to Nick Valentine will save hours. Animals don't count as a friend, so Dogmeat tagged along once I finished stealing everything from his house. Some rooftop sniper handled most of the little monsters trying to get into the museum. I took care of those who were inside, and met Preston Garvey, leader of the Minutemen, who got me a sick deal on a scooter and a squirt gun. I'm a man. I'm not playing on very easy, I'm playing on regular easy. I assumed that with my gun and pretty outfit, Yoshi wouldn't be an asshole when he woke up, but he was. With the Raiders wiped clean, I had a frightening conversation with Preston, told him I would see him back in Sanctuary later, and continued towards Nick. My clown car pants came in handy in the diner when I bartered with Trudy as a payment for killing people in front of her establishment. A smidge closer to Diamond City, I cleared out the Super Kmart of its melons, stepped back outside just in time to miss 8 out of 10 shots with a handgun, and went back on my word. I used a switchblade to fly through the downtown Commonwealth. I put a stop to that when the dust rolled in. As someone who once forgot about a lunchbox full of oranges they'd left in their locker over spring break, I know enough about orange dust to know that it doesn't go into any human hole. This game wouldn't do me dirty. There wasn't a chance in hell they'd let Dogmeat take his first swim lesson in this mild inconvenience. Hours into this adventure, I arrived in Diamond City, got a handful of face, sold everything I didn't need to the future of 7-Eleven delivery, convinced Ellie her boss was worth 200 caps, and set off across town. As I was about to leave, I watched a man, overcome by fear of the unknown, gun down his brother. Being the good person that I pretend to be, I brought his brother back from the dead. Now he is good as new, and the family will be forever grateful. I killed the super mutants at the base of Trinity Tower because they were there, and came to a realization. The Lone Wanderer perk is overrated. I don't need it. I need a real man. A big, green man. As with just about everything with this challenge, fighting up Trinity Tower was not all that difficult. Going against my instinct to run to cover was harder than taking lives or watching Dogmeat get cut in half. With the combination of effects of the perks I've mentioned, standing still and taking the punishment is a better option than trying to get to cover. You're so slow that in the time it takes to get to cover, you could have just killed whoever it was you were running from. With Strong now by my side for all of time, I tried to piss off a very big bird, settled for a scrapbook photo, and entered Park Street Station. It turns out that by thinking Strong would go after someone who shoots him with a gun, I overestimated his intelligence. Down in the subway, the 10mm pistol I'd had since I crawled out of the Do Not Enter tunnel betrayed me by being wildly inaccurate. Missing shot after shot after shot when you're in spitting distance is frustrating in the most unfun way imaginable. The only thing I had going for me was that I was shooting in the right direction most of the time. I forgot to mention earlier that crouching isn't allowed, so sneaking gets defenestrated immediately. With a monster and a companion by my side, I slowly returned to the surface of the vault. Skinny Malone had the silly idea in his head that he was gonna stop me. They didn't even have time to react. I gave them that gift. Back in Diamond City, I explained where it was everything went wrong. Legends say it happened when a special sloth got somewhere he wasn't supposed to. That same blood sloshes through my arteries too. That's why I broke into someone's home and had a brief moment of existential dread as I thought I was gonna have to go back to the rocket station to get dog meat. I'm glad I didn't have to do that. Probably wouldn't have ended well for anyone. The hound got the scent of death from the cancer stick. I followed him for a time. A long time. It took me almost 45 minutes to walk from Diamond City to Fort Hagen by way of Germany's most ferocious beast. We're too far into this video and still have too much ground to cover for me to spend more than a few words here. All I'm gonna say is that I never plan on playing Fallout 4 without the Desperado Overhaul mod installed again. The main feature of the mod is cactuses. It adds a few other things too, but really it just gives the game a more New Vegas vibe. This hallway with a bunch of synths and a turret at one end and a me at the other is probably the best example of how having broken arms can impact your ability to fire a gun. It's almost impressive how many shots I missed. That being said, I deserve the pain of this for using a revolver. It's like grabbing a fishing net to catch bugs. Finally at Kellogg, yours truly had just the thing to wipe him from existence. 1/2 jet, 1/2 psycho, 1/2 minigun, and 1/2 a roll of gauze was all it took to be deconstructed by my murderer. The barrel was practically down his throat. I still missed half my shots, but justice prevailed. Another beautiful angel went through the strongification process, the Brotherhood arrived in the Commonwealth, and I spent the next 40 minutes walking back to Diamond City. The tide tucked its tail between its legs and ran back into the sea about halfway back to home base. I ran into the star of the greatest video of all time on the road, and as a collector of all things that exist, I had plenty of objects to trade for spray and pray. A legendary submachine gun that does explosive damage with every shot. I will admit that this new toy made Fallout 4 significantly easier. The accuracy problem still remains, as does literally everything else. At level 11, I took the Rad Resistance perk to instantly get +10 radiation resistance at all times. Nickel and Flatface pointed me towards Dr. Amari and Goodneighbor. I killed Swan because I'm the only abomination allowed to roam these streets. Found Goodneighbor, had a normal conversation with the guy at the gate, picked up a bobblehead in the hotel to earn a cool 5% more experience for the rest of time. Learned through Reader Rabbit Kellogg Edition that Virgil, an Institute science man, can help me get inside, and so began my quest to the Great Green Sea. This was what I was dreading from the moment the 30% decided to f me. Unlike Fallout 3, there are no major skips that I can pull off. Unlike Fallout New Vegas, I cannot fly through the air with a revolver. Let this serve as a lesson to the youth. If you're not looking forward to something, dive in head first and assume everything will work out. You're the main character of your life. You'll be fine. I put a good amount of thought into getting into Virgil's cave. Simply surviving the trip isn't enough. I need to be able to get back out of the glowing sea. Running out of supplies after 45 minutes is not an option. To that end, I did no additional planning whatsoever. The odds were decent that I had enough supplies to last until I died. 35 minutes after I left Kellogg's Head, I hit the edge of the glowing sea. Wasn't too long after that, a deathclaw ripped my arm off. Your boy got himself stuck by a bridge with a deathclaw on each side. A lesser man would have ran, and I too would have ran if I knew how to run. Almost an hour after I set sail, I hit Virgil's cave, convinced him to help me get inside the Institute, and headed back to Diamond City. What I experienced was the Fallout 4 equivalent of spending 45 minutes driving your kids to the water park, letting them get one t-shirt that they have to share, and then going straight home. Does that sound sad? It should. The added pressure of only having 3 Rad-X and 10 Radaway remaining helped ever so slightly. You're not missing much of anything by me skipping back to Carbon Town. For those of you who didn't go to a Catholic high school like I did, that was a science joke. To take this even deeper, what I just said was a lie. I wasn't going back to Diamond City. The Courser was smart enough to go to the last place he knew I'd look for him. The greenest building in all the land. Let's go over my perks real quick. I want to make sure we're all on the same page. Lucky Looter rank 1 and 2. Lone Wanderer rank 1, Idiot Savant rank 1 and 2, Aquaboy and Rad Lad rank 1, Toughness rank 1 and 2, and Rooted rank 1. Despite only being level 13, ammo, damage, healing, these concepts are beginning to crumble. They no longer mean what they once did, assuming, because there was no reason not to, that I didn't miss any shots. It's not uncommon to find more ammo on a gunner than it would have cost to euthanize him. I should have pointed out somewhere sooner that somewhere along the way, I set the difficulty up to hard. I'm sure you've noticed that some enemies that could be killed in 2 to 3 shots in other videos are taking far more damage. Atop the tower, I found the Courser. Lacking a missile launcher, the third best choice was to lay down a dozen mines. Safety in numbers, as they say. My gun tickled the make-believe man. I took shelter and entered the free cam to watch Strong do a job for a real man. Moments later, Strong died. The Courser's death satisfied me greatly. I verified the sharpness of my blade, went back to Good Neighbor, sold a whole lot of garbage to my only fan. Amari said there was a train convention down in the church's basement, and I went to see for myself. It was nothing more than a sick joke, some lowlife's idea of a fun prank. Like spending 8 years telling your audience you've got a twin brother, as if God would actually make 2 of me. With the fish and chips out of the microwave, I had the ultimate decision to make. The ripples of which side of the fraction I land on will be felt throughout the rest of my life. Someone who was not with the railroad lied to me about what the railroad was, so the railroad is out. I can't fast travel until level 30. I wouldn't be able to get back into the Institute after I leave for the first time. The Minutemen have at least 8 missions that can send you just about anywhere on the map, which sounds traumatizing. That leaves the Brotherhood of Steel. Here's what's happening. At this point, I'm already tied to a chair. I'm just negotiating which teeth I can live without. If nothing else, I'd get to see just how long I could keep Strong as a companion while siding with the Brotherhood of Steel, because their entire existence is based around wiping out mutants. Regardless of which team got the handicap of me joining them, I still had to get the chip decoded. The first step in helping the Brotherhood isn't completing the first step quest. It's saving them from all of us future Kirby Air Ride fans who went feral while waiting for a sequel. Inside ArcJet, I saw firsthand how much laser ammo I had, made a few weapon modifications, found the junk jet, sparked a fire under someone's ass, and hit the dead body jackpot. Each synth has ammo and each gun has more. It's a delight. Now you'd think that the junk jet would be a god tier weapon in this playthrough, but it's too annoying to use in general, and I wasn't interested in dealing with bullet drop. Had I come through ArcJet earlier, I probably would have used it. Same goes for the gun I got from Buzz. Back at the station, Dance said the king wanted to speak to me up in his balloon, so I climbed inside the bird and flew through the sky. The Brotherhood's got a secret weapon, in addition to my new helmet, that'll save me from myself. The only thing standing between me and that reward is a super mutant behemoth. On my tool belt were a whole bunch of ways I could have handled that little man. I used the free gun attached to the vertibird to kill it. The bullet casings littering the ground will one day grow into bullet trees. In a way, I'm helping the planet. Baby's first nuclear ordnance was found inside a locked office at the fort. I cleaned up what I could in the basement, talked to Dance about his past, and was lost because there was no way to get back up to the Pridwin without fast traveling. Before giving up, I put my education to use for the last time by building my way up to the blimp. I got close, closer than any other timeline's Mitten Squad. A Google informed me that there was a transportation point on one of the landing pads. His Highness gave me my orders, and I was going back towards the end of the Earth. The power of flight is my secret weapon. With the Brotherhood's vertibird grenades, I can summon an aircraft to fly me anywhere on the planet. Or so I thought. This most likely was not the first time I've ever flown in a vertibird, but I do it so infrequently that I didn't know you could only fly to locations that you've discovered. The immense payoff of being able to fly straight to Virgil's cave in a matter of minutes, after it taking almost 2 hours to get there and back, was almost worth this entire playthrough. Accidentally finding myself in Skyrim wasn't a bad experience either. As Lydia, I've never been more prepared to construct the teleportation playset. This time around, the half-clown didn't even have time to get in my way. Maxon ordered me to ensure that Madison Lee joins the Brotherhood of Steel at any cost. The clown gave me her nose. I got blinked inside. Either the drugs or something more powerful than myself made the elevator ride invigorating. I found Father was taken aback by what walked through those doors, and I got to work. Dr. Madison Lee, as of right now, is an optional objective. I'm carrying somewhere around 1,500 pounds of stuff, but that's not enough. The machines sending up the air down in the Institute are more plastic than soul. By killing them, I can potentially weigh myself down all the way to the center of the Earth. true to life, the hard part came after the screaming and crying stopped. I had to deal with all the effects of the drug I took and the mess I'd made. Everyone was dead. I began my journey to the surface and committed crimes against humanity on a scale that shocked nobody. You knew this was coming. I didn't count all the creatures I killed in the Institute, but after I loaded into Purgatory, even more were waiting for me. I looted them all, every last one of them. I had 137 Institute pistols and more than 100 of most main synth armor pieces. I did good. God disagreed. Strong and I, that's right, he's still here, flew back to the Pridwin. I told Dance the truth, bought everything I wanted as a youth but was told I couldn't have, and went through a series of unexpected failures. A Dr. Skara is now a Brotherhood of Steel scientist. I just have to find her and tell her. She's hiding out in a bowling alley. I knew that ahead of time. So I went as close as the bird would take me, dropped out into the f***ing war zone, dreamed I was playing Fallout 4 New Vegas, agreed with the robot that it was okay if I looked around, and the doctor isn't here yet. I flew back to Diamond City to find the doctor, ended up in the basement getting plastic surgery. Sadly, they can't put my eyes on the side of my head like a fish. The waypoint moved when I told it to. Mitten Squad Goes Bowling, the sequel, and we're back on track. Liberty Prime's gonna pop out of the Pridwin like a hamster in a birthday cake above the Institute later. That's the surprise. But his legs need magnets. I still thank the Lord to this day that this quest was boring as heck, because afterwards, the future of all Fallout 4 challenges changed. I learned about wire fences. You can spam them in place without moving. My treehouse prevented me from going crazy with it. One day I'll travel to Thrillville and take this game off the rails. Anyway, you know where I'm going now. Sentinel Site. You won't believe me now, but this was worse than the first trip to the Glowing Sea. I could tell it was gonna go well as soon as I entered the bird. Step 1. I can't go to Sentinel Site, so I skipped to Step 3, which is going to the Sentinel Site by way of the Crater of Adam. I walked through hell. I walked through radiation. I walked through wind and rain to secure these nukes. Legendary ghouls and mole people guarded the entrance to the heart of the Sentinel. I pushed through them all, got to the door, and couldn't get inside because it was blocked off. I didn't talk to Scribe Halen yet. This entire game is a trick to make me feel like I'm contributing. She was supposed to go put the nukes down there after I talked to her. I only wasted about half an hour. I could have done some genie magic and console commanded the quest to fix me. You're all lucky that the third half of the 10th season of The Walking Dead was so comically bad that I didn't mind wasting a little more time doing this again. Adam's wrath fizzled out. I secured the objective, waited for the bus to come pick me up, flew home, and took a little detour. I wanted to see if I could kill the star of an overrated children's movie. Strong is not the man I thought he wasn't. I told the Elder that Dance is synth trash and needs to be wiped out for being different. Strong, a super mutant, agreed with that statement, naturally. Good job, Bethesda. Halen made up for harming my life earlier by luring me down to the airborne basement for a pep talk and Fat Man ammo. I had a plan for how to deal with Dance in a safe and Christianly manner. Obviously, he doesn't leave the outpost. I'll sneeze this entire f***ing cave system down around us both before he does. I deployed a series of mines, laid a trap that he couldn't possibly miss, talked him into facing the consequences for being born, and the f***er didn't even set off the mines. I ended him the old-fashioned way. Mixed in some futuristic torment by bringing him back to life just to kill him again, tried to do it again a third time but the game crashed. What comes next will not be for the faint of heart. I had to report back to the Pridwin, so waiting at the outpost to allow the gunman to restock his closet would benefit me very much. I was more interested in the signal grenades than anything else. Going out with an odd number of grenades is a one-way ticket to an unpleasant evening. Before heading to Mass Fusion, there was one small matter left to attend to. I've been neglecting the railroad. Once I was in the church, I paid no mind to labels. I didn't care who was on anyone's side. I shot at everything that moved. Even got a new collarbone from a legendary friendly. The heart of the railroad headquarters was a funny substance-fueled explosive haze that went off without a hitch. Strong hasn't been faring too well lately. I noticed that every time we're in the sky, he's down on one knee, waiting to propose. He could be injured and I wouldn't know it. Pam didn't fight back. She had a run of bad luck, and now we're going to Mass Fusion. To ensure my survival, I told Ingram to stay behind. Didn't want her slowing our bird down, as I'm still playing on hard, have put no points into Heavy Gunner to make miniguns better, and am about as inaccurate as I ever could be. The minigun was worthless. I used a missile launcher along the elevator to handle the synth machines. I'm one part immovable object, one part unstoppable force, and one part hypocrite, but that's not what you want to know about. You want to know about the Assaultrons and the Sentry Bot. I've known since before you were born that these f***s would one day try to kill me, but what I didn't expect was that my death would come from me trying to kill them while they were still asleep. As for the radiation, it wasn't even the deadliest thing in the room. I didn't know turrets were in there before this playthrough. I'm never in there long enough for them to burrow down from the center to reach me. With the Rad X and radiation perks, the radiation was a minor annoyance at worst. The sentry bot used strong as a distraction just as I intended. Despite having like 45 stim packs, I still struggled to decide what to eat to heal myself. I learned the hard way that the game is still on hard, escaped mass fusion, flew back to the airport, and let the dawn of the real game begin. If you've made it this far into the video, first of all, congratulations. Second, you're aware of my feelings in general towards Liberty Prime. He sucks. I couldn't kill anything because I couldn't keep up with Liberty Prime. That would have been a good thing had he not gotten flustered with his coordinates. That was fun. Back in time, he learned his lesson. I took a friendly's gun, we arrived at CIT ruins, the iron monster blew a hole in the earth, I fell in, and the end began. If you're wondering, Strong doesn't really care what's going on, and neither does the game. Maxon, Ingram, and all of Star Command stayed by my side as we mowed down my son's family. Father had one last trick up his sleeve. He locked all the doors. The nutty professor unlocked the elevator for me, I rode up to face my future, and legitimately forgot that I already killed Father. I had this whole thing planned, I was gonna kill him with Kellogg's gun, it was gonna be great. This is what he would have seen. Imagine that's the last thing you see before you die. What a fucking way to go out. I pumped myself full of every drink, chem, beverage, and drink I had just before entering the reactor chamber, rigged the generator to explode, teleported to safety, and with Strong still by my side, I pretty much beat Fallout 4 while completely crippled and overencumbered.
MEDM.
Fusion cores are some of the most sought-after items in Fallout 4. They're not too common out in the wasteland, are expensive beyond belief, and your power armor is worthless without them. But more importantly, you can use them to turn nuclear waste into an actual weapon, which naturally brings up an important question. Can you beat Fallout 4 with only ejected fusion cores? If you haven't dug deep under the intelligence perk tree in Fallout 4, you'd never know that rank 3 of the nuclear physicist perk lets you eject fusion cores from your power armor as a sort of timed grenade. Nuclear physicist itself requires intelligence of 9, and it also requires you to be level 26. So before I can unlock it, step 1 in my adventure to cleanse the wasteland with nuclear leftovers was to get to level 26 without attacking anything. I won't overhype it. For the first time in my life, I'll be nice and call it a learning experience. The real game begins with very minor tweaks to create the perfect man and the assigning of special points. As I said, intelligence needs to be at least 9. Perception at 4 lets me take the lockpicking perk, endurance at 7 because I'm going to be taking a lot of damage in the early game, charisma of 3 for the Lone Wanderer perk, and the rest are irrelevant. I named myself Sean to amuse me, not you. There were fireworks, and as one door closed, another one opened. As for escaping the vault without attacking any of the roaches, it's as easy as locking them behind the door and waiting for them to forget you existed. Out into the rest of Fallout 4, I headed home to get to work. In the past, I've harvested the remnants of Mother Nature's beauty to create a world of fences. After abusing that power for more than a year, I learned that some settlement items can be crafted in place over and over again without moving. But there's an actual exploit that dwarves everything I've done before. All around Sanctuary are items, trees, baby fences, houses, cars that can be scrapped for their base components. You take these components alongside a few perks and craft wire fences or wooden fences or any item that costs next to nothing to craft. Craft as many as you can, and you can be at level 4 or 5 before you leave Sanctuary. The difficulty in past videos has been obtaining enough components to create objects on a large enough scale that makes it worth doing. But that problem dies today, with the infamous item duplication glitch. Full disclosure, I loosely followed SuperBTube's video on getting this Fallout 4 Infinite Experience exploit 2021-2, hold on, gotta turn to page 2, work properly. It feels impossible to get it first, then you nail it once, forget what your mentor just told you to do, and f*** up. But that wasn't my first f*** up. To get the most out of this duplication thing, you want to craft statues made out of copper. Simple enough, except the blueprints for creating those statues are at Sega Ironworks. Luckily, I put enough hours into Fallout 4 that I could get to any location in my sleep. I set the waypoint and set myself off for Sega's Ironworks without any way to attack anything, without any armor, and with minimal supplies. Even on I can't believe it's not very easy, the creatures down around this way don't play nice. It was around the time I noticed the edge of the glowing sea that I thought to maybe check an actual map instead of assuming I was going the right way. Off by, most of the map, I got my wits about me, set a waypoint to the probably right objective, and crossed through the heart of downtown Boston, discovering as many locations along the way as I could to level up faster. Before I knew it, with all the power of a level 2 Soul Survivor playing on very easy now, just to be safe, I arrived at Sega's Ironworks and blasted through the doors. My medical supplies consisted of the essentials, 2 stim packs and 19 tomatoes. Most of the heavy hitters in the building were down on the main floor. The few guys up in the rafters didn't have enough time to hit me. After running through the metal hospital, I entered the sacrifice chamber and searched the trunk for my magazine. It was nowhere to be found, though I did snag the explosive bobblehead. Of course, you can see that the magazine was right there on the floor. This is a curse of watching a new show on another monitor and not really paying attention. Keep in mind, I'm a professional YouTuber. This is my job. Escaping the foundry took longer than breaking into it. Somehow I went in a circle in one room multiple times. Outside, the steelworkers who followed me outside forced me to use the one drug I found inside to successfully break free of their chains, run into the arms of a Mr. Gutsy, and return to Sanctuary, because thank God I don't really need that magazine to do the duplication glitch. Pick any item. I used concrete and steel, and drop it on the ground. Tap the scrap button a split second before you press and hold the store button. Do it right, and you'll get both menus to appear at the same time. Press A twice to scrap and store the item. The amount of concrete I have has now doubled. The possibilities are as endless as the amount of time it takes to sometimes pull off the inputs at the exact right instant. However, as we all know oh so well by now, exponential growth is a sick It gets out of hand faster than you'd think. I'd gotten 15,000 concrete and 10,000 steel without meaning to. I didn't need that many, I only needed enough to fill up Sanctuary with whatever will suck up space the quickest. The statues add a nice hint of positivity to an otherwise dreary town. With the size bar filled, I broke out the wire fences and got back to the old grind. If you've got something going on another screen, you can sit there mindlessly pressing X and A to scrap and store the last possible object due to the limitations of how many objects can be placed in a settlement, and with thousands of pieces of steel, the experience is effectively infinite. In less than 20 minutes of building, starting with the statues and ending with the last wire fence, I gained 7 levels using what is unquestionably the worst item to use in this exploit. Wire fences don't give out They're great at level 3, but at 5 XP a pop, you're looking at least 5,000 wire fences to reach level 26. Having mastered the exploit to the point of being able to pull it off at will, I jumped ahead a bit to the collapsing of the economy. Steel and concrete may be the backbone of our civilization, but it's oil that moves the market. One oil weighs 0.1 weight and is worth 4 caps on the open market. Vendors won't pay that, but it's worth far more than steel or concrete, and I can carry substantially more oil in the same pocket space. In 5 minutes, I'd pulled 4,000 oil out of thin air, then ran to Bunker Hill to exchange oil for medicine, because I'm going back to Sega's Ironworks. I let them damage me outside to give them the illusion of success. Inside, I spent my perk points on 2 levels of toughness for an immediate plus 20 damage resistance on top of the 10% from Lone Wanderer. I found the magazine right on the floor where I'd left it, backtracked through the forge again, bought a couple items containing copper, broke them down for their base components, and let the magic begin. I'm telling you, once you get how to pull this off, it'll become trivial. I spent more time inside Sega's Ironworks the second time than it took me to go from 6 copper to 40,000 copper. When I said a while back that this was a learning experience, I wholeheartedly meant it. You saw how slowly I was leveling up with the fences, watching my experience rise in real time. Doing what I just did with wire fences, now with copper statues, shook me down to my empty core. In a mere 8 minutes, I'd gone from level 15 to level 25. At the last moment, sensing that a single statue would raise me up to level 26, where the true game can begin, I swapped over to the Majestic Lion, placed the king, hit level 26, and took my rightful place as the 3rd most powerful creature at this gas station, behind the lion and Dogmeat who's around here somewhere. Level 26 is a special level. I've only achieved this status once before, in my Can You Beat Fallout 4's Nuka World DLC without taking any damage video. In the excitement of hitting level 26 in a somewhat legit way, I didn't just give myself the perk at level 1 or console command myself to level 26, I might have made like 18 individual mistakes. In a true, with only the 3rd rank of the Nuclear Physicist perk playthrough, you'd take that perk and only that perk and none of the others. Rather than doing that, I spent all the perk points I'd just gotten in the last 2.5 hours. The big perks were Nuclear Physicist of course, Action Boy and Moving Target for increased AP regeneration, and 50 damage resistance when sprinting, Lockpick rank 3 to pick Master Locks, another rank of toughness, and the remaining perks aren't interesting enough to mention. You can see what they are on the poster, and none of them are combat perks. Now, finally, we're on to step 2, To use a fusion core as a weapon, you not only need a suit of power armor, you need fusion cores. I hacked into the computer inside the Museum of Freedom to find my first fusion core and ran away back to the gas station to duplicate the fusion core. It didn't work. It was only a shot-in-the-dark idea anyway. I didn't need the power armor yet, so there was no reason to grab it. I had what I needed back at the Red Rocket. Dogmeat casually lifted all 26,000 of my leftover copper and lost interest in helping as soon as he saw a bug. I'm gonna ask you one more question. It can be rhetorical if you like. It doesn't have to be. If I told you that I carried those thousands of pieces of copper with my bare hands from basically Sanctuary to downtown Boston with the intention of taking it to Diamond City's market, but I got lost along the way, would you believe me? At Diamond City, I plopped a literal ton of metal on Artie's counter and asked him for his biggest batteries. He had 6. Myrna had 2 more. I stored my copper in a workbench and went to Bunker Hill for a few more. Dogmeat met me there, did a cute little trick for attention. I banished him to Statue World, bought a legendary arm piece from Baldy, returned to the Museum of Freedom, entered my power armor, and couldn't figure out how to eject a fusion core. Make sure you have no grenades equipped. Press the button to throw one anyway, and congratulations, it's got 5 seconds to live. Fusion cores ejected from power armor are generally pretty insanely powerful. The explosion and resulting damage to nearby enemies is on par with a mini nuke, but on an infrequently consistent basis, enemies will not be damaged by the explosion. It's a similar problem I faced when playing Fallout 3 with the Nuclear Anomaly perk. Out in the Commonwealth, I used what remained of my fusion cores to clear the area for the Minutemen. Could not finish the job, so I blocked the doorway with my power armor and waited for Preston to help me out. The last remaining raider lacked the aiming skills required to hit me and the mental fortitude to hurt me. After saving Preston and friend, he ran straight for my power armor, forever dooming his family to a lifetime of not being helped by me. Before returning to that armor, I slept the days away at Sanctuary to allow the vendors time to restock their batteries, obtained half a dozen more, and in the safety of my armor I tested my fusion core against the most powerful and conveniently already found boss in Fallout 4, Swan. He had the advantage of the air being wetter than usual, while I had the advantage of being able to knock him on his ass with my leftovers. Between Cleo and Daisy, I bought 7 more fusion cores in Good Neighbor, leveled up once more for good measure, and laid waste to the Triggermen waiting in the entrance of Park Street Station. Somewhere in the depths of this subway station, I started feeling something inside me. Not a thing, a feeling. Like I was a Yoshi in the vault throwing eggs at my foes. It's all I'd ever wanted aside from selling Vault Yoshi stickers. That burning desire didn't last for long. I'd come prepared with enough emotion for Nick and I both. These Triggermen that I didn't kill followed me down here into Nick's holding chamber, and until you talk to him, he's indifferent to anyone attacking him. As it usually goes in every video I make, nothing went well down here. I only had 6 fusion cores left to escape Park Street Station. That's for all these plus the multiple hallways and Skinny Malone. What I wanted to do was cry and complain and find some way out that didn't require spending 4 of my 6 fusion cores before I talked to Nick. I waited until Nick had become completely worthless before hatching my penultimate weapon. Nick woke up, and we're 1 level away from freedom. 2 luckily placed charges killed multiple Triggermen, and with no fusion cores left in my possession, my only remaining option was to convince Skinny Malone to let us go. After another exciting round of sleeping to restock vendors and buying product, I'd gotten up to 19 fusion cores. Took a trip to the happiest place on Earth, ran the circuit again, this time without armor for maximum efficiency, and with fusion cores out the ass, I spoke to Nick about Sean. He's missing. Kellogg's house in town will have clues, and for the first time I have the lockpick skill necessary to open the door. Just gotta find a lockpick. They're all over the place. In boxes, suitcases, desks, all that let me down in Sanctuary. Not one of the houses had a lockpick. The Museum of Freedom didn't have a lockpick. The buildings near the museum didn't have any lockpicks. I found the one single bobby pin in the entire world down in Vault 101. It was a pre-war treasure. I should have expected it. Not planning on returning, I said goodbye to my wedding ring, returned to Diamond City, bought 7 more bobby pins from Percy just to be safe, cracked my first master lock, and Nick didn't react differently at all. Shouting at Dogmeat to find me caused him to run off. I pursued him through the fog to Fort Hagen, sent him to the world of statues that will never pet him, and faced the Institute's synth army for the first time alongside Dogmeat, who I found running up the stairs from the basement. As for the synthetic people, they didn't fare too well against my fusion cores. Unless they did. Down here, I began piecing together the most likely reason for the fusion cores sometimes not damaging enemies. The cores drop onto the ground and roll around a bit depending on where they land, and it seems likely that random objects being between an enemy and the blast would shield them from harm. Another equally annoying aspect of using fusion cores as a weapon is that they act more like mines than grenades. There's a delay before they explode, and that window gives smarter people than me enough time to run away from the blast. Or it could all just be completely broken. This legendary synth got blown onto his perfectly sculpted ass, and yet was undamaged from it. Kellogg's time has come. I even popped a dose of Jet to celebrate this special occasion. What I hit Kellogg with is a fat man on training wheels. Of course it killed him. Piper and Nick recommended I check out Good Neighbor for this Dr. Amari character who can read the mind of Kellogg. I wasn't much use to anyone there, nor was I observant in Kellogg's memories. I only turned around when X688 said he was taking me back to the Institute, but that's not where I'm headed. I'm headed to the edge of the world. If you're not blinded by the sun or laid to rest while you're minding your own business in a radiation puddle, the blood bugs will get you. All this beautiful scenery was actually starting to piss me off. Coincidentally, that happened right after the rad scorpions noticed the radiation in my pocket. It's too bright and other relevant adjective. The fix couldn't be any more convenient or practical. Just turn around. Now the sun's not in your eyes. I killed the Deathclaw outside Virgil's hole with a handful of fusion cores, got the base schematics for an Institute teleporter from Big Green, and entered the Big Green to find a courser. Those lucky enough to be chosen by one of my fusion cores were selected for a single reason, usually because they couldn't run away. The guy in the bathroom, for instance. I blocked the doorway with my entire body, shot out a nuclear bomb, and left him to hope the stall door saves him. Most of the others were killed for being in my way. Blocking a path through a hallway is such an inconsiderate thing to do. It warrants death. Fusion Core 1 almost put the courser on his knees. Number 2 overshot the mark by a mile. I had his jacket, and before leaving I used my power as the player to slow down time for a real good look at what's happening to the Fusion Core. Dr. Amari pointed me towards the railroad, living beneath the Old North Church. I did them the favor of clearing out the upstairs of ghouls, and in return they saw me as their enemy, until I opened the door. The +1 to charisma from the wig goes a long way towards tricking the railroad into thinking you're helping them. Tinker Thomas decoded the courser chip, letting me get back to Virgil after I took the duplication glitch to its logical conclusion. I'm ejecting fusion cores powered by nuclear power. Might as well use nuclear material as my currency. Not only does the nuclear material have a fantastic weight to value ratio, it's safely stored in this plastic housing so it's safe for the environment. I only made about 24,000. Used a small portion of them to purchase many more fusion cores, bought stim packs, thought about beefing up my body even more with ballistic fibers, but I've got more than enough nuclear to make up for the lack of ballistics. And what better place to use that nuclear than in the catacombs beneath the burger joint? I damaged myself as much as the synth down there did. At level 36, there's only so much damage basic synths can do. Deacon and I came to the switchboard to find a prototype for the railroad agent Dr. Carrington. Deacon was eager to get it. I returned the prototype device, pretended to be Santa Claus to a couple families in need, cleared out the rendezvous point of critters, blocked the doorway with my armor to be safe. Old man Stockton lost his mind when he lit a candle in the window, which apparently triggered a radiation storm. I'll admit I played God to do this quest during the day, because it's usually done at night. Doing it during the day will be a novel experience. And that wasn't even the craziest thing that happened in this quest. I interrupted a super mutant going after a Mirelurk, and they were both hot on my trail until they burned away. The synth is safe. I bought more ammo, cleared out Hangman's Alley, and built the teleport plans Tinker Tom decoded. Of all the items I needed to construct the teleporter, the only one I lacked was a biometric scanner. I found that in the bottom of a hospital near the room with all the magnets for the Brotherhood of Steel. I'd have nabbed them if they were there, but I told you in my last video that the Brotherhood of Steel are the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Fallout. Had I talked to them first to trigger that quest, I would have found the magnets. No matter, I wasn't gonna live to work with them anyway. Once I beeped myself inside the Institute, I began communication with Patriot, and found myself in a small room somewhere beneath the surface of the Earth. To continue working with the railroad, I had to run a game on the Institute, while simultaneously assisting the synths in sparking a revolution. Telling Liam I was on his side leveled me up to level 37. Unprecedented territory, probably. Madison Lee pack-a-punched my Pip-Boy to let me fast travel out of the Institute, and I received my first set of orders from Sean. Liberate Libertalia. There, atop the towering ship, I found the Raider Waster, the one enemy on this fucking tub with the firepower to take me on. Fat Man versus Fusion Core. The battle of the century that was decided in seconds. I won. Used the recall code on the rogue synth, and dropped one of my fusion cores off the plank. The Institute's grand plan involves an obscenely oversized battery that'll power this plant of theirs for ages, and the secret of that battery lies within Cambridge Polymer Labs. Science happens here, all over the place. To solve the puzzle, you collect a couple samples. plug them into the computer, complete the experiment, and get presented with the piezonucleic power armor as a reward for all your hard work. That's a nice fantasy to live in, the one where I did all that. In reality, I used the armor to clip through the door by walking into the door in third person, exiting the armor, and while looking to the left, entering the armor again the instant you're able. Down in hell, Desmondo complimented me on my puzzle-solving ability. I slept the days away again, purchased a new helmet for my head to blend in when speaking to the traitor in public, gave Liam the day by waiting patiently in the cafeteria for 24 straight hours, and just when you think I couldn't sink any deeper, I did. Then I took care of the synth guards in the construction field. We're so far into Mother Earth, there's not another alive human who could hear the detonations going off. Civilian drones were caught in the crossfire. It happens. Speaking of things happening, the war over Bunker Hill's happening again, and this time I played it safe. Railroad and Institute are both fighting, but I'm friends with them both, so they ignore me and gang up on the Brotherhood of Steel. Their petty rivalry distracted all their forces long enough for me to sneak into the basement and let the synths know that I'm here to help. The Institute sent a courser in response to my betrayal. I dropped an egg on the floor, it exploded, and both sides lose. This, of course, changes nothing for either side. Father still delights the hotshots vying for a spot with his announcement of his terminal illness. He still names me the honorary father in training, and I still teleport to mass fusion with Allison Fillmore for more beryllium agitation. The Brotherhood of Steel are now my mortal enemies. Their Buzz Lightyear armor is forever out of my reach. I meant that literally. I turned around and fired the fusion cores as hard as I could, and they never hit any of the knights or the scribes. Power armor and perks protected me from the radiation damage inside the agitation chamber. The sentry bot absorbed the same number of you-know-whats as the assaultrons, which is the same number as all other non-tough, non-Deathclaw abominations. 2. Now that Allie's back where she belongs, Father offered me the chance to help someone change their perspective on the situation we're forcing them into. It's dire. We can't keep the boys above ground for too long. I took a quick 4-day power nap to prepare and made my way to the house, talked the scientist into joining, and their nuclear reactor was up and running moments before I took my rightful place at the head of the table. Naturally, I had my most trusted Allie at the end of the table. Not long after informing Dez of the upcoming Brotherhood of Steel assault, it happened. Of all the quests in this playthrough, clearing out the Old North Church gave me quite the headache. Multiple knights with Gatling lasers, multiple aspirants hiding behind destroyed pews to survive my blasts, and there's the Knight Sergeant with complete immunity from my nuclear damage. Then, to finish the job, we picked up what remained of the fight and brought it to their doorstep at the police station. Then I faced the Vertibird, one of the few vehicles in Fallout 4 I can't harm. My fusion cores don't reach up into the stars. Not that they had to. We stormed this base and liquidated their entire inventory for the bird to fly up to the Pridwin. There, I knew I'd find a healthy allotment of ammo for my body inside Proctor Teakin's safe room. It's possible more than one fusion core was inside at one point, but after clipping through the door and detonating a nuclear bomb inside a prison cell, there was nothing left to salvage. Our mission was a success, regardless of my own personal failures. The Pridwin lit up the sky with a display of fireworks. I let Desdemona know we're ready for the final assault, made room on the landing pad for everyone who would be showing up, and let the real game begin. We had no time to spare, and I was running low on nukes. I used one upstairs near the turrets as I leapt from the balcony, used a second to aid the railroad in burning down the trees, experienced what it was like to be the fake Sean, and confronted Father. Him being confined to a bed presented me with a unique opportunity. I climbed up on top of him, positioned myself accordingly, killed my son with my most prized possession. The wind took away his body. I donned the sea captain's hat, plowed through the Institute Special Forces Division, planted the bomb, and beat Fallout 4 with only ejected fusion cores.
Crunches, when it crunches, that's why I love Nestle Crunch.
The higher you crank the difficulty in Fallout 4, the more legendary enemies you'll find. But if you max out your odds by playing on survival past level 50, you've still got less than a 1 in 3 shot at any enemy being legendary, which is just pathetic. I like my games to be hard. Can you beat Fallout 4 if every enemy is legendary? I used the Legendary Enemies Only mod to make this playthrough happen. After installing the mod, all enemies across all difficulties are converted into legendary enemies. But there's a problem. A couple enemies have no legendary variants, like turrets. You'll never find a legendary turret out in the wasteland because Todd said so. But I think the both of us know the point isn't whether it can or cannot be done. It's about the journey, not the destination. being left at the gas station on the way to Disney World will be a better story than anything you get from Disney World. With that in mind, I almost made the woman of my dreams. Her teeth are a little too white for my taste, gave her a good name, and picked my specialties. I'm going with the Idiot Savant experience tree this time. No building statues in place for infinite levels, or making Uncle Sam salivate by pulling oil out of thin air. Before leaving for good, I left the refrigerator door open. My husband and I ran for the vault. He had an accident, and I emerged from my pod, ready to get f***ed by the legendary roaches waiting for me. Or so you thought. Legendary enemies don't start spawning until level 8. Using a console command, I set myself up to level 8 to begin the actual challenge as quickly as possible. Enemies scale with you in Fallout 4. I have no extra equipment. I'm worse off now than I would have been at level 1. After a couple snafus involving Preston, his attackers, a bit of back-end work, and some patience, the legendary foes began to take the field, and it started off nice and slow with the elderly. They have a fun few effects applied to them. All legendary enemies have a chance to mutate and regain their health. In fact, being underpowered will make it more likely for them to mutate. You want to be a walking tank if at all possible. If an enemy takes significant damage and doesn't die, it'll mutate and activate a dormant ability. However, a named NPC that becomes an enemy will not become legendary, nor will it mutate unless you count dying to be a mutation. Another fun affectation of legendary enemies is legendary loot. Weapons and armor that can do all sorts of from dealing radiation damage, to giving your gun a bottomless clip, to making each bullet do explosive damage. It applies to armors as well. These can increase movement speed, or give your liver an adamantium coating to take less damage when drinking chemicals, or even make you lucky. One of the first raiders I killed had an explosive 10mm pistol for me. That came in handy in the market when I got swarmed by ghouls. I of course had been training for this since late 2012. Classic zombies tactics. Form a train, blow it up, make a crawler, the next round begins when you're in the bathroom and you get stuck fighting for your life. Luckily for me, you can make a vertical crawler by disconnecting their arms. Despite the abundance of enchanted items spewing from everyone I kill, I still found myself getting my ass kicked in every fight I picked. That extended outside to fights others picked for me. Here I used a few of those perk points I'd given myself earlier to give myself the edge. What I got was a butter knife. I had nothing to make it through a legendary raider's power armor. I let him drop a fat man on the ghouls, I searched the bodies while he was reloading, and passed through the colon of Fallout 4 Corvega assembly plant. Inside were a bunch of scary looking guys who threw a non-legendary at me to disorient me and throw me off my game and kill me. I knew better the next time. I activated my aimbot and hit them where they sleep. On my way to Diamond City to search for the real game, I found Rufus and his friends. Didn't find any guns from them, but what my ears found were calls for help from a police station. That's Paladin Dance and his squad being assaulted by a horde of legendary ghouls. Dance himself is immortal, and I had the foresight to stand on a car and aim for the kneecaps. That tactic came back and bit me in the ass after the dust settled. None of the ghouls we slew together had legendary weapons. It wasn't a total waste. I looked marvelous with my sweaty face glistening in the moonlight. The light bulb did a dance in the office for me. I stole the station's medical supplies because my future wounds are more important than Reese's current wounds, and set off for ArcJet with Dance. One of the first world struggles of this run is deciding which guns and armor to use. Legendary effects are so cool until everything has a gimmick, then they lose all meaning and you're back to using whatever is the most effective. The explosive double Shottington devastates anything it touches, including both me and Dogmeat after a misclick near the terminal. The terminal let me reroute power and activate the rocket test site with Dogmeat in the firing chamber. I felt pretty good about that plan until Dogmeat ran towards me as the countdown started. He was smarter than we gave him credit for. He knew to do the shimmy with his paws to keep the heat from burning his little beans. Having successfully rescued the deep-range distress beacon, Dance invited Mother Mary into the Brotherhood, and I took on the raiders in a boat with a crank gun, just as Great-Grandpa Mitten did shortly before he got took by the dementia. At Diamond City, I saw that the security guards are another group who can't be legendary. With them and the turrets being the town's only defenses, I lured the legendary glowing mutant hound to the guards and let them battle it out. I didn't do much in the Great Green Jewel. I bought a few stim packs and some ammo, and I spoke to Ellie to get a waypoint to Nick Valentine down in Park Street Station. That's where I was headed next, and I did get there, but on the way there I found something awful. I never figured out what caused it, but super mutants are now invisible, and you haven't lived until you've heard and then seen a beeping glowing mini nuke floating through the air with a pair of boots running underneath it. The mutant hounds are equally as terrifying. Near point blank explosive shotgun shells to the forehead are like flies to a wall. Don't be mistaken. On a normal difficulty, the common enemies are still a threat, and with no points in intelligence, my body can't fully utilize all the medicine contained in the stim pack. These guys are legendary like the rest, but because they're tunnel worms, they don't wear anything but suits and hats, so they lack any damage resistance. The dog ran down and caused a disturbance while I picked them off from the stairwell way in the back. I wasn't playing smart as a tactic, I was doing it out of desperation. I'd already ran low of medical supplies, though I did find corn in one of the triggermen. To get to Nick Valentine, one must kill Dino, and for the first time in human history, I didn't kill him with a sneak attack. With Nick safely under my spell, he covered my back while I searched the bodies for toys, and in a corpse I found a top-tier weapon in the wounding 10mm pistol. Bullet sponge enemies love their hit points, and a gun that deals damage over time works wonders against them. Now that Skinny Malone's jaywalking days are over, I spoke to Nick in Diamond City about my missing offspring. He's baby-sized, made noise, occasionally smelled of shit, hard to miss. McDonough's seen the kid before, had an affinity for breakfast cereal if I remember it right. Inside the house I found more clues about the whereabouts of my boy. Dog meat's supposed to track down the scent, but I've known all along where Kellogg was hiding, westish. Just before entering Fort Hagen, I sorted through my inventory and got down to the bare essentials. From 285 pounds down to a reasonable 280. I'd need to be as lean and mean as possible to beat the army of legendary synths waiting for me inside. They pair well with any explosive weapon. Their limbs can be blown off like a ghoul's. At a certain point they lose all hope and just sit there waiting to be bashed in the nose. I tried to let Kellogg talk his way out of this. He couldn't come up with anything funny enough to make me swoon, so I hit him where it hurts, in the knees. I've never been in a real fight in my life unless you count getting punched in theology class of fight, but going straight for the knees would be my strategy. Somehow in the night I picked up a bit of a tan. Nicholas informed me of a good neighborhood to continue my search. Good Neighbor and its surrounding area of the Commonwealth is this game's equivalent of Fallout 3's metro tunnels. Spend 20 minutes meandering around with the moles, only to find out you should have made a left instead of a right. Kellogg's memories predictably caught me at the worst moment right as I was about to sneeze. Dogmeat and friend welcomed me back from my trip. I got an extra helping of experience pie for surviving it, and against the wishes of everyone else in the room who could talk, I set off for Virgil in the glowing sea. I should have known when I struggled against the active camo-wearing super mutants that I'd be in for a world of hurt. They're so unsettling to watch. As for the glowing sea, the already tough as nails blood bugs and whatnot, coupled with my unwillingness to prepare by buying medical supplies or ammo, made it the unfriendliest place on Earth. The Deathclaws are weak-minded. You can kill them by jumping backwards constantly to evade their attacks while tearing at the flesh on their legs with explosive buckshot. Blood bugs have no weaknesses. They're the perfect being, the final form we should all aspire to be. Unlike Virgil, he's nothing. This is how I know my mod idea is possible. Invisible NPCs and the HUD opacity must be all the way down. What a challenge. To advance the story, I return to the Boston area to find a courser. You'll find it in Green Tech Genetics, the building next to the park where the missionaries are having a concert. Legendary gunners are littering the levels leading up to the courser. This gunner in particular didn't give a shit about me trying to use VATS. I couldn't say the same for the courser. I met him with a fully cranked laser rifle, VATS'd him with a critical shot. I wasn't taking any chances, ripped the chip from his dome and got it decoded by the railroad. After returning to Virgil to get his teleporter plans, I had to decide who to side with. Seeing as I already started with a brotherhood, I chose them to be my new BFFs. Standard regulation meet and greet aboard the blimp. Have you noticed the guns on people's hips? It looks so great, doesn't it? That's modding at work. Bethesda might not have done that themselves, but at least they never spat in their hand and slapped their fans in the face with it by trying to say it was a UI limitation. Maxon's orders for me are to secure Fort Strong from the Friends of Strong. Rather than sticking around the destroyed buildings for close quarters combat, I lured the mutants down the bridge towards the way station. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, but the fish have guns too since I have no cover. The behemoth couldn't wrap his head around this triangle-shaped railing. I gave the dolphins a fishing rod and caps and cleared out the main floor. This is a different level of combat than I grew up with. Back in my day, a missile launcher into a group of muties with their pets would kill them all. Now it's a fat man in a cryo mine just to start. The times, they went and changed when I looked away. It's like 1 second I'm in my kitchen making hamburger helper, then I blinked and 5 million people are dead. And that's not even including all the people I wish to die. Dance congratulated me on my slaughter. Maxon gave me grenades as the sky was awash with Christmas colors. And I was starting to get really long loading screens. They might have been 3 minutes long, but when I was sitting there watching them doing nothing, it felt closer to 4 minutes. Ingram used what little brain function she had left after the accident to decode Virgil's plans, allowing me to zap myself into the Institute and meet whoever this is supposed to be. He claims to be my son, but no son of mine would be caught alive having eyes that close together. And they're so recessed into his skull, it's disgusting. In spite of that disappointment, I met my son's friends and took one of them for myself. Dr. Lee's wanted by the Brotherhood of Steel. I wasn't wearing my sunglasses, so my usual tricks wouldn't work on her. I won her over in the end with logic, reason, and the threat of death, and under her tutelage, I did a few repairs for the secret weapon codenamed Liberty Prime. His knees need the most work, along with his weapons and personality. New knees are in the old abandoned hospital being used by mutants as a play place. In elementary school, this kid Austin, he punched me in the head in a McDonald's play place. Austin, if you're watching this, your mom's a whore. All Liberty Prime's lacking now is a good baseball coach and a few balls to throw. They're in the basement of the Stanley R. Mickelson Safeguard Complex, or Sentinel Site for short. A pack of feral ghouls are waiting down there to swarm the unsuspecting player who doesn't have a sacrificial distraction animal. This plasma-infused pipe gun, with help from gun damage increasing perks, made quick work of the ghouls down below. One of the children of Adam died with a Nuka grenade in his hand. Naturally, I used it against his friends to secure the nuclear bombs for the Brotherhood, and traveled out to the forgotten land of low-resolution textures to execute Paladin Dance for being an Institute sympathizer. Morale has never been higher among the troops. We've learned that your best friend or closest confidant could be listening in on your conversations, eavesdropping for the enemy. Before Liberty Prime can glass the planet, the Railroad have to leave. Unfortunately for them, I agree with the Elder's directive to wipe them out. The Railroad agents have no legendary versions of themselves. Personally, I take that as an insult. Gonna show up in my video unprepared? I don't think so. I'm the only one allowed to do that. I blew this guy's cranium into next year and stuck a baby rattle in the throat hole. The upside to having no legendaries down here is named NPCs always put up more of a fight than the others. They have a reputation to uphold. I did as instructed. The train yard had been graffitied. The last component is the beryllium agitator in mass fusion. As I planned from the very start, I let the Institute know what the Brotherhood were planning. I broke into Justin's house and woke him up to tell him the enemy above ground are making moves against them. He instructed me to break into Ellie's house to spread the news. She didn't know how I learned about the fabled 4th phase of Del Boca Vista. There was no time to chat, we had to get the mass fusion right then and there. What slipped my mind as I was stabbing the Brotherhood in the back was the thick steel-plated power armor worn by legendary knights. I'm still more or less in the same outfit I was wearing when I met Paladin Dance for the first time. But my ideas have only gotten worse. Remember those 8 vertibird signal grenades Maxon gave me? I used them all in a desperate attempt to confuse the Brotherhood and make them attack each other. They didn't show up. I had no choice but to snag the keycard, run for the elevator, pop a stealth boy, and hope for the best. Dogmeat stood steadfast by my side, silently snarling at the Institute as they blew the conduit and crashed the elevator. He got scared when it was time to attack. After grabbing the agitator, 3 impossible robots have to be killed, 1 legendary sentry bot, and 2 legendary assaultrons. Have I mentioned I have like 2 stim packs? I pulled out my super ultimate last resort Hail Mary mega move, Jet to slow time, Med-X for damage resistance, Psycho for good measure, and my trusty explosive shotgun. I died. That's too many moves to keep track of. I scaled it down to Jet and a gun that causes wounds. As time slowed, I could land dozens of shots, each of which deal 25 damage over 5 seconds on top of their base damage. For the Assaultron twins, a fat man would suffice. Having brought the Institute the key to infinite power, the story drags to a halt as you're back to retrieving a rogue synth with a courser. I didn't have time for that. I loaded an old save from the 15-second long window in time between when I had the idea to betray the Brotherhood and when I decided to betray the Brotherhood. Had to do all of mass fusion over again, but I'm not fighting those metal monsters anymore. Ingram's fat ass knocked the elevator off its tracks. I fixed it, left her and Dogmeat to deal with the attackers, used the same tactics as I did the last time to retrieve the objective, and went to meet Father in the Institute. I got as far as the teleporter pad, which had been sealed off to the entrance. Father felt the power of online anonymity flowing through his vocal cords. Ingram and I powered up Liberty Prime, and she dropped bombs on all the legendary synths and whatnot in her way. The special effects applied to them made no difference to Miss Prime. Most of them, my teammates too, used their primary weapons over the weapon added by their legendary status. Some take advantage of their better guns, just not all. That doesn't impede their ability to take a walloping. I had the idea in my head that a bottomless SMG with 1,000 rounds would act like a win button against the synths, but it didn't in the dramatic overkilling fashion I'd hoped. XPS 20 burned the shit out of Elder Maxon, but fell in seconds to the guy who plays games on a real gaming machine like an iMac, and I rode up to greet Father for the last time. I told him I was annihilating his life's work because I can. As an insult, I killed him with radiation, put an early end to the few coursers and Institute scientists fighting for their cause in the reaction chamber, rigged the bomb, told the kid his mommy doesn't love him, nuked the synths, and didn't beat Fallout 4 with every enemy being legendary. When you hear the phrase, nuclear Armageddon, the first word that pops into your head should be friendship. The apocalypse offers opportunities to bond with people you never knew existed, and creatures you wish didn't. Unfortunately, not all friends out in the wasteland are built to last, but with the power of mods, we can resurrect our fallen friends and force them to accompany us on our journey until time itself reaches its natural conclusion. Can you beat Fallout 4 as a Necromancer? The rules are dead simple. I can't attack anything directly, only corpses I've reanimated and rigged with string to act as my companions can attack on my behalf. This is accomplished with a combination of modding and console commands. The mod name here mod allows you to have an infinite number of companions while also letting you claim any NPC or wasteland creature as your new friend. I used the resurrect console command to bring the fighting spirit back to dead bodies. Unfortunately, there are some glitches here and there. I installed a few mods to add extra beasts into the wilderness. In the interest of full frontal disclosure, I did go a little too far. UFOs are one thing, but I draw the line at dolphins with guns. Nobody's evolving under my watch. Regarding character creation and the finer points of attractiveness, I had in my mind the image of the perfect father. I'm talking, of course, about Nigel Thornsberry, father of the daughter who can talk to animals in the cartoon. That's not this video, but I used my last good name joke when I named myself Necromandy in my New Vegas Necromancer video. Special stats, gotta have luck of 5 for the Idiot Savant perk. Intelligence all the way down complements that perk by increasing the likelihood of getting 3 times XP anytime XP is rewarded. No tricks to gain XP, no magic to power level myself. I'm not a magician, I'm a circus. Sean daydreamed about the great beyond. The Great War began. I looked great in the vault jumpsuit, and I emerged from the freezer ready to take the world by storm. For my first act of resuscitation, I chose my recently deceased wife as the target. Fallout 4 runs on a more advanced version of the creation engine than Fallout New Vegas did. As a result, mods, console commands, the game as a whole operates differently. Targets that have never been alive can't be resurrected. Sometimes you walk into a building and there's a dead lootable body on the floor. That character was never alive, so you can't use them like a puppet. Nora isn't really an example of that. She's single and ready to mingle between dimensions. She woke up, took a step out the cooler, stepped back inside, and succumbed to lock-in syndrome once again. She'll be fine. There are roaches here I can waste 10 minutes trying to lure into an electrical trap to kill them since, as a necromancer, I can't attack them myself. Killing them with sparkles is a game of chance. All you can do is stand around absorbing blows, hoping a lightning strike slams into one of the roaches. Then, after they all die and you get your Pip-Boy, you go back to claim your prize and they've all despawned because this is a Bethesda game. The void ate my babies. Outside, I ran straight towards the sanctuary knowing a family of flies had moved into a once good neighborhood. I had a real-life fly buzzing around in my mouth, bumping into teeth and stuff. Watch part 9 of my Halo 2 Let's Play from June 2014 if you want to hear that story. Codsworth killed one of the flies, I brought the fly back, claimed him for my own, and he was immediately cut down by his brothers. He was in the prime of his life. I couldn't believe my eyes, and they couldn't believe my brain. Chickens are among the modded creatures added by my ever-increasing desire for companionship. With no way to attack to instigate a fight, or a command and control interface to order all followers to attack a target at once, I stuck a gun in the chicken's pocket, then stole it back to piss it off. The coward ran off. I couldn't catch it, so I set off in search of more death. The 2 pre-mades in the pavement didn't respond to my CPR. I took a rabbit just like as a goof, he hightailed it out of there, and I entered Concord ready to hang myself. Up some signs saying friendship wanted. It was here, in the heart of town, I learned how this mod works. Resurrecting someone and saying let's a go doesn't convince them to come along. You gotta resurrect, perform the abduction, reset the actor to restore their free will, go into their inventory to re-equip their weapons and armor, then tell them to follow you, and it's that simple. It just works. I did this for you every single time I took anything or anyone as a companion. I'm not gonna bore you to death with the details of doing that every single time. I just want it to be known that you can't spell suffering without you and I. I played around with the difficulty a little bit too. The companions aren't as sturdy as one would like. They're a bit underwhelming in the defense department. However, people still have dominion over animals. A raider and I rolled up into the movie theater. They killed every mole rat living under the parking lot, and slowly my numbers grew. In place of the on-screen health bar for each companion, you're given a quest that tracks each of your followers so you can see where they're at any given moment. You can highlight them too, but that's not much of a boon for me what with my advanced eyesight and whatnot. I adopted a puppy, and moments later, my favorite mole rats lost their lives to a rogue laser drone that I can't bring back from the dead. Robots aren't alive. Distraught, filled with anguish over the death of my babies, I ran into the hills and found a settler with more dead mole rats than you could count with both hands. 1, who would do such a thing? And 2, what a great opportunity for me. Now, having amassed a small army's worth of rodents and annoying insects, I found those dolphins I was talking about earlier. They have laser guns. That doesn't make any sense. They traumatized me so good, I just avoided the lake like it was liquid death. Surprisingly, no feral ghouls came out to play in the cemetery. A pair of loser drones showed up to make life more difficult. Can't go around the lake without running into the dolphins. Can't go the other way without being killed by the rich kid toys. The only way out was through the remains of the highway system. No enemies to be found. The sole obstacle was a bridge. Any funny business from anyone would send them plummeting down to the ground. Predictably, I underestimated them. They made it across the bridge like it wasn't even there. At the end of the road, I found myself at an endpoint and nowhere to go but down. I threw it in reverse, backed up to an exit, and, back on the ground, I wandered loosely around towards Park Street Station and the last known location of one Nickelodeon Valentine. That story you don't care about that. I know what the ladies like. Gravel and sand. From atop my throne, I picked my next victim. I won't lie, I got overzealous. I picked on a raider living in a little tower and everyone died. The mole rats tore each other apart, bullets were flying, bloat flies were trying their best to do the same, and I was all alone. Despite the abnormal creatures I'd seen wandering about, the bipedal crabs caught me off guard. It was downright startling. I set the game to easy, just to be safe. The Meyerlurton spawn is just magnificent. It'd make a beautiful addition to my army, but with no way to kill it myself, I had to get help. I lured it towards the raiders camped out in the apartment building near Green Tech and hid in a preservation pod as the Meyerlurton laid waste to the raiders. See, this is a win-win for me. The turtle dies, and he's mine. The raiders die, and they're mine. I die, and I belong to the pod. Several minutes after the screaming stopped, I emerged and examined my wares. The Meyerlurk had killed just about everything, and the lurk itself was barely hanging on. He chased me over the bridge through the wood, even deeper into raider territory, where he finally gave in to temptation and let me take the wheel. Overflowing with rage from having no outlet for my newfound power, I found a bigger bridge than the last one and watched my pet end someone else's. As he scuttled about, I took a raider couple for myself, named their little dog Willie because he's mine too, and Paul loves his little Willie, and a Yao Guai made mincemeat out of fish meat. Creatures with a skull where their name tag should be are notorious for their cruelty towards animals. The mutated bear fought off the followers, while the companions retreated to the bookstore to rethink their strategy. If this video is a shoe, here comes the pebble. I'm a necromancer. I have control over those who are dead. Feral ghouls are basically dead. I can take them over without killing them first. It was almost out of necessity. The challenge wasn't working in the same way it was in the last one. Resurrected companions weren't lasting as long as I would have liked, and making them essential would be overkill. We weren't having fun yet. I didn't immediately start abducting the ferals against their will. I had things to do, forgot to stop recording the screen and let that run for like 30 hours. Now able to control the dead like they're my children, I returned to that raider who killed my mice earlier. He joined the party, and for a third time today, I had a new family to torment. A dead guy, the moles, a scavenger, and a Mr. Servitude, all under one roof. Next stop, I still want to party with the dead people, and no place has more death than the police station. Not all creatures are compatible with the Any Want a Companion mod. The mod author included a failsafe to keep people like me from turning their key and ending it all. There's a hierarchy to the AI packages, and the mod can't control some of them. You can color outside the lines if you want, but you can't move the lines. Some ghouls, some raiders, some super mutants, lots of creatures can't be companions due to AI limitations. In most of those scenarios, I either killed the resurrected creature or erased them to the chalk zone. The majority of beings, though, are free for the taking. My army of the dead was nearing double digits when this guy without a head took off down the road. I followed him down the alley, but it was a trap. He used my love of the undead against me. The Trojan horse led me right into a minefield, which cost me more lives than I care to talk about. What I now lacked in numbers, my boys made up for in ferocity. In fact, they were kinda careless. A car blew up as a result of their negligence, and I wasn't about to let me feel bad about it. The big J on the cross had my back. We were at the USS Shipwreck, waging war against your favorite 6-letter R words. Among them is a raider in power armor. Such a man would improve morale tenfold. Let's say he was riding the tiny sub. Of all the directions he could have chosen to go, his stubbornness kept him locked on the wrong path. He tragically drowned to death. I don't pass judgment on how they go. Dead is dead, and dead is good enough for me. With Big Daddy watching my back, I made my way to Diamond City, under the assumption that super mutants would be in a firefight against Diamond City security, and right I was. Centaurs, atrophies, and hellhounds battled it out before my eyes. The mutants pose a decency problem. If you don't reset the actor, they don't follow you, and resetting the super mutants robs them of their armor. Their armor isn't an item in the same way player armor is, so you can't re-equip their armor. They're naked and afraid. It is what it is. According to the self-assessment test I cheated on, my unit's still fit for duty. I got directions to Perk Street Station from Ellie, as well as some experience for the road. Considered taking her along for the ride to see if she'd have any reaction to finding Nick in the vault, but I didn't want to potentially destroy this save. As Paul hinted at so eloquently earlier, AI companions don't do good way old game guys do. Getting them to not only give a shit, but funnel themselves through that doorway without getting themselves killed made me wish I was dead. Plus, like a third of them wouldn't fight, and another third ran away. The third that chose to stick by my side, for the most part, aren't around anymore. It was quite tragic. I spent all this time creating these extensions of myself, and they all let me down. Down in the subway tunnels, the Triggermen systematically annihilated each of my beloved servants. I had a backup plan, I always do. In the pond near the station is a swan. My goons take him out, I resurrect him, and he turns everything in the subway into paste. I got paste. It was just my guys who became the paste. I considered this payback for all those mean things I said about the ducks that wake me up every morning, with their incessant honking. I never received Swan's love. My heart was empty, a barren wasteland, a giant f***ing hole. Naturally, I filled that hole with a donut. Donut Boy and his floating friends were loitering about in the company town when I rolled in, looking to make an investment in personal property. Crisp, Bean, the Turtle, and even Garg Gutsy were forced to take up arms against their brothers, Danny, Mac, and regional boxing champion Champ Champington, all of whom joined me in mourning the chicken that I lost in a car bombing. Before leaving, I picked one chicken to be the designated survivor. His cross to bear was my entire weight set. I never leave home without it. I've got enough robots by my side to make Mr. House jealous. I started to feel a bit cocky. I could take on anything. I went so far as to take a dip in the lake to taunt those dolphins watching from below. I'm not entirely sure what happened after that. Some sort of unimaginable terror appeared in my field of view and was on me like nothing I'd ever seen before. Your eyes send electrical signals to your brain to process light, and that motherfucker got to my brain before the electricity did. It's a sting-wing terror. As the world's biggest Dark Souls fan, I took it upon myself to install a mod that adds bosses to the Commonwealth. What I didn't anticipate was those bosses being exponentially harder to kill than anything else in Fallout 4. Ready to get sad? I never killed any of them. They're scary. I ran away, harassed some rad stags, made the parents fight the kids, and had the largest scale conflict in this video's history. We hit the federal ration stockpile, home of all the scum in the world. A skirmish happened, I'm sure of it. I wasn't listening, I had my ears turned off to conserve battery, but all the red dots on my compass are gone. Either that, or I lack the grammatical know-how required to describe a fight. Regardless, we're in the planning ahead stage now. It's a big step for me. I asked the teachers for their help, the named feral ghouls hanging out near Fort Hagen. They're tired and unwilling to put up with my nonsense. Maybe if they'd cared, I wouldn't have gotten stuck in this building with a blood-sucking blood bug. We're up to a dozen of us now. The dirty dozen, plus me, lucky number 13, leading the pack in power armor. We're ready for Park Street Station. The loading screen should have acted as a warning sign telling me to go back before it's too late. We weren't ready for this. The problem, as my yes men tell me, is they're not working hard enough. My companions are not doing enough damage and are dying too quick. They need my help. I happen to have a red-stained baseball bat on me. Look at just about any Necromancer ever, and they've got more tools on their belt than just the electric paddles. They've got a scythe or a wand or a baton or a stick or a slightly bigger stick. I'll have a dislike comment in the comments you can like if you want to dislike the video. The stick acts as a wind sail on the boat that is this challenge, and as he who sucks wind for a living once said, follow the wind wherever it leads. For the wind, it do not lie. Being able to attack enemies now means I can kill them myself to add them to my army without one of my companions taking damage during the exchange. I didn't outright murder many creatures, it was more about setting them up to die. I'd really hoped to take Kyle of accused of being a synth in Diamond City fame with me, but the twinkle in his eye told me he should stay put. I wasn't in Diamond City for anything important, just medicine. I was going back to hell. I've long since lost track of how many times I've tried the Perk Street Station raid. This time I've got offense on my side, and, more importantly, this is where the real game begins. At the very least, every dead triggerman in the subway is another soldier in my army. Another bullet with my name on it. My raiders died. My mole rats died. My poor Mr. Donut, I sat on him and crushed him a long time ago. Rabid dogs and super mutants are dead. Champ is still hanging around somewhere, you just can't see him. But I had all the adult, sophisticated servants working together in perfect union. I had ass, and a lot of it. And the triggermen, as the name implies, know their way around an automatic weapon. By the time I opened the vault door, I had more suits than I could fit in my closet backing me up. By the time we passed the second loading screen into the heart of Park Street Station, I had nearly 24 companions. Using my stealth skills, I snuck each of my men into position around Dino, stood up, and they turned him into Swiss cheese. Sadly, he's stuck in this place forever. Having finally found Valentine, I let him lead the way through the vault's back exit to preserve the lives of my triggermen. In retrospect, not using the bat from Word When was a mistake. I could have saved a lot of time by killing the triggermen myself earlier on. I think it's worth it. Now I've earned this moment. Never has anyone turned Skinny Malone's entire family against him and brought that family to end his life. I should point out that I'm not a violent man. I would have happily let Skinny Britches and Darla escape with their lives, but Darla has my son. For that, violence is the answer. I spat in her face, ran into the crowd, and watched them mow her down like so many lawnmowers, running her over and over again. Then, of course, I invited her and Skinny to join me. She saw the light. The reds and blues are on the same side. Now let's find Sean. I regret to inform you that one of my triggermen OD'd while we were traveling back to Diamond City. That's not a joke. He was alive when I fast traveled, and when we got here he was dead on the chemical table. You know what they say about loading screens in Bethesda games? It's longer than you think. Years have been taken off my life in the quest to get my ass in this chair to explain to Nick where my son's gone. He thought it a good idea for him, me, and 26 of my closest friends to all go search Kellogg's 240 square foot apartment together. The stress of being in a confined space was too much for one of my men to handle. That guy down there is dead. Dogmeat, loyal companion and friendly face, has, under my tutelage, become a full boy. There's a change race command that I used one single time to turn Dogmeat into Dogboy, and with that, we're entering Fort Hagen. Yeah, so there are a couple turrets high up on that building. It takes a minute to get to them with my bat, and they're firing non-stop into my crowd of people, causing incalculable amounts of damage to our collective optimism. I ran through the fire into the stronghold. Inside, we were spread thin. About 5 of us were on the main floor. Everyone else was on their own, contending with the Institute synths scattered throughout Fort Hagen. I can't begin to tell you how underprepared I was for the synthetic people. Most of the triggermen from Vault 1 whatever were giving it their best. Most of them didn't make it out of the fort. It was Kellogg's safe space for a good reason. I reloaded a save and got out of there. I needed more power. I needed more wood. I needed fences. Fence World granted me a couple levels for my character. I took another rank of toughness, cap collector to improve vendor stock, big leagues 1 and 2 to make me 40% more powerful with melee damage. I'll need forces more powerful than I can handle to kill Kellogg, including armaments from the merchants in Diamond City Market. This is akin to all the side characters giving the main character a pep talk right before the final battle. Don't forget about those UFOs I mentioned. We're still going to space, but for now, there's a lizard in Concord that needs to be beat to death. The triggermen cleared out the Museum of Freedom for Preston, I snagged the power armor, lured the Deathclaw from his hole, and let the war break out. Triggermen fighting the raiders, and a Deathclaw arrives to kill everybody. It's a fairy tale ending to this story. Almost. Deathclaws are locked. Other hindrances were upsetting. This just made me mad. Kellogg's f***ed now. I'm going to the big green sea, and I'm not coming out until I glow in the dark. A few miles south of No Man's Land, I saw him. A super mutant behemoth bitch slapping a Deathclaw. It's that big brain at work. Speak softly and carry a big stick, or better yet, don't talk at all, rip a fire hydrant out of the earth, and smash lizards with it until your heart gives out. Now he's all mine. A super mutant behemoth is mine to control. I don't know where I went wrong. I did everything by the book, and then star of the new hit Pokemon game Arceus, ancient Pokemon god, sensed trouble in his forest. He killed my Nicolas Cage and double-domed me to death. At nearly full health, it got an instant animated kill blow on me. This place is for the birds. Me, a Cazador, Mr. Cage, and this mosquito are getting the f*** out of here. I hope you're ready for everything to get weird. As I fled from the white god of the forest, I ran into a trio of cosmic squid sailors, and they're everything I've ever wanted in a pet. Just look at them. The shape, the form, the function, the sturdy base. I'm getting carried away. Let me come back down to solid ground. The cosmic squids put their educated tentacles to good use at the Mirelurk Razorclaw Cove. They're fantastic additions as well. Squid 1 went to the big pineapple in the sky when we crossed into Raider territory. I was right there, I just couldn't figure out how to get my stick through the fence. It was literally my worst nightmare come to life. I fast traveled back to Fort Hagen for attempt 2, and Nick Cage f***ing fell to his death when we got there. I sat on my ace in the hole on the drive over here, and now the entire table can tell I'm adding my own cards to the deck. It isn't fair. Here I decided that regulation wasteland creatures aren't resilient enough to stand up for what I've got in store for them. Where, oh where, are the super powerful monsters? Nuka World, the DLC for level 30 characters, aka characters 20 levels higher than me. I'll sacrifice my entire armada for a handful of bad motherfuckers and not wipe the floor. I'll rip the f***ing floorboards out and use them as a splint in my leg when I inevitably suffer some horrific injury in Nuka World, because just getting there is a victory. I stuck to the very west edge of the map to avoid any settlements or enemy spawns on the way to the Nuka World entrance. It's guarded by a high-level Assaultron, a legendary gunner with a name, and a bunch more gunners. Holy shit, look at that thing. I thought that was like a tent or something. Mesmerizing doesn't do it justice. Starstruck is a better word. I couldn't believe it. The dome was airborne, and for once I wasn't talking about my own. My monkeys opened fire and I walked into it and got torn to shreds. Unexpectedly, my troops shot the bitch down out of the air in a matter of seconds. Then, from the fire the likes of which this world may never know again, rose a quadruple of alien puppets with laser guns and funny shaped heads. I didn't want them, I wanted their mother. For that, I reloaded a save to before I alerted the UFO, crouched down real low to the ground as I could, and climbed over the rocks towards the ship. My arms wouldn't reach, and the risk of waking up the disc by jumping was too great. I couldn't do it, so I stood up, and the UFO was already dead. The only problem was, the instant I resurrected it, it got away from me. I cheated. I used the player.setScale command to make myself big and grab the UFO. There she lies, the door to the rest of my life. In my way are the Assaultron and its gaggle of cohorts. I strolled through the pearly gates, summoned my minions from the underworld, and told everyone, I know there's a war, but just remember, have fun with it. The Assaultron with the spooky skull in its name turned out to be a thorn in my side the size of Delaware, and I was unaware that the gunners guarding the entrance would have a flying saucer of their own. All of my everything else never stood a chance. My UFO was supposed to rain down death from above, distracting the enemies with a dazzling light show, while the aliens and cosmic squids slapped the gunners into my awaiting loving arms. The best laid plans of Rat and Tui often go kablooey, and as the owner of the Ratatouille X Mitten Squad Discord fan club, I should have known it would cost many arms and many legs to get through the baffle gates and into the Nuka World Transit Station. The prizes waiting for me in this veritable heaven are more than worth the price of admission. Once more into Dante's Inferno, into the last liquid abyss I'll ever know. Live and die in the drink. Live and die in the fantasy. Obstacle Uno in Nuka World is a gigantic middle finger. To get out into the wilderness and tame the beast therein, you must survive the gauntlet. A series of traps, tricks, minefields, explosive gas, and automated turrets designed to kill just about everything because the power to the rail car's been shut off and the elevator doesn't work. I've survived worse, but my mates couldn't survive the ordeal. I didn't speak Spanish just a minute ago to prove my massive intelligence. It's the name of the card I pulled out of my hat to go back in time to just before I entered the train. I needed the power armor I left in Concord. I've got some funny business to attend to, and I'm not talking about the gift shop. It's simple. I used the power armor to clip through the wall inside the Nuka World Transit Station, and the gauntlet has been bypassed. All sorts of stupendous creatures are living outside the theme park. Ants, bloodworms, I think my friend's hamster had those one time, gator claws, crickets, rats, plus whatever comes from the creature mods I installed. I beat the mangy rat to death. A Bunnington bouncing around brought me back to my center, and I just sorta meandered. See, the story is to take over the individual amusement parks within the Cola Kingdom, but ever the opportunist, God decided all the operators in the park can't become allies. Not the named NPCs either. I've got the blood of Moses flowing through my veins. This I've known since my pastor dunked me in the water all those years ago. And like Moses, I'll just round up all the f***ing animals myself. Now I said animals, but I assumed I meant actual animals, not filthy, vile scum communistrons. Better dead than red, being dead's too good for them. The fact that they're just guys in costumes means nothing to me. Lady Justice doesn't see so good anymore. But God bless her, she still doles out punishments like she knows what's going on. Just look at all this justice. All these bird cages ought to tell the government we're sick of their shit. Say no to birds. The first battle of the Coca-Cola campaign, codenamed Pepsi Plunge, is ambushing the super mutant enforcers living in the Wixom Shovel Museum. The museum was a perfect place for a mass grave. They got the shovels, the mutants got the large muscular structure to dig the graves, and I've got the bodies to fill them. Never mind the enforcers. Those suckers aren't worth their weight in suckers. Besides, there are real aliens out here, like the alien blood bug. This thing's neat. It's like a factorial worm on legs from space on legs. I took a quick trip to the arcade, won me a Commie whacker and a squirt gun, definitely not by cheating at skee-ball, and out in the summer sun, realized I could use the thirst zapper to antagonize people from a distance because it does no damage. The act of become hostile gives my companions a target and lets them be their true selves. Unable to take every single operator scaver back to the Commonwealth with me like I'd hoped, this weird glitch happens when you bypass the fight with Coulter to enter Nuka World, where all the operators give no shits about anything you do. They can all be killed, and they don't give a shit. They're locked. I'm a grizzled street tough, and even I'm shaking my head at the senseless waste. It's rewind time. I want my family back. We're going west, to greener pastures where the fields are dead. The corn hasn't grown since communists moved in next door. With them added to the squad, I took that big a ways back, and forgot that I still needed a way back home. There's no strangeness I can call on to bring me back. The robotic communists aided me in slaying this giant Mirelurk and its kin, and with that, it's time to go. Outside of Deathclaws who've already proved immune to my persuasion techniques, who else could we possibly get? Let's go home. Power's still off for the train. Huh, that's an issue. Let's go kill somebody. His name's Coulter. He's the monster waiting at the end of the gauntlet. I can't go through that place in full, but I can cheat by clipping through the introductory sequence with my power armor. On the way back to the station to deploy my plan, I played God by setting the clock forward. Boy, my guys really didn't like that. Calamity struck someone's heart like a bolt of lightning spat down from heaven and sparked a civil war amongst my army. The cricket battled the communists. The neo-humanities got torn apart by the Mirelurks. The UFO is about 50 levels too high and refuses to take orders from me. The rabbits got caught up in the crossfire, and I decided to let this reach its natural conclusion. I blocked the way onto the bus with my power armor and let them all fight to the death to determine who is the true companion. In a shocking twist, it was the cricket who survived. After finding the fence and passing into the heart of the gauntlet, I grit my teeth and let the plowing commence. I won't waste your time on the gauntlet. I made it through the majority of it before finding myself outside. If you run straight to this area with power armor, you can clip your way almost right to the Coulter fight. Then you just douse him in fluid, give him the stick, and now Paul is over, boss, but my family. Shannon is still out there, wondering when I'm gonna find him. Well, I'm not. Perhaps I'll come back to this challenge one day, but that's not today. I won't leave you in complete darkness. Do you remember the Fork Barbarian? He's gonna have a friend soon, and I've seen the ultrasound. His little nuclear football is gonna make a lot of grown men very happy.
Oh, dude, 4 strength, 4 stam, leather belt.
There are thousands of ways to modify your weapons in Fallout 4, but it's not a perfect system. For example, you can't put a sniper scope on a 10mm pistol and make it a plasma scatter gun that uses mini-nukes. But what if you could? Can you beat Fallout 4 with the Impossible Gun? Back in April, Mitten Squad turned 9 years old. But here's the thing, I made Mitten Squad when I was 16, and on May 15th, I turned 26. And you know what that means. We can officially celebrate 10 years of Mitten Squad on a technicality. And what better way to do that than with the release of the Fork Barbarian's cooler older brother, the Nuclear Fork Barbarian made by Makeship. The plush is on sale now for $27.99. This is a limited run product that will only be on sale until July 1st. If you don't buy one by then, it's gone forever. Just to be upfront with you, I'm not talking about any one specific gun. Impossible Gun refers to what happens when you combine the Any Mod, Any Weapon mod with the Enemy Weapon Randomizer mod. You yourself can create just about any weapon you can imagine, while enemies will spawn with weapons more akin to something you'd find in Borderlands than Fallout. It's a beautiful nightmare adventure through and through. Unfortunately though, it doesn't apply to melee weapons, which is a crying shame. I really wanted a 10x scope, laser attachment, and to strap a fat man to the end of a bat and make it go Nagasaki with every swing, maybe in another life. The story of Mr. Impossible begins in the bathroom, as all great stories do. I went with a preset character. Looks don't matter when your very existence questions reality itself. But like they say, perception is 9/10 of reality, and my perception is a little bit off. Regarding my specialties, I made some unorthodox choices, which would upset my extended family given what religion they follow. Then the bombs fell. I tried my hardest not to be on the platform, briefly became Mr. Freeze, dead spouse, and escaping the vault as usual. I'm gonna jump ahead a few minutes because it took a bit for me to get this mod to work. Don't worry though, you didn't miss much. We're just inside the Museum of Freedom now, and the madness has begun to get its ass in gear as the weirder weapons are starting to appear. Gotta point out that I can't mention every outlandish weapon I get my hands on. We'd be here for ages. Just be a brave little individual and let your eyes carry the load for you. Oh, you can't carry things on your eyes? Sucks to be you. After speaking to everyone's favorite gravy, I headed outside to dispatch of the raiders and the other assorted riffraff with both the power of enthusiasm and this weird-ass thing that spat fire. Turns out that I can be one-shotted by the Deathclaw. That's a shame. It took me camping in this building while I spat fire through an open window because lizards aren't allowed indoors. With it dead, I was off to the police station to find the once and former Buzz Lightyear. These Neanderthalic puppies managed to kill me once, which surprised me. Completely randomized weapons doesn't mean they're all gonna be good. In fact, a good number of them aren't. I did make a quick stop to play in the sewers like I did in North Carolina as a youth, as well as end a bear. I stopped by Grey Garden to pay the plant-loving robots a quick visit. We haven't seen them for a while, and we won't see them for a long while again. I happened to find this gun that kicks serious ass. Had a convo with Dance, we traversed the landscape towards Arcjet, battled the synthetics inside, and I made the smart call of engaging the rocket firing test without sealing the blast doors. You've gotta be pretty far away from the doorway to not get cooked alive. There's nothing else we can do with Dance anymore. Best head to Park Street Station to find he who shall not be named. Righteous Authority looked pretty weird, by the way. In retrospect, a mod that lets me swap legendary weapon effects would have been a great third addition to this challenge. I'm not a racist like my dad, but these green people simply shouldn't exist. By sheer happenstance, I found Diamond City first. A guard was dead, I'm cosplaying as a baseball now, and took the opportunity to get Piper as a companion. The triggermen, even those with a custom trigger installed, are simply no match for my silenced pipe flamethrower. It makes sense, they're wearing highly flammable cloth, and are also highly susceptible to being lit on fire. I found a special little toy deeper inside, something that could easily render this run a joke. It's essentially like an explosive MIRV that I've got 400 rounds for. I used it in here a bit, but I didn't rely on it. Found another flame gun on the way out of this hole with Nikki. It's fun. Just ask any burn victim, and if they say otherwise, they're lying. This is actually a really fun challenge, and I'd recommend you try it if you can install mods. Though sadly, as I said, it doesn't apply to melee weapons. I wanted to put a scope and a laser sight on a bat, dammit. Skinny Malone and Darlene, dude, they burn so bright and so beautifully. Back at Diamond City, I spoke to the broken man, got the key to Kellogg's house, instructed the dog to go dog go to heaven. I'll be there soon, and headed out to Fort Kellogg. Unlike usual, I didn't find it early, so I had to put on my big boy jorts and find it the natural way. Upon entering the fort, the real game began. Robots made of metal are less susceptible to being lit on fire than their fleshy counterparts. Still gets the job done though. It just takes more effort. Time it took, it definitely did, for me to push my way through the fort to reach the big cheese himself. I bet you thought I'd use the MIRV on him. Fat chance, idiot. Nope. I've got a gun that spits lead faster than a drunk Marine. Didn't even need to use jet or psycho like usual. Just good old-fashioned American ingenuity. His gun looked like something out of Borderlands. The big blimp, I call her Martha, arrived in the Commonwealth. I returned to Diamond City where Nick, Piper, and I ran through our options. We decided we'd have to move to a better neighborhood, and I was off to apartments.com to find a better place to live. At a place whose name I don't care enough to rewind the footage to find because I forgot what it was, Dr. Amari invited me into Kellogg's Memories, where I played on the Dream Noodles and learned that the Institute uses teleportation to get from point A to point C without touching point B. Only one creature of habit on this planet knows exactly what to build to get inside the Institute. Virgil, out in the glowing sea. Out there, oh yeah, I 100% used the MIRV whenever possible to kill everything I came across, including all the glowy boys hiding out at the crater of Adam. I killed them not because they're a cult or because I can, but because it isn't fair that they can sleep in radiation and I can't. Well, guess what? Now they're doing the big sleep. Inside the Green Man's hidey hole, he gave me the base schematics for getting into the Institute, and I was off to kill me a courser. Once hid out in Greenwich, and luckily for me, I already discovered it. Now I've just gotta scale the damn thing and kill the princess sitting atop it. Gunners are lurking about. In some runs they gave me trouble, but this gun is godly. I worship it. I die for it, just like all the things it made die for me. Slowly, and without the aid of Shirley's ass, I persevered through the various levels of this tower and approached the courser. He didn't stand a chance against me, and neither did the hostages. I took his chip, gave Piper a better coat, and went outside to the roof to see just what this MIRV can do. It's effectively a real nuclear warhead, not one of the babies. Back in Goodneighbor, Amari examined the chip, told me I'd need help from the folks living under the church, so I found the church, eliminated the ghouls therein, and had the railroad examine the chip on the condition that they get to keep it. Fine by me. I'm not a chips guy anyway. I'm a Cheez-Its man. From there, it was back out to the glowing sea to get Virgil to give me the plans for Phase 1 of Operation Go Blink Yourself. After that little stunt, I was off to continue my work for the self-righteous military. Guns are their thing. They're the logical choice. First stop, Dance and I will be taking a ride on Martha as we fly up to the Prydwen to meet Father Maxon. His first job for me was to get acquainted with the folks on the blimp, then clear out Fort Strong with great intensity, and I'd be happy to oblige. Naturally, I cleared out the first trunk with the MIRV. It made quick work of them all. Unfortunately, I could not use that tool inside the facility. For that, my favorite fast-firing gun that fires fast, though I did attempt to use it in the basement just to see if I could, but I couldn't survive the powerful blast in close quarters. This might as well be the giant rocket I blasted Dance with earlier. Turns out that was a lie. With the lie complete and the job done, I returned to the big man in the sky for my next job. Now, it's finally time to get my ass into the Institute. I told Max about the plan, gave Ingram Virgil's painting that is definitely not fridge-worthy, and built the base component of the molecular zapper. Just before that, as I was traveling from the bird to the base, I got slapped on the fanny with a 5-minute-long loading screen. That was fun. Following the construction of the base, I generated generators out of thin air, connected the dots to route the power to where it wants to go, stepped on it, and like some sort of voodoo magic, I got inside the Institute. Once inside, I met Father, my son, for the first time since the last time, and for the first time in Mitten Squad history, took the quest route for getting Madison Lee on our side. She wants proof of what happened to Dr. Virgil. Gotta get your way into the FEV labs for that proof. I handled it with unfathomable beauty and grace, like a human bidet. I implore you to get one. Get wet, get wild, buy a bidet today, and have an adventure tomorrow. Once inside, I found all of Shrek's babies all grown up, stuck in test tubes. Sucks for them. The proof was not in the pudding. It was on a terminal. With Madison Lee satisfied, I had to meet all the Institute leaders so Lee could upgrade my Pip-Boy to let me get out of here. Didn't see that one coming, even with the help of my binoclears. Then, because Uncle Paulie is a good Christian boy, don't ask how an uncle can be a boy, I gave Virgil his serum that would render him a man in due time. I never came back to check on him. Next, Ingram takes a turn for the worst. Poor girl's running on empty, and not in the way you think. Her batteries are running on empty, mine too. Luckily for us both, there's a facility way down south that's got magnets capable of fixing her legs. Of course, I'm actually talking about Liberty Prime. He's the large individual who needs knee surgery. A lot of mutants eager to off themselves down there. Fun fact, this gun doesn't actually fire bullets. I don't know what it drops, but it's not bullets. Oh I should have went and looked for the thirst zapper. It took me a few minutes and a few nurses' lives to get down to the bottom of the hospital where the magnets are being stored together in a box. Here's a fun thing to try. Get some of those tiny, hyper-powerful magnets, insert one rectally, and then swallow the other one and wait for something funny to happen. With multiple mentioned magnets installed successfully, Uncle Paulie is a damn good physician. The time had come to travel to the Sentinel. And I'm not talking about Willie. That's an Alf reference for the all of you who didn't get it. Same old story. Aunt Merv carried me on her thick shoulders all the way through Greenland. I decided to use Kellogg's favorite gun down there just because I can. It fared well against all the dead guys. Those bullets do look exceptionally large. As for Adam's Glory and her faithful companion, I'll give you a hint. They're dead. You won't believe this, and Woody would either be heartbroken or relieved to know that Paladin Dance is in fact a non-believer. That's correct, he's a synth. After speaking to Maxon about it, he ordered me to track him down and do to him what those hogs almost did to that kid before Yellow Labrador stepped in to take the pain. Before leaving, Scribe Halen broke rank and dared to ask me questions. as if I'm not already asking questions. Doesn't matter, orders is orders, and I'll die before I let the world fall into disarray. In a twist that shocked even me, these measly turrets somehow managed to kill me. They paid for that with their destruction. Then, at last, I entered the bunker, descended down into the earth, and found a naked dance. I could hardly stand to look at him. By God, was he hideous. I approached him and did what some people call scorched earth, but I prefer the Covenant from Halo's terminology of glassing him like he was a planet, and if he was made of sand, he would have been glass. Back in the sky, I informed Maxon of a job well done. He congratulated me for performing this task successfully, and I spoke to the captain on the deck below. He had an exceptionally special job for me. Sorry, Thomas, there's no room for armored choo-choo trains in this world. The railroad's gotta go. Once again, I went to the Old North Church to lay waste to all the inhabitants inside. I started, and this is gonna blow your mind, with those upstairs, as they had to pay dearly for existing in my world. I lit them on fire with my dragon breath. At least I did initially. Didn't fare too well in there when I tried that little maneuver on them. I could have used Aunt Merv on them, but that would have been overkill, and this is a place of God. A long since dead one, but still. Instead, I returned briefly to Kellogg's Borderlands gun, as it could one-hit KO even the railroad agents wearing the coats. Downstairs, I used a few grenades on them as well as a missile launcher for a bit. Then this weird-ass sniper-type gun that reloads with shotgun shells. In the inner sanctum, I made a few attempts at sending in the ant to do my dirty work. The plan was to blast into Pam's room like a rabid freight train, then use the wall as cover. Some attempts later, I swapped over to whatever the hell this thing is. Like some undiscovered species of caterpillar in the Amazon rainforest, it might not look good, but it's damn effective. Pam, sadly, died when I turned her entire room into the second nuclear holocaust. I sent all of their forces down to the big train yard down below. Back at home, the captain thanked me for doing what had to be done. I spoke to Proctor Ingram about how exactly we should go about reaching the end of the line. We're not heading there yet. We've still got work to do. That made Paul sad. Then, I stocked up on as much ammunition as I could afford, despite taking the perks to increase the amount of ammo you can find in containers. That made Paul happy. Actually more like eager to slay bitches, but that's pretty much the same thing as far as I'm concerned. We're headed to mass fusion. Since, and more since, loitering atop the surface of the mass fusion building. The machine turret I had in the bird was surprisingly effective at destroying them. Once we landed, we fought through what remained inside. Then I snagged the key card to get into the reactor part of the building deep in the basement. We took our place on the elevator and began our descent. See, I had this scoped gun of some such that was fully capable of killing each synth in one shot. So instead of using a stealth boy and hiding like a scared dog, I used a stealth boy and attacked like a feral dog. Having a perk point left, I used it to unlock the expert lockpick skill to open this door, specifically to avoid riding the elevator again. Then I parkoured my way from platform to platform and headed down to retrieve the beryllium agitator. Radax, Radaway, a bit of thievery, and you're ready to face the sentry bot and then the Assaultron twins. Take a guess at what happened here. I'll give you one guess. Okay, now I'll give you one more. Did you get it? You better have, because there will be a quiz later. With the agitator stored somewhere safe, I rode back up, cleared out a few more synths, and returned back to the airport knowing that I'd done good and prepared for what's to come, which would be unlocking Liberty Prime's full potential. We are ready to march to CIT ruins now. Just before heading out for realsies, I decided to console command it up. Don't worry, I made a backup save, just to see if my Aunt Merv could take out Liberty Prime. Much to my surprise, the old girl didn't even flinch. I tried in vain to assist her in aiding the synths that spawned along the way, but there was really no point. She attacks before I can. Before long, we found ourselves at CIT, down in the innards, a twist of sorts. Fate did a bazinga on me. My equal was lurking somewhere down below. Someone seemed to have a weapon that matched my Aunt Merv, perhaps her estranged husband, who left her because he wanted to be her little bunny rabbit, and her his Lenny, but she thought he was a sick freak. There's a way down through the tunnels on the left where Ingram, Maxon, and I could attack from a different angle. Sadly, I couldn't find Uncle Rasputin's weapon. Inside the room with the scientists and monkeys gave me more trouble than I'd expected, even with you-know-who's help. Somehow, the massive blast didn't kill as many people as I'd liked. I, however, had this nifty little thing that fires insanely fast. However, another someone, had a big explosive weapon, so I swapped over to a missile launcher. Eventually, our forces entered the vicinity and started mopping the floor with these chumps. In the main chamber, you already know. Then, I had to see off father before he began his great journey. In a poetic end for my son, I killed him with his kidnapper's gun, then proceeded to make my way to the reactor chamber, where I fought through the Institute's toughest and last remaining forces before planting the explosives and teleporting to safety. For reasons I'm still not sure of myself, I agreed to let the little come with me. We teleported to atop a building, we nuked the Institute, and I beat Fallout 4 with a multitude of impossible guns. If you enjoyed the video or learned anything, leave a like. If you didn't enjoy the video or didn't learn anything, leave a dislike. Follow me on Twitter at Mitten Squad. Thanks to the champion tier supporters, as well as other channel members for making videos like this one possible. You can join the Mitten Squad Discord server by going to mitten.land. My name is Paul of Mitten Squad. Have a wonderful day.